Chapter 114. Yun Nuoxing stopped after running for an unknown amount of time. Looking at the sandalwood corridor in front of him, he was a little confused. He didn't know where he had run to. When he looked back, the 9 figures had disappeared. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Young Master Yun, why did you suddenly run? Did you offend the people of 9 Shrine? A moment later, Xueqing, who had followed him all the way here, stopped beside him. She took a small breath, and her voluptuous breasts heaved up and down. Drawing an elegant arc, Yun Nuoxing stared at her, and hurriedly shook his head. Offend? No. How could I have offended them? They offended me. No, they even wanted to keep me by their side, so they could study me. Aya, it's not like that. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. Yun Nuoxing's mind was in a mess, especially when he heard the murmur of the wood spirit. It was so clear that he almost had a heart attack. So, you have some entanglements with 9 Shrine, and now you want to hide from them? Patting Yun Nuoxing's shoulder, Murong Shuega shook her head and sighed. Brother, although I'm very curious about what happened between you two, if you don't want to talk about it, we won't ask. Well, if you can climb the big ship of 9 Shrine, you'll have a meteoric rise. Your future will definitely be much smoother. From what you're saying, it seems like you're saying, if I wasn't a member of XX, I would have already gone to 9 Shrine to cultivate. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Was 9 Shrine so powerful? Aya, look at what you're saying. Murong Shuegu waved her hand embarrassedly. Her coquettish look made Yun Nuoxing want to slap her. Actually, that's what I meant. Murong Shuegu nodded without hesitation and said, 9 Shrine has been passed down since ancient times. For countless years, 9 Shrine has been studying the corresponding elements. In the realm of the gods, when it comes to the understanding of elements, no one dares to claim to be first if 9 Shrine claims to be second. Moreover, 9 Shrine has a unique method to let people comprehend the will of elements. This is something that other forces can't do. Some people can't comprehend the will of their elements even when they reach the level of God. The power of will has always been the most troublesome thing for people. They can only rely on themselves to comprehend it. Xueqing also said softly with undisguised admiration in her voice. Doesn't that mean that everyone in 9 Shrine is an array master? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was a little shocked. The first requirement to be a magic array master was to comprehend the will of one's own element. That kind of will changed according to one's will. Different people would comprehend the power of will differently. Of course not. Xueqing shook her head with a smile and said, the most difficult thing to be an array master is to comprehend it. If you don't have enough comprehension, you won't be able to become an array master. Even if 9 Shrine has a heavenly method to help people comprehend the will of elements, it's impossible to mass-produce array masters. If it's as you think, no force in the realm of the gods can compete with them. But this method is enough to scare people. Those who comprehend the will of elements have stepped into a new level. So, Nuoxing, you're standing at a higher starting point than most people. If I'm not mistaken, no one can compete with you in this era. Ordinary people comprehend the power of will when they're in the immortal realm. The special ones are in the half-immortal realm. They can start to temper their elements and slowly come in contact with the original state of their elements. The fastest recorded person to comprehend the will of elements when he's in the half-immortal realm. Murong Shuegu looked at Yun Nuoxing and said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and said, "Don't tease me." He didn't know what it meant, but he instinctively felt that the way he used the elements was different from the way others used the elements. However, he couldn't tell what the difference was. I'm indeed in a bit of entanglement with 9 Shrine, but it's not a big deal. Don't worry, we won't fight. Waving his hand, Yun Nuoshing said with a smile. He did not say that the 9 deities hall had been looking for him all this time. That way, he would be recognized. A few years ago, the matter of the 9 deities hall and the 2 great clans looking for him was already known to everyone. While the 3 of them were talking, the sound of wind breaking could be heard in the sky above the heart-gathering lake. Then, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the empty sky. These figures didn't stay in the sky for long and descended to the lakeside. Huh! Yun Nuoshing raised his eyes slightly and looked at the sky not far away. He let out a puzzled sound. In the sky, an icy blue robe fluttered in the wind. The leader was a man with a refined face and a heroic spirit. It was Bing Ling. However, at this time, there was another young man beside him. He looked to be about the same age as Bing Ling, but just by standing in the void, he seemed to bring a sense of oppression to the world. Wow, what a grand style! How come even deities have come? Shouldn't they be staring at the purple night dark flame? Yao Hua placed his palm on his forehead and looked around. Looking at the group of newcomers, he was somewhat astonished. Purple night flame can be seen everywhere in the huge Yuyan city. She shook her head and frowned. She muttered, but I didn't receive any news about which side's experts are coming. Yao Hua, while the few of them were stunned, a clear laughter sounded beside Yao Hua. Soon after, the space beside him began to fluctuate slightly. A moment later, a crack appeared. Behind it, 3 figures swiftly scuttled out. The crack in space also slowly disappeared. The 3 of them moved so quickly that no one could see what had happened here. Divine King, why are you suddenly here? Yao Hua and the others were surprised when they saw Jin Jinwang and the other 2. What's wrong? You guys are allowed to have fun, but we old fellows can't. The Gold God King glared at him. Yao Hua smiled bitterly. What fun was this? The Gold God King waved his hand, and with a flick of his right hand, a black object appeared between his 2 fingers. He looked at the black object and said, "Not long after you left this morning, we received an invitation to the Gathering Fate Pavilion. However, there was no name on the invitation, so we don't know who it is. We don't know many people in the Source Peak region, and they are very far from Yuyan City." Invitation? Yao Hua was taken aback. Yes, but it seems that we're not the only ones who received an invitation. Jin Jinwang nodded. His golden eyes scanned the surroundings and paused for a moment on the gods. After looking around, he looked at Yao Hua and said, "Where's Yusin? That girl didn't come?" Hearing him mention Yusin, the 9 people smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. Forget it. She's probably still talking about the divine weapon array in the Divine Weapon Palace and has gone into seclusion. Since that's the case, you guys can settle your own matters, Jin Jinwang said indifferently. The 9 people smiled bitterly. Yun Nuoshing looked at Jin Jinwang and the others. He took a step back and his face twitched. Why are they here too? Master. Beside him, Xueqing cried out in surprise, causing his heart to jump. He hurriedly turned around and saw that a young man had unknowingly appeared. He was dressed in snow-white robes and gave off a carefree feeling. Master, didn't you go to the Ganyuan region to meet Senior Uncle and the others? Xueqing and Mei Mao were surprised and in disbelief. The Ganyuan region and the Taiyuan region were separated by a great distance. She couldn't understand how the young man came here. Could it be that Master had come directly to Yuyan City? After the initial surprise, Yun Nuoshing relaxed. After taking a closer look, he keenly sensed something and couldn't help muttering, "No, this is a soul incarnation." Hearing this, Xueching, Murong Xuega, and the young man in white looked at him in surprise. Then the latter smiled and looked at him approvingly. Not bad, little guy, but you can see through my soul incarnation at the mortal level. My real body is indeed in the Ganyuan region. I was worried about you during this trip to Yen City, so I came with you in this way. The young man smiled. Yun Nuoshing saw a trace of vicissitudes in his eyes. This person, like Jin Jinwang and the others, was also an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years. The eyes of the young man flashed with sharpness as he swept his gaze over the surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on the gold god king, and the other two. His gaze softened as he nodded to the three of them. The gold god king gave him a thumbs up as he grinned and nodded. Okay, I showed myself to intimidate those who have bad intentions. They have also noticed me, so I will continue to hide. Call me if you need anything, or go find that bastard old Jean. The young man smiled and patted Xueching's head. Then his body trembled and gradually disappeared. A nearly transparent mark slowly fell and floated into Xueching's long sword and disappeared. Soul mark. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at the long sword in surprise. That's not right. In the past banquets, there wouldn't be so many experts. It's just a gathering of young people. Why is it different this year? Murong Xuega scratched her head. Seeing more and more people, she felt uneasy. Isn't it just a few more people? Yun Nuoshing shrugged indifferently. Not only that, half of the big shots of the forces in Yuan City are here. Murong Xuega shook her head. This made Yun Nuoshing a little confused. This was indeed a little abnormal. It was supposed to be a gathering of young people. Why were all those old guys here? I'll go and ask, Yun Nuoshing whispered. Without waiting for the other two to answer, she directly rushed into the bamboo forest. She slowly spread out her soul force. After detecting that there was no one nearby, she nodded and took off her black windbreaker. She took out the fiery red clothes from her pendant. Her face flashed, and a beautiful yet indifferent face appeared. She then casually tied her long hair and used the divine mirror of light to check herself. Only then did she walk out of the bamboo forest with satisfaction. She walked towards Jin Jinwang and the others with light steps. They all had their backs to Uxian and were looking at the small island in the middle of the heart-gathering lake. Staring at the gathering fate pavilion on the small island, Jin Jinwang let out a long breath. Suddenly, he felt his clothes being pulled. He couldn't help but turn his head and saw Uxian's indifferent face. He was stunned and said in surprise, Uxian, why are you here? Hearing the shout, Yao Hua and the others quickly turned around. However, they saw Uxian's long hair fluttering in the wind. She was glaring at Yao Hua. This made him shudder violently. He quickly retreated a few steps and hid behind Lei Ming. He even carefully peeked his head out to look at her. I was passing by and saw a lot of people here, so I came to take a look. Uxian retracted her gaze and looked at Jin Jinwang. She said, I heard that there is a gathering of the younger generation here. Senior Divine King, what are you doing here? We were invited by an unknown person to play in the Gathering Fate Mountain Villa. Jin Jinwang shrugged and took out the black envelope. Uxian looked at it, and her pupils slightly shrank. Moreover, it seems that we are not the only ones here. There are many other people. Jin Jinwang said meaningfully. He looked at several places. Uxian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Mu Ling and the others also came over and asked about their well-being. They also complained about how they were tortured by Jin Jinwang. This made her look at Jin Jinwang and the others strangely. I'm going back. Finally, Xin waved to the others, and her figure disappeared into the bamboo forest. Knowing that she didn't like crowded places, with Spirit and the others didn't urge her to stay. As for Yao Hua, he let out a breath of relief. Chapter 115. After spending some time in the bamboo forest, Yun Nuoxing came out of the bamboo forest and walked towards Morong Shuige and the others. However, he stopped before he could get close. Morong Shuige raised her eyebrows when she saw him. She pointed at Xueqing and mouthed, "Trouble is here." Upon seeing this, Yun Nuoxing followed his gaze and saw that Xueqing was indifferently staring at the calm surface of the heart-gathering lake. Beside her, there was a well-dressed young man with a smile on his face, and he was continuously saying something to her. Behind the two of them, Bing Ling, who was dressed in an ice-blue robe, was indifferently watching. The people around her were also doing the same. Yun Nuoxing also knew the elegant young man. He had met him once in the Serene Flame Pavilion that night. He was Cheng Tianxing, who called Xueqing his junior sister. Beside Bing Ling, Cheng Hang's figure was also very clear. Yun Nuoxing frowned and looked at Morong Shuige. The latter happened to look over and nodded. That is Cheng Tianxing, the second young master of the Cheng family. He is also a disciple of the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa. It is said that he is the #1 pursuer of Fairy Xue. He has been pursuing her for several years, but Xueqing doesn't seem to be interested. Pursuing a girl is not all about pestering, especially when the girl is not an ordinary girl. Looking at Xueqing's indifferent face, Yun Nuoxing sighed. He pointed at Xueqing and transmitted his voice to Morong Shuige. "So, should we interfere or not?" Morong Shuige was stunned. She looked over there, and then looked at herself and Yun Nuoxing. Finally, she shrugged and spread her hands, not knowing what to do. "Senior brother, I don't have such thoughts right now. Until I meet Master's requirements, I won't consider relationships. There's nothing for you to worry about." Xueqing let out a long sigh. She turned her head to look at Cheng Tianxing and shook her head faintly. "If I can step into the Ju Yuan Pavilion this time, can you give me a chance?" Cheng Tianxing saw her indifferent look and just smiled. The Gathering Fate Pavilion only opens once every 100 years. At other times, only those who meet the requirements can step in. Countless young geniuses and powerful experts can't step in. "Senior brother, what do you have to guarantee this empty promise?" Xueqing frowned, seemingly unhappy. Since ancient times, there have been countless young geniuses. If someone was able to establish a foothold here, so can I. In the future, there will definitely be a place for me in the God realm. Cheng Tianxing laughed heartily and said proudly, when Yun Nuoxing saw Ling Tian's willpower, she muttered under her breath that he was an idiot. How many geniuses have there been since ancient times? How many of those who said, "I will soar above the heavens," actually managed to stand above the clouds? Seeing his frivolous appearance, Yun Nuoxing furrowed his long eyebrows and muttered in a somewhat displeased manner. Morong Shuige smiled and said nothing. "Senior brother." Xueqing suddenly shouted, causing the surroundings to quieten down. Yun Nuoxing saw that Xueqing's jade-like hand that was holding the long sword had turned slightly pale. She seemed to be a little angry. Xueqing lowered her eyelids and shook her head forcefully. "No matter how good you talk about the future, the present is the present. I only treat you as a respectable senior brother. No matter what the elders, sect leader, or you say, my heart will not change. I don't need you to interfere in my matters. I've said it before. If I don't want to, even Master won't be able to make me lower my head." Xueqing's hand that was holding the long sword slowly loosened. She let out a long sigh and said indifferently, "There are countless girls who are more outstanding than me in this world. Why do you have to pursue such an unwilling matter? But I only like you, Cheng Tianqing roared. I gave up the chance to enter the small divine continent for you. I waited for you for 5 years so that I could have the chance to enter with you. Seeing how stubborn Cheng Tianqing was, Xueqing also sighed softly. She didn't say anything else and walked towards the other side. Xueqing. Cheng Tianqing panicked when he saw that she was about to leave. He hurriedly chased after her and reached out to grab her hand. However, before he could reach out, a white jade-like hand gently clasped his hand, causing him to be stunned. Little guy, a forced melon won't be sweet. Love is all about fate. If it's yours, it won't run away. Grabbing Cheng Hong's wrist, Yun Nuoxing sighed and said with a heavy heart. Xueqing turned her head in surprise when she heard these old-fashioned words. Mei Mao's eyes were filled with splendor, as if she didn't expect him to make a move. It's you again. Cheng Tianqing's face sank the moment he saw Yun Nuoxing. A cold expression flashed across his face when he saw the latter grabbing his wrist. He suddenly flung the white jade-like hand away. When Yun Nuoxing came out, Bingling and Cheng Hong's faces also changed slightly. The former gradually calmed down, and his eyes turned a few times. No one knew what he was thinking. As for the latter, a cold light flashed through his eyes. A wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes, but he concealed it very well. You can't interfere in my matters. Cheng Tianqing's gaze suddenly became sharp as he roared. He clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it towards Yun Nuoxing. The astonishing strength brought along a gust of wind and blew the bamboo leaves on the ground away. Young people are too impulsive. Yun Nuoxing sighed heavily. He raised his right hand, and a small formation was woven in his palm with lightning speed. It was completed in an instant and slowly rotated on his palm. Without even looking, he used his hand to meet the fist. Bang! A soft sound was heard as Cheng Tianqing's fist landed on the light formation. Waves of power passed through it. However, before he could retract his fist, an even more majestic force exploded from the formation and instantly blasted his fist. Facing the backlash of this strange force, Cheng Tianqing's body retreated as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His feet scraped the ground and drew 2 long trenches. He only stopped after he was pushed back dozens of meters. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Young master. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of everyone at the heart-gathering lake. Then a few figures flashed over and quickly landed beside Cheng Tianqing to support him. What's the commotion? He injured the second young master of the Cheng family with just 1 blow. Where did this young man come from? He seems to be much younger than the second young master. We can't afford to see blood in Juyuan Mountain Villa. Someone go and persuade him. He's from the Cheng family. You go? Hearing the murmurs from the surroundings, Cheng Hong's face turned ugly. He looked at Bing Ling beside him and said in a low voice, Young Master Bing, what should we do? Bing Ling glanced at him indifferently. His gaze was still indifferent as he looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, We can't find out his identity. Perhaps he's a fellow who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. We don't know his strength either. After saying that, he shut his mouth. Cheng Hong seemed to have understood something. He nodded slightly and gave a look to the people beside him. Immediately, the expressions of those people, as well as the people supporting Cheng Tianqing, became serious. A cold killing intent filled the entire space. It was incomparably oppressive. When the cold killing intent appeared, the surrounding people all retreated, leaving a spacious area. Only Yun Nuoxing, Xueqing, and the other 2 were left. The Cheng family experts also took a step forward. Their ethereal auras merged together and formed a storm that pressed down on Yun Nuoxing. Everyone from the Chung family, listen up. Capture this brat. While everyone was preparing, Chung Tianqing, who had been pushed back by a single blow, finally couldn't stand the gazes from the surroundings and roared furiously. Quite a number of people were stunned when they heard Chung Tianqing's roar. This fellow was truly shameless. Putting aside the fact that he was looking for trouble, he even wanted to use numbers to bully someone. The Chung clan's face was about to be lost today. Hey, hey, hey! Even if you can't win, you shouldn't call for help. While everyone was muttering in their hearts, Yun Nuoxing angrily placed his hands on his waist. It was as if the intimidating aura didn't exist. He stared at Chung Tianqing and couldn't help but shout. Xueqing tugged at his sleeve. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and saw her gently shaking her head. However, he didn't care and grinned. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands around his mouth. He shouted with an imposing aura, Hey, is the person in charge of the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa here? Someone is causing trouble here. Are you going to do something about this? If you don't, then I will. His voice, which was mixed with an imposing manner, spread far and wide and covered the entire Juyuan Mountain Villa. Everyone present was stunned. Looking at him, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. Could it be that he has the strength to defeat these half-immortal experts? Just by relying on his puny mortal stage cultivation, Xueqing and Xueqing were stunned when they heard him, and then they looked towards Yun Nuoxing. They saw his confident expression, and didn't seem like he was trying to show off, and they were slightly puzzled. Could it be that this fellow can really kill these quasi-immortal realm experts? What an interesting little fellow. Jin Wang looked at him and couldn't help but smile, causing Yao Hua and the others to be stunned. After a long time, just when everyone thought that there wouldn't be a reply, a deep and vigorous voice came from the sky, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Do as you wish. This light reply was as if it came from the sky. It was hard to fathom, and no one knew where the speaker was. What was even more shocking was that this random shout actually received a reply. Could it be that there was really someone in charge of this Ju Yuan Mountain Villa? Hearing this answer, Yun Nuoxing suddenly grinned. His smile was very bright, without any impurities, and it warmed people's hearts. However, in the next moment, it suddenly turned icy cold. A wave of coldness covered his entire handsome face, and his expression darkened. The change happened so fast that everyone couldn't react in time. Yun Nuoxing's right hand reached behind him and grabbed Xueqing's longsword at her waist. He gently pulled it out. After pulling out the longsword, Yun Nuoxing looked at Chung Tianqing from afar. A ray of silver light spread from his palm to the longsword. Then he stretched out his left hand and hooked his index finger at Chung Tianqing. He said indifferently, Come, young Master Yun, don't be rash. Xueqing tugged at his robe, worriedly, and said somewhat nervously, in her opinion, it was tantamount to courting death for one person to face so many experts alone. Now that the people of Ju Yuan Mountain Villa said, Do as you wish, she didn't know what they meant. Brother Yun, now. Morong Shui Gu also hurriedly transmitted her voice. However, when he saw the arrogant smile on Yun Nuoxing's face, he was slightly stunned. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that the pressure didn't seem to be anything, seeing Yun Nuoxing's frivolous posture. Chung Tianqing was so angry that he laughed. He suddenly waved his hand and coldly shouted, Kill him! As soon as Chung Tianqing's voice fell, figures flashed and attacked Yun Nuoxing. The continuous aura blew the bamboo leaves in a radius of 10 feet. The two people standing beside him also personally experienced the terrifying pressure. He looked indifferently at the flashing figures. When the other party was 10 meters away from him, his unmoving body finally moved. He took a light step forward. It was a very small step, and he slightly raised his long sword that was suffused with silver light. A murderous sword, aura suddenly erupted and turned into an invisible storm. It destroyed the aura of those immortal step experts and slammed into the crowd. At this moment, the crowd only felt suffocated when they looked at Yun Nuoshing. It was as if they weren't facing a person, but a giant sword that stood between heaven and earth. That invisible aura shocked everyone. The silver sword slowly drew a perfect arc. The movement was extremely slow, but they could see the trajectory of the silver light. The silver light sprinkled down, suffocating heaven and earth. Everyone suddenly froze. The figures that were rushing toward Yun Nuoshing also stopped in an instant. It was as if heaven and earth had stopped at this moment. Chapter 116. The Linghong sword contained a vast amount of space energy and a meager amount of time energy. That energy could not be controlled by anyone who wasn't a god. When Yun Nuoshing swung his sword horizontally, a wide arc appeared in the space. A vast sword, intense sword, and the group of people who were rushing towards him were all enveloped in this brilliance. A perfect circular sword, arc crazily spread out in all directions. Crack! Boom! A heavy sound exploded like thunder from the ninth heaven, breaking the frozen space and causing everyone's hearts to tighten. Shortly after, an orderly explosion reverberated in the sky. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the Chung family experts who were rushing towards Yun Nuoshing froze one by one. A light breeze blew past, and those people's bodies, including Chung Tianxing, actually shattered like paper. A sword annihilated all of them, turning them into ashes. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. More than a dozen half-immortal experts turned into ashes with a single sword strike. They didn't even see the silver-white sword arc. Clearly, casually waving his long sword, Yun Nuoshing turned around and sheathed his long sword back into the scabbard at Xue Qing's waist. Seeing her slightly open cherry lips and shocked face, he couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand in front of her, and only then did she come back to her senses. Mei Mao's eyes sparkled as she stared at Yun Nuoshing nonstop. This caused his handsome face to redden, and he turned his head away in embarrassment. Only then did he retract his gaze and say with a faint smile, "Young Master Yun, you have some secrets." Yun Nuoshing's expression froze. He looked over and saw Xue Qing's cheeky pout. Mei Mao stared at him with a smile. Yun Nuoshing was using her sword, and the sword contained her aura. No matter how small the movement was, she could detect it. When Yun Nuoshing's long sword was attached to her, she felt an extremely strong energy covering the long sword. However, seeing his awkward expression, she did not say anything. So strong. Yao Hua and the others opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Just a moment ago, they were discussing how long Yun Nuoshing could last, but in the next moment, they saw more than a dozen people turn into ashes. Chung Hong's and Bing Ling's eyes trembled. The former's expression was extremely ugly. Although a half-celestial powerhouse was not the mainstay of the Chung family, he was still a powerful force. Moreover, his own brother was killed in front of him. The resentment in his heart was extremely strong. If it were not for his lack of strength, he would have already rushed forward. Bing Ling did not say anything. She turned and looked at the young man in blue beside her. Now, it seemed that he was the only one who could capture Yun Nuoshing. When the young man in blue received her gaze, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at her calmly. Then he stared at Yun Nuoshing and said faintly, "Your sword skills are not bad." As a god, he could clearly feel that Yun Nuoshing's sword just now did not use a large amount of energy. Moreover, it also contained traces of space energy. With his strength of mortal level 6, it was impossible for him to touch space. Therefore, he attributed Yun Nuoshing's attack to the cultivation of a powerful sword skill. Sword skill. Yun Nuoxing's expression became strange. She looked at the god powerhouse of the ice and snow mountain villa and could not help but sneered. The original power of Ling Hongjian was the power of space and also some time energy. He could not use those powers. Moreover, he could casually swing his sword and move it according to his heart. There was no need for any sword skill. When Ling Hongjian was attached to Xueqing's longsword, a casual strike could tear space apart. However, he forcefully suppressed the power of Ling Hongjian, which was why the terrifying scene of the city being destroyed did not happen. You don't understand, Yun Nuoxing sneered and shook her head. How could she know that the great figure, who was ranked second on the divine weapon ranking, divine sword record, if it was Jin Wang, who attacked personally with their experience, they might be able to see through it at a glance. Xueqing seemed to know a little, but she did not recognize it. When these words came out of Yun Nuoxing's mouth, it was very natural. However, it made the god powerhouse feel uncomfortable. A junior, a mere mortal-level ant, he could kill her with one finger. However, in front of the crowd, she said the words, "You don't understand," in such a casual tone. It made it seem like the god of the ice and snow mountain villa was very ignorant. "I don't understand," the god expert sneered. "You're just an ordinary ant, an arrogant junior. I'm a dignified godly king. So how could you possibly know more than me? You killed the people of the ice and snow mountain villa today. Do you want to bind yourself and follow me back to the ice and snow mountain villa, or do you want me to cripple you?" Looking at the indifferent god, Yun Nuoxing suddenly laughed and shook her head. She said, "I am not interested in the ice and snow mountain villa, so I will not go." That god powerhouse nodded slightly and killing intent bloomed in his eyes. "Then you have to choose the second path." Yun Nuoxing slowly raised his head. A devilish look flashed across his handsome face, and he grinned. "As for crippling me, to be honest, with your strength that has just stepped into the divine king level, you are not qualified." Yun Nuoxing's words stunned everyone at the lakeside. No matter how amazing his performance was, it was still far from enough to talk to a god powerhouse like this. A cold smile appeared on Bingling and Chenghang's faces. In their eyes, Yun Nuo Planet was digging his own grave by going against the elders. Jin Wang was also stunned when he heard this. He looked at Yun Nuoxing curiously. The elder of the ice and snow mountain villa was only at the divine king level, but they had long been divine underworld experts. The difference between the two of them was not small, but compared to Yun Nuoxing, it was still an insurmountable gap. Yun Nuoxing's arrogant look reminded him of Yu Xian, who had just left. This brat is comparable to that girl's arrogance. Thinking of her, Jin Wang could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. That brat indeed had the strength to fight against a divine king. With a bunch of divine weapons and a sealing array, it would not be a problem to deal with him, let alone the divine king of the ice and snow mountain villa. However, he did not know that Yun Nuoxing was Yu Xian, so he did not know where his confidence came from. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's impatience and not the fear that she had imagined, Xueqing was stunned. Her pretty face turned pale, and her jade-like hands clenched slightly. She bit her red lips. She had invited Yun Nuoxing with good intentions, but she did not expect things to turn out this way because of a small grudge. While she was thinking quickly, a fair hand patted her shoulder. Xueqing turned her head and saw that it was Murong Shuege. Murong Shuege nodded. Xueqing was stunned. She took a deep breath, and a determined look appeared on her pretty face. She took a step forward and walked in front of Yun Nuoxing, shielding her behind her back. She raised her head, looked at the divine king, and said in a deep voice, "Elder, Today's matter is my senior brother's fault. Let's not interfere in the matters of the younger generation. Seeing that Xueqing was protecting her, Yun Nuoxing was a little stunned. But when she heard Xueqing's words, she remembered that Xueqing was a member of the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa. Ha ha! While everyone was having their own thoughts, the Divine King saw Xueqing's stance. After being stunned for a moment, he was so angry that he laughed and glared at Yun Nuoxing. After so many years, this was the first time he was told that he was not qualified by a junior to his face. Sure enough, the new generation excels the old. The youngsters nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. Very good, very good. Today, let this old man see with his own eyes why this old man is not qualified. The Divine King laughed heartily, but anyone could hear the anger in his laughter. It seemed that this elder of the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa was really infuriated by Yun Nuoxing's words. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hearing the anger hidden in his laughter, Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Her evil spirit eye slowly opened, and her pair of pitch-black eyes quickly became lustrous. However, she restrained that gorgeous radiance as she stared at the laughing Divine King. Her eyes faintly flashed with coldness, and her soul energy slowly spread out. Being stared at by Yun Nuoxing's cold gaze, the smile on the Divine King's face gradually became gloomy. His bronze palms slightly bent, and traces of heart-palpitating cold air flickered out, circling around his body. The cold chill made everyone in the distance shiver. This old man doesn't believe that I can't deal with you today. With killing intent in his eyes, the Divine King slowly took a step forward. The moment his foot landed, his figure strangely disappeared. Seeing his figure disappear, Xueqing's face became even paler. She clenched her jade-like hands and grabbed Yun Nuoxing's wrist. Just as she was about to throw Yun Nuoxing away, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of her. All right, Ice and Snow Mountain Villa, you've caused enough trouble. A Divine King actually dared to make a move on a junior. You're too shameless. Jin Wang, who had suddenly rushed in, caused everyone's faces to turn sluggish. The Divine King's figure also quickly appeared, stopping roughly 10 meters in front of Jin Wang. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at Jin Wang. His mind was rapidly churning. If Jin Wang was determined to interfere, not to mention him, even if half of the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa came in, they might not be able to hurt him. Senior Jin Wang, what is the meaning of this? This is an internal matter of my Ice and Snow Mountain Villa. Senior, please don't interfere. The Divine King cupped his hands towards Jin Wang and said in a deep voice. Jin Wang pursed his lips, but he didn't buy it. He crossed his arms and coldly snorted. Didn't this little girl say that today's matter isn't her fault? If someone dies, then so be it. Why are you still causing trouble? Bullying the weak as the strong, even I feel ashamed for you. The Divine King's face turned green and red from Jin Wang's words. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. His gaze flickered, and killing intent was faintly discernible. A wisp of cold air was also faintly discernible on his palm. TSK, old man, Senior Jin Wang has already given you a way out. Why aren't you scramming? Do you really want to fight? Seeing his uncertain expression, Yun Nuoxing suddenly sneered. Can you stop talking? Everyone was furious. They had never seen such a troublemaker before. Yun Nuoxing shrank her head from the roar. Huff, huff, murderous intent immediately surged in the eyes of the young god. His heavy breathing was emitted from his nose as his murderous intent grew increasingly intense. However, just as his murderous intent reached its peak, an icy cold gaze suddenly swept over, causing the murderous intent in his heart to crumble instantly. He lifted his gaze and saw the gold God King staring at him with narrowed eyes. The corner of the divine king's mouth twitched slightly. He regained some of his consciousness and hurriedly suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Jin Wang had already shown him enough respect by appearing to stop him. If he didn't appreciate it, he was afraid that he would be killed here. Just like how he regarded Yun Nuoxing as an ant, Jin Wang also regarded him as an ant. But just as the divine king's killing intent dissipated, a strange sound wave suddenly swept over. It was like the sound of a zither, like a pipa, and also like the sound of an ancient bronze bell. It mightily spread throughout the entire Ju Yuan mountain villa, causing all the onlookers to turn their gazes. It has begun. Xueqing couldn't help but murmur. Yun Nuoxing was also very curious. What had begun? The energy between the heavens and the earth suddenly boiled and turned into a rolling wave. It surged towards the Ju Yuan mountain villa from all directions. The density of the energy actually condensed into a thin mist. Under everyone's gaze, the Ju Yuan pavilion suddenly lit up. The scarlet light was just like the scarlet moon seen in the night sky. The Ju Yuan pavilion opens once every 100 years. At that time, everyone can enter and take a look. Every year at this time, a scarlet light will shine, like a guiding light. Legend has it that the owner of Ju Yuan Pavilion built Ju Yuan Pavilion to look for his old friends. His family and friends had all died and entered the cycle of reincarnation. He was the only one left waiting in the mortal world for the day his old friends returned. 8,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, only those who are of the same nature as him can step into the Ju Yuan Pavilion. Xueqing's soft words caused Yun Nuoxing's heart to skip a beat. For a person to wait alone in this world for countless years, how much determination, how much courage, and how important the person must be to make that person wait for so long. Chapter 117. The billowing energy fog became more and more intense, and the people present could not see more than 100 meters away. Even the Ju Yuan Pavilion was covered by the fog. Only the scarlet light penetrated the fog. Dong! Suddenly, there was a loud sound of something heavy crashing. Everyone turned their eyes to the place where the sound came from, but they did not see anything. The 8 mahogany corridors in front of them also lit up with faint light. It was the same scarlet color. It combined with the light of the Ju Yuan Pavilion and pierced through the fog. The scarlet color gave people a strange, ominous feeling. Seeing the changes on the heart-gathering lake, the young god flicked his sleeves and stared at Yun Nuoxing viciously. He couldn't wait to swallow Yun Nuoxing alive. However, with the gold god king here and the changes on the heart-gathering lake, he didn't have the chance to do so. Boy, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to beg for death. The young god looked at Yun Nuoxing with resentment. His lips moved slightly, and a gloomy voice came out quietly. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing heard the resentful voice. He raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the young god. A bright smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. He slowly raised his right hand and flicked his middle finger. Then he said, "I'll return the same words to you. I hope I can still be so calm the next time I see you." Yun Nuoxing's gesture and his disdainful words made the young god so angry that his face turned red. The fire of fury rushed to his head. Finally, there seemed to be some smoke coming out from the top of his head. The former could not help but laugh. Was this what it meant to be fuming from the 7 orifices? At %*, the young god suddenly flew into a rage, and his mouth was saying something. Yun Nuoxing, who was too far away, could not hear him clearly. They could only see Bing Ling and Cheng Hong hurriedly pulling the former and retreating to one side. They could also see that the guy's hair was standing up, and his ferocious appearance was exceptionally terrifying. He's so angry that his hair is standing on end. What did you say to him? Murong Shui Gu curiously watched the young god being carried away. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and couldn't help but ask. Xueqing also looked over curiously. Yun Nuoxing shrugged his shoulders and showed them the front of his middle finger, causing the two of them to roll their eyes. Thank you, Senior Jin Jinwang. Yun Nuoxing turned around and smiled at Jin Jinwang, who had been watching the three of them from the side. Hearing this, Jin Jinwang waved his hand indifferently, but the smile on his face widened a little. He said, I have a good relationship with Master Xueqing, so it's not a big deal for me to protect you. However, the internal conflict in the Ice and Snow Mountain Manor seems to be bigger than I thought. That old fellow, doesn't he know how to do something about it? His complaint made Yun Nuoxing confused. She looked at Xueqing, but saw her biting her red lips with her pearly white teeth. She seemed to be in a difficult position, so she didn't ask any more questions. Jin Jinwang spread his hands and didn't explain anything. After giving a few instructions, he trotted back to Yao Hua and the others. Since he had already shown up, there shouldn't be anyone who would target Yun Nuoxing and the others. So, what are we waiting for now? Looking around, Yun Nuoxing realized that the energy in the air was abnormally dense. If one cultivated here, it would be twice the result with half the effort. There were also many people in the bamboo forest who sat down and entered a state of cultivation. This made him very surprised. Weren't they here to see the Ju Yuan Pavilion? Waiting? We're not waiting for anything. The banquet has already begun. Of course, if young Master Yun wants to go to the Ju Yuan Pavilion, you don't have to wait until now. You could have gone up just now. It's just that whether you can go up. Xueqing smiled and winked mischievously. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes at her. It's the annual energy tide. The Ju Yuan Pavilion is located above a huge dragon vein. Many people come here just to experience this energy banquet. It's not really a banquet. At this moment, Murong Shui shook her head with a smile. Seeing that many people were cultivating around them, she wanted to find a place to sit down. However, she saw Yun Nuoxing waving his hand and walking towards the mahogany corridor in front of him. Murong Shui couldn't help but be stunned. Young Master Yun, are you really going up? Seeing Yun Nuoxing's determined footsteps, Xueqing's expression became quite interesting. She looked around and saw that there were fewer people at the lakeside. Most of them were cultivating at the edge of the bamboo forest. She quickly trotted to catch up. Since I'm already here, I'll be letting myself down if I don't go up and take a look. Yun Nuoxing smiled. Legends and whatnot he would know after trying. As for the so-called story, he was also very curious. He didn't know if an amnesiac like him could be considered as having a story. If you don't want to go, you can stay and cultivate. You don't have to follow me. Turning around, Yun Nuoxing saw that Xueqing and Murong Shui were following him at a leisurely pace. He was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask. As you said, since I'm already here and have reached the foot of the mountain, I didn't go up. If I don't go up and take a look at the Ju Yuan Pavilion, I'll be letting myself down. Murong Shui scratched his head and smiled like a girl, which made Yun Nuoxing shudder again. Imagining his graceful and enchanting movements and speaking in a coquettish voice, he had goosebumps all over his body. Let's go with young Master Yun. If young Master can really go up there, we'll be able to witness the elegance of the first person to go up to the Ju Yuan Pavilion in Yuyan City in 100 years. Xueqing covered her mouth and smiled. In an instant, the radiance that bloomed seemed to have suppressed the surrounding red light. After staring for a while, Yun Nuoxing shrugged and looked at the mahogany corridor in front of him. He smiled and stepped on it. Then let us witness a miracle. There weren't any unique decorations in the mahogany corridor. The craftsmanship was very exquisite, and one could smell an unusual fragrance. It was like the fragrance of flowers, but also like the fragrance of trees. It was very refreshing. After taking a breath, one would feel dozens of years younger. Of course, for the three young boys and girls, they couldn't understand this feeling. However, they still felt refreshed. They even quickened their pace and felt the wind under their feet. At the top of the corridor, there were some strange symbols engraved. They looked like talismans, but also like a lost language. They were crooked and densely engraved on the two ends of the corridor. These are the words of the primordial era. Xueqing exclaimed in surprise when she looked up and saw these tadpole-like words. She had seen them in some ancient books. They were all unique and were priceless treasures in the market. Less than 1 in 10,000 of the items from the primordial era had been passed down to the present. Every one of them was very precious. Really? What's written? When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he looked at Xueqing with excitement. He could barely recognize the words, but he couldn't recognize them. He didn't expect her to recognize them at a glance. I don't know. I can only recognize them as words from the primordial era if I were to interpret them further. Seeing his hopeful gaze, Xueqing blushed and finished her sentence shyly. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. You can't read them with your divine sense. Moreover, if you stare at them for a long time, you will notice that the words will change. If you look away, they will return to their original state. It seems like it's a method to prevent theft. Morong Xuega retracted her soul power and sighed. How worrisome! Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. On the floor of the mahogany corridor, a faint blue light flickered. Lines of energy matrices crisscrossed, as though there were hundreds and thousands of huge arrays unfolding here. With the help of the evil spirit, Yun Nuoxing could not clearly see what these arrays were for, but he could faintly feel that there were many probing energies gently entering his body before quietly fading away. There are many probing arrays engraved on the mahogany corridor. These arrays extend from the corridor all the way to the Jiuyuan Pavilion at the top of the mountain. Xueqing, who had been here a few times, couldn't help but smile when she saw Yun Nuoxing touching his arm. She was also like this the first time she came. When the probing light swept past her, she felt itchy all over. Just as Xueqing had said, along the way to the Yun Nuo planet, they saw many detection spirit designs. Some of the formation eyes were even placed on the mahogany corridor. The corridor was only a few hundred feet long, but there were no less than 100 different types of detection spirit designs. Some of them even had divine energy flowing within. Saint spell arrays. They can only be activated by people who are at least array grandmasters. Jin Jinwang had explained to Yun Nuoxing about the arrays that emanated traces of sacred energy. When he recognized them now, he was still a little surprised. Unlike ordinary arrays, the energy matrices of the Saint spell arrays were golden. Its power was also incomparable to ordinary arrays. The distance of 100 feet was reached in a few minutes. Looking at the hill in front of him, Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment before stepping onto it. Boom! Just as he stepped onto the hill, Yun Nuoxing's expression suddenly changed. The silent air seemed to have been filled with lead and became abnormally heavy. It was as if the sky had fallen and pressed down on him. That heavy pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Beads of sweat appeared crazily on his forehead. Don't resist. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to release his aura to resist, Xueqing hurriedly stopped him. He turned around in shock and saw Xueqing lifting her jade-like feet and walking into the hill. Her delicate body only paused for a moment before returning to normal. She even walked briskly for 2 steps before turning back. If you release your aura to resist, you will be repelled. Does young Master Yin want to try? Sticking out her tongue, Xueqing smiled charmingly, making Yun Nuoxing speechless. Repelled? Roar. Murong Xuega looked at it suspiciously, as if she didn't believe it. As soon as she stepped onto the hill, she felt the vast and heavy pressure. A soft cry came from her throat, and an ethereal aura broke out of her body. Bang! However, just as she thought that the pressure on her body would disappear, she realized that a huge force had hit her body. The scene in front of her changed abruptly. When Yun Nuoxing saw her, she was sent flying into the mahogany corridor like a cannonball. Gulp! Violently swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly suppressed his restless aura and took a step into the small mountain. Immediately, the enormous pressure diminished by quite a bit. It was no longer as heavy as when half a foot had entered. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He laughed dryly as he watched Murong Xuega walk back. Black lines drooped down on her elegant and beautiful face. She couldn't help but cover her waist and said angrily, "I sprained my waist this time. Who told you not to listen to me?" Xueqing pouted and snorted when she saw his unhappy face. Murong Xuega smiled embarrassedly and followed the two into the hill. Chapter 118. At the lakeside of the heart-gathering lake, many silhouettes could be seen amidst the misty fog. Even though the sun was shining brightly, the place was slightly dark. The scarlet light shone from the top of the small mountain in the middle of the lake and the long corridor by the lakeside. On the small mountain that no one could see, 3 silhouettes were slowly walking along the steep mountain path. Every step they took was imprinted with a formation. The bright golden light under their feet flickered, and even the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Stepping on the dense formations, Yun Nuoxing did not forget to open his evil spirit eye as he walked. He looked at the Saint Technique formations under his feet, and among them were many talisman formations. The dazzling array of formations made him want to stay here and not leave. It was as if he had forgotten the purpose of climbing this small mountain. The heavy pressure became heavier with every step they took. However, the formation beneath their feet would also flash with some golden light, which would enter their bodies and go straight to their minds. Then, the pressure that had just increased would quietly fade away, as if nothing had happened. Every time the golden light entered his mind, Yun Nuoxing would uncontrollably recall some of the things that had happened in the past. Divine Weapon City, Young Heroes Competition, Red Star Academy, Star Spirit City, Constellation City. Scenes after scenes flashed before his eyes quickly, like a lantern. It made him think that he was going to die in the next moment. Looking at the memories that were churning in his mind, Yun Nuoxing's eyes were a little dazed. Among them, one scene appeared the most frequently in his mind. The towering ancient tree, the one that was called the World Tree. It was a huge tree that reached the sky. Under the tree, there was a little girl with fiery red hair. That scene was very blurry, but it replayed countless times. It was like a needle stirring his brain. Every time it appeared, there would be a sharp pain in his head, causing him to quickly cover his head. This had never happened before, and he did not know why it was happening. "Young Master Yun," a crisp voice called out to him, causing his dazed mind to regain some clarity. He slowly raised his head, only to see Xueqing looking at him worriedly. Mei Mao seemed to feel sorry for him. She gently raised her hand, and her pure, white sleeve gently wiped his face. He did not know when, but his face was stained with tears. "Nuoxing, pull yourself together." Murong Xuega also patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder vigorously. Her lips moved slightly, and a wisp of voice with some magic rushed into his mind. The almost annihilated clear light finally solidified, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Seeing that Xueqing's sleeve was still stuck to her face, her handsome face couldn't help but turn red, and she quickly asked, "Little Mountain's Saint Spell formation will evoke the deepest and most important memories in one's heart. Don't get lost in it. Don't chase after it." Xueqing said softly. Hearing this slightly strange effect, Yun Nuoxing seemed to be in a difficult position. Compared to other people, his memories were pitifully few, but in those shallow memories, there were quite a few that he wanted to imprint into his soul. Many of those scenes were his existence to this day, and even the reason for his existence. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I keep having the feeling that these things were left behind for me." "TSK, don't be so narcissistic." The two rolled their eyes and didn't give him any face. They teased, "Why don't you say that the owner of Ju Yuan Pavilion is looking for you?" "Maybe it's true?" Yun Nuoxing smiled mysteriously, which stunned both of them. He waved his hand and said, "I'm just joking, but there's something that I agree with. If you think something will happen, then it's more likely to happen. The things in my memories are quite unforgettable. If I ever get lost in my memories, can I trouble the two of you to help me?" Yun Nuoxing threw a flirtatious glance at Xueqing and said in a seemingly casual and self-deprecating manner. Seeing his mysterious look, Xueqing and Murong Xuegu were stunned for a moment, but they didn't think too much about it. They smiled and said, "Okay, just don't drag us down when the time comes." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and continued walking towards the top of the mountain. Xueqing and Murong Xuegu followed closely behind. The steep mountain path circled around the 100-feet-tall mountain for God knows how many times. Finally, after turning a corner, they saw a stone staircase that led to a small pavilion at the top of the mountain. Only then did the three of them let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had reached the top. Enduring the pressure and having the array prying into their memories, this journey was as long as ascending to the heavens. "I definitely won't come here next time." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly in her heart. She turned around and looked at the place that protruded out of the mountain wall. It was shrouded in mist. At a glance, she couldn't see how deep it was. It was as if she was high up in the sky, like a paradise on earth. She turned her gaze slightly and looked ahead. At the top of the 9-step stone staircase, there was a small pavilion that was emitting a gentle red light. Who knew how many days it had been exposed to the sun and wind, but it seemed to have never changed. Faintly, a mysterious wave spread out from it. It seemed ethereal and untouchable, but it tugged at Yun Nuoxing's heartstrings. The frozen ancient well was showing signs of thawing. Sensing the subtle changes in her state of mind, Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. Xianin said that he was a blockhead, and Yuyin said that he didn't know how to flirt. Only he knew that his heart was an eternally frozen ancient well. It wouldn't have any ripples or movements. However, just by approaching the Ju Yuan Pavilion, his state of mind was showing signs of thawing, throbbing. He was startled by this sudden movement. This state of mind wasn't deliberately shaped by him. It seemed to be his nature, as if he was born this way. However, no matter what, this was his state of mind. The sudden change scared him so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Forget it. In this world, only I can affect myself. However, it only fluctuated for a moment before it cooled down. Yun Nuoxing couldn't be bothered with it. She muttered in her heart and ignored it. Why are there 9 steps? Yun Nuoxing was a little confused when she saw that there were only 9 steps that stopped her from reaching the Ju Yuan Pavilion. Wasn't this journey too simple? Was it just a little pressure and a little prying. However, this thought disappeared in a flash. If it was so simple, it wouldn't have become a legend, and Xueqing wouldn't have said within 100 years. Obviously, there was something strange about the last 9 steps. The 9 steps symbolize the heavens. There are 9 levels in the heavens, and each level is a level. This is a master's interpretation of the 9 steps. It is also said that these 9 steps represent the 9 kinds of tribulations in the world. If you want to reach the Ju Yuan Pavilion, you have to walk through these 9 steps. Of course, you have to walk on air. Xueqing said with a smile. She even winked at Yun Nuoxing in the end. Her mischievous look made Yun Nuoxing shudder. "It will bounce off, right?" she asked weakly. Yun Nuoxing glanced at Morong Xuega. The latter's face darkened, and she smiled bitterly. Why was she looking at him? Wasn't it just bounced off once? Did she have to remember it so clearly? Yes. Xueqing smiled sweetly. Her beautiful face was very gentle, and it warmed his heart. "I'm handsome. I'll go first." Yun Nuoxing had just taken a step forward when Morong Xuega raised her eyebrows and pulled him over. She walked forward with a beautiful smile on her devilishly handsome face. The former really wanted to slap her, but he nodded and didn't stop her. "Be careful. This 9 levels celestial stairway is even more powerful than the hundreds of saint spell formations below." Xueqing, who had experienced it before, quickly reminded her. Morong Xuega also looked solemn and nodded. She looked at the first step in front of her, gently lifted her foot, and slowly descended. Buzz. A sharp buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the void. Not only did Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 hear it, but even the people who were cultivating by the lakeside of the Jushin Lake clearly heard the piercing sound. Everyone seemed to have tinnitus and covered their ears in pain. "What's going on?" Yun Nuoxing's face was filled with pain as he covered his ears with all his might and grimaced in pain. Beside him, Xueqing was also covering her ears in pain. She turned her beautiful eyes and saw that the light from the gathering fate pavilion had suddenly become brighter. It was as eye-catching as the sun in the thick fog. Buzz. On Morong Xuega's side, the 9 steps suddenly lit up with a bright golden light. It was very dazzling, and for a moment it actually overshadowed the light of the Juyuan Pavilion. A golden light suddenly rushed out from the first stone step along the soles of his feet, and rushed to his head like lightning. The 3 of them were shocked. The light element in Yun Nuoxing's body also broke out, but before he could move Morong Xuega away, the golden light suddenly rushed to his head. Bang! In the depths of his mind, a golden light suddenly bloomed, and a low explosion sound burst out, which made his eardrums hurt. Under this explosion, Morong Xuega's consciousness was directly blasted into a daze. Her eyes were filled with golden light, and her mind was full of chaos. Her body fell down weakly, and Yun Nuoxing quickly rushed over to catch her. This strange state lasted for quite a long time, and then gradually improved. When Morong Xuega's consciousness was restored, the pain in her head had gradually weakened. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yun Nuoxing and Xueqing looking at her anxiously. Their mouths were still opening and closing as if they were calling her name. "Xuega!" A voice that contained the power of the soul directly penetrated Morong Xuega's soul. Yun Nuoxing shouted. When he saw her slowly opening her eyes, he also heaved a sigh of relief and helped her sit up. "Are you okay?" "Ah, there are so many stars swaying in front of my eyes. There's so much fog in front of my eyes. Could it be that I've come to heaven?" Morong Xuega smiled foolishly. "Heaven your head." Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and knocked her head. The rejection of the 9-step stairway this time is really strong. "Young Master Yun, why don't you not go?" Seeing Murong Shuega's appearance, Shueqing looked at Yun Nuoxing with a worried frown. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing raised his head, and his playful heart was aroused. Looking at the worry on her pretty face, he couldn't help but tease. "Are you worried about me?" Shueqing's pretty face blushed, and she rolled her eyes at him. Just when she was about to say something, she saw the clarity in his black eyes and that bright and clean smile, which didn't make her feel any repulsion in her heart. Only then did she remember that when they first met at the Serene Flame Pavilion, it was also when she saw Yun Nuoxing's delicate and powerless look. That was the first time she mustered up the courage to talk to a stranger. Later on, she saw the clarity in his eyes, which was completely different from how others looked at her. Although he seemed to like teasing her, she didn't see his gaze change. "Shuega, I'll leave it to you. I'll also go and see what's so amazing about this so-called 9-step stairway." Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Yun Nuoxing pursed his lips, then stood up and waved his hand, causing his windbreaker to flutter. He took a deep breath, and his gaze suddenly became fierce. Then, he suddenly stepped on the first step. Shueqing also stared at Yun Nuoxing's foot. However, just as the two of them were waiting for something to happen, the surroundings were silent. The light in the Juyuan Pavilion was still resplendent, and the 9-step stairway was still suffused with golden light. There wasn't a single sound, nor was there any change. Yun Nuoxing and Shueqing were both stunned. The former was even a little dumbfounded. He was already mentally prepared to welcome all kinds of impacts and pressures, but nothing happened. It was as if he had punched cotton, which made him feel rather depressed. Moreover, even the pressure of the Saint Technique array had disappeared. Could it be? Then, a thought was born in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. Driven by this thought, Yun Nuoxing's body trembled, and he actually continued to raise his foot, stepping onto the second step. Thump, thump, thump. Yun Nuoxing continuously stepped on the steps that represented the 9-step stairway, and in a spurt of energy, he suddenly rushed to the position of the 8-step stairway. Looking at the last step, he took a deep breath, while Shueqing and Mei Mao were a little stunned. He reached the top. Previously, when she had just reached the first step stairway, she was also sent flying by a huge force. Yun Nuoxing didn't know this, and he only felt that it was very strange. Shueqing had just said that the probing power of the 9-step stairway was stronger than the Saint Technique array below, but when he came up, he didn't feel any probing power. It was as if he was walking on flat ground, and it was no different from walking on an ordinary stairway. Looking at the last step, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. Just as he was about to step on it, his body suddenly paused, and he abruptly looked up. A look of horror and fear flashed across his eyes. There was no movement in the quiet Juyuan Pavilion, and only a scarlet light quietly bloomed. In the Juyuan Pavilion, there was a stone table and 2 stone stools. On the stone table, there was a chessboard, and on each side of the chessboard, there was a chess box. The chess pieces of the 2 colors looked as smooth as jade. What shocked Yun Nuoxing wasn't the chessboard, but the figure sitting on the stone stools. Her entire body was wrapped in a soft and slightly bright light, and upon closer inspection, it was a slender figure. She sat there like a statue, motionless. Her long black hair fluttered gently, and it was extremely smooth. It floated with the wind and curled on the ground like a blooming flower. "There's someone here?" Yun Nuoxing turned pale with fright. When he walked up, he didn't see anyone here. Moreover, that person seemed to be a woman, and a holy aura flowed around her, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. However, she gave him an unusually cold pressure, as if the person in front of him wasn't a saintess, but a great demon. Chapter 119. In the ancient pavilion, the scarlet light slowly faded as Yun Nuoxing stepped onto it. What replaced It was a gentle azure light. The sudden change stunned Xueqing. Although she had never been to the Ju Yuan Pavilion before, she had heard of the things that happened to the people who had been to the Ju Yuan Pavilion. The Ju Yuan Pavilion had never undergone such a change before. The changes in the Ju Yuan Pavilion were also noticed by the people by the lakeside. They had been interrupted by the shriek earlier, so everyone could see the changes at the top of the mountain. Could it be that someone has climbed up the Ju Yuan Pavilion? Almost everyone had the same thought. They immediately scanned their surroundings, trying to find out who had disappeared. It should be the people who had climbed up the Ju Yuan Pavilion. Bang! A low and deep, muffled sound attracted everyone's attention. When they turned their gazes, they saw a few human figures flying out from the mahogany corridor. This caused the crowd to be surprised. Someone hurriedly walked out and helped those people up. After that, he muttered something. Soon after, that person raised his head. His eyes were filled with surprise. What happened? Someone asked impatiently. My junior brother said that there were 3 people in front of the Ju Yuan Pavilion. However, when they saw someone climb up the Ju Yuan Pavilion, they were ejected by the Saint Technique array. That person frowned and said, truthfully, someone really climbed up. Although they had guessed earlier, they could not help but gasp in shock when they heard the news. Did you see what that person looked like? Someone asked anxiously. Hearing this, the people who were ejected shook their heads. They had only seen 3 blurry figures at the top of the mountain. They did not notice anything else. So we can't go up now. Everyone sighed. It was a pity that they could not see the person who had climbed up the Ju Yuan Pavilion. Jin Jinwang stood in front of the mahogany corridor and gently pressed his palm forward. After a while, he touched a transparent object. It was very hard. When he pressed hard, he could see the space rippling like water. Jin Jinwang sighed, turned around, and said slowly, "It's a restrictive spell. Now we can't enter the heart-gathering lake, and the 3 people inside can't come out. We can only wait." Hearing him say so, everyone could only suppress the anxiety in their hearts. They all stretched their necks, wanting to see through the dense fog and see the face of that person. At the same time, in front of the Ju Yuan Pavilion, Yun Nuoxing looked at the person sitting on the stone bench, who gave him a sense of holiness. However, there was uncontrollable fear in his eyes. Only when he was there would he know that this was not a saint, but a demon king with a cold aura. That soul-stirring cold aura was incompatible with his appearance. At that moment, the woman sitting in the Ju Yuan Pavilion seemed to have sensed something. Her hair trembled slightly. Then she turned her head slightly to let Yun Nuoxing see her face. It was breathtakingly beautiful, ethereal, indifferent. These 2 words appeared in Yun Nuoxing's mind. This was his first impression of her. It was completely different from her aura. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing forced himself to calm down. He gathered his courage and looked straight at the pair of rainbow-colored gem-like eyes. However, with this look, he felt a great pressure penetrating the space and pouring into his mind. It was like an impact, causing him to jerk his head back. It was as if he had been pierced by thousands of arrows. Large droplets of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his chest rose and fell rapidly. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed clearly in the Ju Yuan Pavilion. Yun Nuoxing quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at that pair of beautiful eyes again. His heart was beating fast. Damn it, he had never heard of such a powerful person in the Ju Yuan Pavilion. This look almost scared him out of his wits. Junior Yun Nuoxing has no intention of stepping into this place. If I have disturbed you in any way, I hope that Senior will forgive me. Yun Nuoxing clasped his hands together towards the figure and respectfully said, after which he moved his feet and slowly retreated. The feeling that this person gave him was too strange. Two conflicting auras caused him to have no choice but to be cautious. "Play chess with me." Just as Yun Nuoxing retreated, a gentle but emotionless voice of nature rang in his ears. It seemed to have a hint of coquettishness. However, no matter what this voice was, as soon as he heard it, his vision blurred. When he regained his senses, he realized that he was already sitting on a stone bench. Clouds and mist lingered around him. It was like a fairyland. The 9-step stairway was gone. As if he was really at the top of a mountain, Yun Nuoxing had already experienced such a thing twice. However, it still made him feel a chill in his heart. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and encouraged himself in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he finally lifted his gaze slightly. On the stone bench across from him, the ethereal and ice-cold woman was slowly pouring tea. There were 2 exquisite cups in front of her. There was no strong pressure, but it made Yun Nuoxing feel anxious. However, since he had come and seen, Yun Nuoxing naturally relaxed and quickly restrained his emotions. The other party's strength was too terrifying. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. It was also because of this that he was not worried that the other party would do anything to him. After all, the other party had such strength that she could kill him with a casual wave of her hand. He could not even draw out his Linghong sword. It would be boring to play these meaningless tricks. Moreover, didn't she call for a game of chess? After being stunned for a moment, Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and saw a cup of tea quietly placed in front of him. The woman gently held the teacup with both hands. Mei Mao's eyes were slightly closed, and she seemed to be tasting it carefully. Yun Nuoxing also imitated her. He slowly lifted the teacup and took a light sniff. He did not know what kind of tea this was. Just a light sniff had a magical power that seemed to make him put down all his emotions and return to his original state. Clack! The sound of a chess piece gently touching the chessboard made Yun Nuoxing come back to his senses. He lowered his head and saw the woman gently press a chess piece with her white, crystal-like hand. Then she placed her hand on the chess box and gently moved it. Her eyelids were slightly lowered, and she kept looking at him. She did not say a word, but her eyes seemed to be telling him something. Was it really a game of chess? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He carefully raised his head and looked at the woman. At this moment, when he looked at her, there was no longer the impact from the first time. Their eyes looked at each other in the void, and there was only peace. That pair of crystal-like, gem-like eyes was like an ancient pool, unfathomable. After a long while, Yun Nuoxing was the first to be unable to bear this kind of gaze. His handsome face turned slightly red, and he hurriedly averted his gaze. His fingers picked up a black chess piece and gently placed it down. It was said that playing chess was like carving an array, requiring one to be completely focused. The two of them did not speak. Yun Nuoxing was completely focused on the chessboard, to the point that he had even unconsciously opened his evil spirit eye. On the other hand, the girl was constantly looking at him, her eyes never once looking at the chessboard, only her jade-like hand. After every move Yun Nuoxing made, would pick up a chess piece and follow up. In the small pavilion, only the crisp, ticking sound of the chess pieces landing on the chessboard could be heard. Outside the gazebo, Xueqing watched as Yun Nuoxing stepped into the Jiyuan pavilion. In an instant, the place was covered by energy mist. Faintly, there was a restrictive force rising from the 9 heavenly steps, preventing people from entering. She reached out and pressed a few times on the space around the 9 heavenly steps. As expected, she touched the barrier. She could only helplessly retreat. Morong Xuega also sighed. What do we do? Xueqing turned around and asked Morong Xuega with a frown. What do we do? What can we do? Hearing this, Morong Shuega sighed and smiled bitterly. This hill is now filled with restrictive force. We can't enter or leave. We've already walked through the other 7 passages. It's useless. We can't see the outside, and the outside can't see the inside. Xueqing nodded helplessly. Mei Mao looked at the Juyuan pavilion in confusion. She came back to the Juyuan pavilion every year, but she had never seen such an abnormal phenomenon. It was different from what was recorded in the rumors. In the past, there were people who went up to the Juyuan pavilion, but there was no such reaction. Then let us witness a miracle. Thinking of what Yun Nuoxing said, casually, Xueqing and Morong Shuega smiled bitterly. It's really as that guy said, they had witnessed a miracle, but what was going on now? They couldn't see what was happening in the Juyuan pavilion. Now, they couldn't even go down the mountain. Since we're standing, I'll go take a look. Fairy Shui, you stay here. After smiling bitterly for a while, Morong Shuega waved his hand and turned around. He walked down the path he came from and said softly. Xueqing nodded and watched him disappear from her sight. Then she looked at the Juyuan pavilion and sat cross-legged on the ground. After watching for a long time, Mei Mao slowly closed her eyes. In the Juyuan pavilion, Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched wildly. Looking at the white chess pieces that occupied more than half of the board, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. What the hell? Every time he made a move, the woman would immediately follow up without hesitation. Moreover, she didn't even look at the chessboard. He could feel that her gaze was always focused on him, but he was very focused, so he didn't pay any attention to it. His face twitching, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the woman. The latter was still staring at him, but she held the teacup and took a sip of tea. He looked around. This place didn't seem to be in the Juyuan mountain villa. The fog dissipated, and he could see the mountain peak in the distance. It didn't seem to be in Yuyan City either. The mountain peak they were on seemed to be the highest in this mountain range. He could still see the sun when he looked up. At this time, outside the pavilion, there was a mountain path. Where are we? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but look at the woman and asked curiously. Thousand Dragon Mountain, Dragon Head Peak. The moment he finished speaking, she immediately answered, which shocked Yun Nuoxing. Thousand Dragon Mountain? Yun Nuoxing scratched his head, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, it wasn't the Juyuan mountain villa. However, he had never heard of this place and didn't know where it was. Let's play chess. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to ask a few more questions, the woman knocked on the stone table. The chessboard in front of her suddenly changed to another chessboard. Her cherry lips lightly spat out 2 words, causing Yun Nuoxing to almost fall off his chair. Black lines appeared on his forehead as he looked at the chessboard. Again, play chess with me. Yun Nuoxing's face was bitter. Just when he was about to say something, the woman said those words. Her gentle tone carried an undeniable tone, which made his face even more bitter. Moreover, she even took the first step. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only agree. In the pavilion, the crisp ticking sound rang out again. Chapter 120. In the blink of an eye, it was nighttime in the Juyuan mountain villa. However, the Juyuan mountain villa at night was much livelier than during the day. The tranquility of the Juyuan mountain villa had completely disappeared. The news that someone had ascended the Gathering Fate Pavilion had spread throughout the entire Yuyan city in just one afternoon. The people who had come here were all experts who had traveled thousands of miles. The energy feast had long since dissipated. The underground dragon vein had entered a dormant state, like a sleeping lion, waiting for the next time to awaken. The dissipation of the energy fog allowed the crowd to see the situation on the Juyuan lake clearly. However, the crowd frowned. a huge Saint Spell array had enveloped the entire Juyuan Lake, and it had isolated the energy from prying. The situation inside was also blocked by a layer of energy. The entire Juyuan Lake was somewhat mysterious. During this period, many people had tried to break the array. However, the Saint Spell array was countless times more powerful than ordinary arrays. Illegal array grandmasters could not set it up. Its power was also quite frightening. Therefore, those who had tried to break the array were now lying on the ground, groaning in pain. You can't enter or leave the Juyuan Lake at this time. Otherwise, the 3 people inside would have already come out. Perhaps something has happened inside. Now, let's wait patiently. The Saint Spell array, especially this one, can only be broken by high-level gods. We can only wait until the people inside are done. Jin Jinwang sighed and said slowly when he saw that some people were unwilling to give up and wanted to break the array. Hearing his words, the crowd could only leave resentfully. It seemed that the words of the 9 Divine Temple were very effective. They could persuade many experts to leave with just one sentence. After the energy feast had ended, many people left. The remaining people wanted to see the 3 people who had ascended the Juyuan Pavilion. Jin Jinwang and the others were among them. However, looking at Yao Hua and the others, their mouths were wide open. It seemed that they were not interested in this. Divine King, why don't we go back first? It has nothing to do with us who has ascended the Juyuan Pavilion. Yao Hua could not help but say, after a long yawn. Yes, yes. The other 8 nodded. There's no hurry. I also want to see who was able to ascend to the Gathering Fate Pavilion. Furthermore, Jin Jinwang paused as his gaze swept across the Gathering Heart Lake once again. After looking around, he said, Furthermore, those 3 little fellows have disappeared. Yao Hua and the others did a double take. When they heard that, Yao Hua frowned and mumbled, Perhaps the snow fairy and the others went somewhere else to cultivate, or perhaps they left after cultivating, or, anyway, why are you so sure that the 3 of them went up, Divine King? Why? It's just intuition. Jin Wang shrugged, causing Thunder God King, Yao Hua, and the others to roll their eyes. Intuition my ass. The Golden God King laughed loudly. There was a secret in the Juyuan Pavilion that no one knew about. He was not the only one who was curious. At least 10% of the people who stayed behind to wait were those who knew some secrets. Of course, this included him. But just when everyone was waiting in boredom, a large amount of black energy suddenly rose up from the void, startling everyone. In the sky, there were black ashes that fell from the sky like rain, fluttering in the wind. Their line of sight was filled with black ashes that fell on the ground and merged with the earth. Then, strands of black lines quietly wriggled on the ground. What's that? Casually grabbing a piece of burnt ash in his hand, Jin Jinwang took a closer look and frowned. He looked at Thunder God King with a serious expression. Coincidentally, the latter also frowned and looked at Jin Jinwang. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. The same scene also appeared in Yuyan City. Countless ashes and paper ashes were floating in the sky above the entire city. In the void, streaks of black energy appeared in the form of thin clouds and condensed into a thin ball. The silent Yuyan City was slightly livened up because of the rain of ashes. A series of puzzled voices rang out from every corner of the city. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, not knowing where the ashes came from. God King? Yao Hua saw the 3 God Kings frowning and couldn't help but be startled. He quickly asked. Jin Jinwang raised his head to look at the sky. In the horizon, the full moon was exceptionally bright. The azure moonlight shone on the hundreds of millions of black ashes. Lowering his head, he saw the black lines that lit up when the ashes fell on the ground. Horror uncontrollably emerged from his heart. Go, go, leave the Juyuan Mountain Manor. Leave the Yuyan City. The sudden roar startled everyone. They all looked at Jin Jinwang in astonishment. However, they saw him waving his hand and grabbing Yao Hua and the others. His figure shot out of the Juyuan Mountain Manor at lightning speed. Thunder God King and Fire God King also rushed out. They didn't even have the time to ask why. This won't do. If you guys leave, the game won't be fun anymore, before Jin Jinwang and the others could rush out of the Juyuan Mountain Manor. A charming laughter suddenly descended from the sky, causing everyone's heart to jump. Yao Hua, release the light element to the limit. Take everyone and run. Get out of the city. Quick. The Metal God King suddenly roared and grabbed everyone with his palm. The Thunder God King also roared, and the surrounding space crackled. Thick lightning bolts were like raging dragons. Together with the metal and fire elements, they suddenly went berserk. Although Yao Hua didn't understand what was going on, he had been reprimanded by Jin Jinwang and the others. Basically, before he could finish his sentence, he already made a move. A shout came from his throat. His hand seals changed at lightning speed. The light element suddenly broke out from his body. The dense light illuminated his entire body in a brilliant white color. He was like a brilliant sun, illuminating half of the Yuyan city. Bright light passage. Yao Hua's hand seals suddenly stopped. He roared and pressed his hands on the ground. A brilliant golden passage suddenly took shape, facing the outside of Yuyan city. Just as the passage took shape, Yao Hua and the others suddenly rushed out of the city like a ray of light. In that instant, they actually reached the speed of light. Roar! At the same time, Jin Jinwang and the other two roared. The energy within their bodies crazily burned. The elemental energy condensed as if it didn't cost money. Following the three of them, they suddenly rushed into the sky. Kill! An earth-shattering roar, carrying the terrifying energy of the three elements, rushed into the sky, burning the dark energy floating in the air. Even the ashes dissipated a lot. Hee. Interesting guys. In the sky, that charming laughter came again. Shortly after, everyone saw the black energy in the surrounding space boiling like hot water. Under the ground, black energy lines rapidly moved, sealing off the entire Yuyan city in an instant. Dark corrosion. Following a charming roar, the entire sky was suddenly dyed pitch black. Black energy lines appeared in the air, spanning across the entire Yuyan city. In front of everyone's eyes, they formed an inverted energy barrier, sealing off the entire Yuyan city. Just as the black energy barrier was formed, Yao Hua and the rest, who had leapt out of Yuyan city at light speed, arrived at the walls of Yuyan city in an instant. They were just an instant away from charging out. However, the energy barrier that descended from the sky forcefully blocked them. Moreover, the light tunnel had also been cut off. Bang! Damn! Ouch! Pooh! The bright light passage was forcibly cut off. Yao Hua and the others were forced to retreat at the speed of light. Then, without any time to react, they crashed into the energy barrier. Instantly, 9 sorrowful cries rang out, scaring the soldiers on the city walls. Boom! At the same time, Jin Jinwang and the other two carried a vast amount of energy and attacked the pitch-black energy barrier. 3 bursts of energy suddenly exploded. A terrifying energy storm swept down from the sky, causing everyone in the city to hurriedly lie down, afraid that the energy storm would fall on their heads. The all-out attack of 3 divine underworld experts was no small matter. In just a short moment, the energy storm dissipated. Jin Jinwang and the other two appeared. Looking at the black ceiling in front of them, they sucked in a breath of cold air. There's no reaction at all. TSK. The three's faces turned pale. They looked at the sealed sky, and then at Yao Hua's side. They were also unable to escape. Thunder God King clicked his tongue. This time, it was no longer fun, so naughty. In the sky, that charming laughter suddenly rang out, causing Jin Wang and the other two's hearts to tremble. Then, a formless energy descended from the sky, penetrating through space and directly attacking the three. The surrounding space could not bear the burden and collapsed. Retreat! The formless ripple suddenly descended. Feeling the majestic energy, all the hair on Jin Wang's body suddenly stood up. His pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His body rapidly retreated in an instant. At the same time, metal elements continuously surged out from his body, wrapping around the three. Faintly, the golden metal elements showed signs of evolving into dark gold. The lightning on Thunder God King's body also crazily surged, bringing the three of them and suddenly retreating from the sky. However, although the three of them retreated quickly, the energy ripple was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it came smashing down from the sky in all directions, smashing towards Yuyan City like a heavenly curtain. Jin Wang and the other twos were the first to bear the brunt of the energy ripple. Two elements instantly dimmed as they were ruthlessly struck. This caused the three's faces to turn pale. The blood within their bodies churned, and they could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a blood mist and spread out. Bang! Their bodies flew backwards like kites with their strings cut. They directly fell from the sky and violently smashed into Yuyan City. Many buildings along the way were shaken into ruins. After injuring Jin Wang and the other two, that energy suddenly turned into a strong wind that swept across Yuyan City, blowing everyone around. The pressure caused everyone to be unable to breathe. After the storm, countless pairs of eyes were stunned as they looked at the newly formed ruins, after which their gazes turned towards the energy barrier in the sky. A chill involuntarily spread from their hearts. Bang! The ruins suddenly exploded. Jin Wang and the other two once again charged into the air. However, they did not dare to fly too high this time around, afraid that the previous attack would land on their heads again. From the looks of their tattered clothes, they had actually suffered a small loss. Jin Wang and the other two suffered a loss right from the start. The entire city was silent. Everyone looked at the three miserable figures in the sky. Soon after, they felt like their scalps were about to explode. The dignified divine kings of the Golden Divine Palace, experts who had been famous in the divine world for a long time. This time, when the three of them joined forces, they were at a disadvantage without even seeing the enemy. While everyone was still in shock, the sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded in the sky. Soon after, many figures appeared. Seeing the scene before them, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. What's going on? The beautiful woman of the Divine Wood Palace also appeared. Soon after, she flew towards Jin Wang and the other two. Seeing the three's miserable appearance, she was a little astonished. She hurriedly mobilized the wood element and poured it into the three's bodies. What else could have happened? They went to receive their guests. Feeling the energy in his body gradually calming down, Jin Wang bitterly smiled. Looking at the sealed Yuyan City, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect them to still exist. Divine King." In the distance, a golden light appeared intermittently. The gold Divine King turned his gaze and saw Yao Hua and the others flying over from afar. Their bodies were covered in blood, and the wounds on their bodies were different. Judging from their chaotic auras, they seemed to be seriously injured. They were forcefully pushed out at the speed of light. Now that they had crashed into something, the impact was something that even a demigod could not withstand. It was already good that they did not die from the crash. What happened to you guys? The beautiful woman was also shocked. She hurriedly helped the 9 people settle down. An endless stream of wood elemental energy gushed out and gently entered the bodies of Yao Hua and the others. Soon after, the wounds and bruises on their bodies gradually healed and disappeared. Even their auras slowly recovered. Yao Hua and the others bitterly smiled and shook their heads. They could not possibly say that they had crashed into something using the light element, right? Divine King, what is this? I have never seen a black array before. At this time, Shui Xia weakly propped herself up. She even managed to gather some energy and quickly asked. Her curious look made the beautiful woman smile bitterly. What kind of situation was this? It would not be too late to ask after treating her injuries. In the past, in the divine world, there was a mysterious shrine. It was immortal and had an ancient inheritance. Its terrifying strength made all the major forces tremble. It was said that they had even killed God Emperor level powerhouses. The disciples of this shrine are all exceptionally talented. They all possess unique or strange abilities. Furthermore, those disciples all have very bleak backgrounds. It could be said that they are the type of people who do not have any attachments in this world. And this dark array is a unique array of that shrine. It is a unique array in the divine world. It is an unrestrained existence that can act as it pleases. Occasionally, it will lead people facing the abyss. Occasionally, it will eliminate people who are hunted, and occasionally it will guide talented people. Abyss Shrine. Thinking of this introduction in the ancient books, Yao Hua suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The most mysterious shrine in the divine world, a terrifying existence that had once caused a storm of blood in the divine world. In the ancient times, it was destroyed by many forces. Now that it had been dormant for many years, was it going to rise again? Chapter 121. Even if they are from the Abyss Temple, what does that have to do with us? Yao Hua asked hurriedly, seeing the 3 divine kings attacking the sky and blocking them from leaving the city. He subconsciously thought that the people from the Abyss Temple were here for them. How would I know? We're not even sure if they're here for us. Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes and said, The Abyss Temple has always done whatever they want. This time, they are probably here for the purple night flame. However, just as he finished speaking, he frowned. If they were here for the purple night flame, it would not be too late to come out at that time. Moreover, there was no need to seal off the entire Yuan city, right? Could it be that they wanted to take the initiative? While they were thinking, the sky above Yuan city was filled with experts. This time, they were targeting the entire Yuan city. At this time, many experts in Yuan city were no longer alone. Even on the platform floating in the air, many figures appeared. Vast auras circulated quietly, and there was a faint pressure of divinity descending from the sky. It seemed that they were also divine realm experts. May I know who you are, and what business do you have in my Yuan city? On the platform, an old man clasped his hands and cupped them towards the sky. A roar that contained an aura swept out like a storm. In just a moment, it spread throughout the entire city, startling everyone. They knew that the expert from the Yuan Pavilion had spoken. Wow, so many people. In the sky, a slightly childish laughter rang out again, causing everyone to quickly raise their heads. However, there was no one in the sky. Let's play a game. In the sky, the clear voice rang out again. Then, everyone saw a huge symbol slowly appear in the sky above Yuan City, enveloping the entire city. Everyone could see it clearly. The word Sin shining with a pitch-black light, was cut into 4 parts by 2 cross-shaped light scars. In the dark Yuyan city, the flickering light was like a black flame. Sin, cut into 4 parts by 2 slashes? What does that mean? Yao Hua raised his head and looked at the huge symbol. He scratched his head in confusion. This is the mark of the Abyss Temple, representing their ideals. Jin Jinwang murmured. Then he stretched out his hand and condensed the gold element at his fingertips. He slowly wrote the word, Sin, in front of him. Then he cut it in the middle and then cut it horizontally. The word, Sin, slowly separated into 4 parts, forming the huge mark in the sky. Turn the incomparably powerful force into a blade and slash apart the sin of the world. The Abyss Shrine has always done whatever they want without fear. This time, they sealed off Yuyan City. I'm afraid it's the same as issuing a challenge to everyone in Yuyan City. The golden imprint emitted a gentle and cold light. The gold God King's words made everyone fall silent. Look, the mark in the sky is changing. The sudden shout caused Jin Jinwang and the others to hurriedly raise their heads. They saw that in the middle of the word, Sin, a few lines of large words had appeared. Everyone's eyes widened as they hurriedly looked over. Game rules. The contestants are all the players here. The Abyss Shrine's victory condition. Kill all the contestants. The Yuyan City's victory condition. Destroy the fake team, expose the real team, or defeat the Abyss Shrine. When everyone silently read out these words, the entire Yuyan City was silent for a while. Then, earth-shattering screams of panic suddenly rang out. Some people even flew towards the city gate in fear. In their eyes, the experts who could instantly kill Jin Jinwang, and the other 2 had issued such a rule to them. It was undoubtedly a death sentence. The Abyss Shrine. Such a shrine still exists in the realm of the gods. Looking at the fleeing crowd below, Jin Jinwang let out a long sigh and muttered, "Looks like it's the Abyss Shrine without a doubt. I don't know if this is to create momentum for their comeback or something else. Destroy the hypocritical organization and expose the true organization." Thunder God King raised his head and looked at the rules of the game in the sky. He stomped his feet in frustration and said angrily, "Damn it, I'm really not good at these things. Littling, do you know what this means?" The Mei Mao was stunned. Seeing him staring at her, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. A trace of doubt also flashed through her pale green eyes. She repeated the rules in a whisper, then sighed and shook her head, saying, "I'm not too sure either." The literal meaning is that out of the thousands of forces in Yuyan City, one of them might be fake. Is that what it means? After saying that, she looked at Jin Jinwang. He also nodded. After a rough understanding, that was what it meant. But what did it mean to expose the real team? As for the second victory condition, I feel that with our sealed strength, we can't defeat them. Most of the gods in Yuyan City are only god kings, god emperors, and supreme gods. I don't know if there are any hidden experts here. Fire God King sighed. A trace of irritation flashed through the depths of his fiery red eyes, but there was no change on his face. Yes, and we can inform the 9 god temples. This forbidden array has completely cut off the connection between Yuyan City and the outside world. The energy of heaven and earth cannot be communicated with the outside world. Sooner or later, it will be exhausted. In this dark city, I don't know how long other than us gods can last. Jin Jinwang said in a serious voice. Boom. The sudden explosion and dazzling flames exploded in the sky above Yuyan City. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads and saw that the floating platform of the Yuyan Pavilion had suddenly turned into a huge sea of fire. The terrifying flames frantically spread, and the high temperature caused the crowd below to break out in cold sweat. Looks like the game has already begun. Jin Jinwang took a deep breath and looked at Thunder God King and Fire God King. He nodded, and his body turned into a golden light and rushed toward the sea of fire like lightning. I'll leave the little guy to you. We'll go and meet the important guests. Thunder God King said to the beautiful woman in a deep voice. Then he and Fire God King looked at each other and followed Jin Jinwang. Looking at the three figures flying out one after another, the beautiful woman was a little worried. She couldn't help but clench her delicate hands and muttered to herself, "3 old urchins. Now that their strength has been sealed, it's not the time to be stubborn." However, she also knew that if they didn't go, the battle power of all the players in Yuyan City on their side would be greatly reduced. Yuyan Pavilion, get into formation. A loud shout came from the sea of fire. The sound of wind breaking could be heard from the sea of fire. Then, the sea of fire suddenly split open, and dozens of figures shot out from it. However, no matter how one looked at it, they looked like they had been slapped out. Although I don't know why you are targeting Yuyan City, this old man will accept your game. A purple-clothed young man hurriedly stabilized his body within the sea of fire. There were dozens of wounds on his body, and they were all charred by the high temperature. Not even blood flowed out. Get into formation. The young man roared furiously. Both of his hands formed hand seals with lightning-like speed. The dozens of figures around him also hurriedly stabilized their bodies. Within a couple of flashes, they appeared beside the young man and stood in an orderly manner, forming an extremely mysterious formation. At the same time, their hands continuously danced. The young man was at the center of the large formation. Ha! Bursts of low roars continuously came from the mouths of the disciples of the Yuyan Pavilion. Immediately after, waves of fiery red energy gushed out from the top of their heads. As the fire element surged, even the space around them started to slightly distort. Countless amounts of fiery energy rose into the air and finally gathered in the sky, lingering around the young man. At this moment, his eyes were wide open in anger. The hand seals that he had paused in suddenly changed rapidly again, creating dazzling afterimages. Netherworld, heavenly fire formation, blood sacrifice, karmic fire. The young man's fingernails scratched his wrist. Dark red blood spurted out and fused into the dense flames. He opened his mouth, and an abnormally majestic red flame shot out. Finally, it gathered with the other flames and quickly wriggled. A blood-red lotus that was hundreds of meters long slowly appeared in the sky. This red lotus was extremely large, and there were countless black threads on its surface. At the center of the huge lotus, a cold blood-red light flickered. A dark red spark slowly rose. As soon as the spark appeared, the surrounding sea of fire was immediately extinguished like mice that had seen a cat. Fake, red lotus karmic fire. Feeling the deterrence that was about to incinerate all life, Jin Jinwang and the other two, who had rushed over at top speed, suddenly gasped. Even they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Although they were still far away, they felt that they would be incinerated in the next second. As soon as the huge blood-red lotus appeared, the young man and all the disciples of the Yuyan Pavilion turned pale. Even the hair of some of the disciples turned white. Even their skin became much drier at this moment. The sea of fire gradually dissipated. On the platform, there were 5 people standing casually. They did not release any aura, but they made everyone tremble with fear. Are they the contestants from the Abyss Temple? There are only 5 of them. Jin Jinwang's eyes suddenly shrank. He stared at the petite figure in the middle, and even his voice trembled a little. Emperor of the Underworld, the existence at the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld has already touched the barrier of the Emperor God. This is really bad. Thunder God King also looked serious. The petite figure standing in the middle looked to be no more than 10 years old. She was wearing a black and white dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Her hands were completely covered by her slender sleeves. Her short wine-red hair was draped over her shoulders, and 4 long strands of black hair hung in front of her chest and behind her back. On her young and tender face, there was a playful look. Those wine-red crystal eyes blinked gently, revealing a bit of liveliness. She did not have the sense of vicissitudes of those old monsters at all. Fake red lotus karmic fire? For ordinary people, you have done very well, but this is still not enough. The girl blinked her eyes and smiled slightly. Whether it is enough or not, we will only know after we try. The eyes of the young man from the Yuyen Pavilion flashed coldly. He did not believe that the red lotus karmic fire, which was formed by condensing all the energy and half of the life force of everyone present, would not be a threat to the 5 people in front of him. Go! The young man suddenly pointed his finger at the girl on the platform and roared furiously. In the sky, the huge blood-red lotus immediately emitted an incomparably bright blood-red light. Flames that covered the sky and covered the earth surged out from the flame at the heart of the lotus. A sea of fire that was 10,000 feet in size shot towards the ladder with lightning-like speed. Wherever the flames passed, even the space was burned and black cracks were formed. Looking at the sea of fire that was approaching with a destructive force, the girl laughed delicately. With your strength that has just entered the divine underworld, if an underworld king expert were to attack, he might really be able to cause some damage to me. A man beside the girl took a step forward. His finger gently drew in front of him, and the space was torn apart like a piece of paper. A pitch-black spatial crack that looked like a pocket appeared out of nowhere, and the monstrous sea of fire surged into the empty space. The sea of fire surged into the empty space. The man rubbed his hand, and the spatial crack strangely disappeared. Lifting his head, his hand aimed at the huge blood lotus from afar, after which he suddenly clenched his fist. Bang! After the man clenched his fist, the surrounding space immediately fluctuated intensely. The space where the hot blood lotus was located also swiftly distorted. Faintly, spatial folds appeared, as though it had broken off. Crack! The folds had just appeared when a pitch-black fault directly appeared in the space. The huge blood lotus was forcefully swallowed into the pitch-black crack by the huge mouth that had been opened in the distorted space. As soon as the blood lotus entered the empty space, a huge wave of fire erupted, burning the surrounding space to ashes. The huge lotus shot out from the empty space, bringing with it an unparalleled sonic boom as it charged towards the man. The man's expression did not change, even a little, when he saw the blood lotus rushing over. His raised hand suddenly clenched. Crack! 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 The space swiftly distorted, exploding like a vortex. Numerous folds continuously appeared. Each time a spatial vortex formed by folds appeared, it would appear in the space where the huge blood lotus was located. Hence, when the ladder was 100 feet in front of the man, a couple of its huge petals fell off and were swallowed into the empty space. Ha! By the time the blood lotus reached the platform, only the lotus core and the demonic flame were left. Immediately, the young man from the Serene Flame Pavilion laughed out loud. His hand seals suddenly changed as he cried out with a ferocious expression. Bang! The blood lotus and the flame suddenly exploded in front of the shocked gazes of the entire city. At this moment, an earth-shaking thunder like explosion resounded over the entire Serene Flame city. The loud thunder exploded in the sky. At this moment, the sky above Serene Flame City seemed to have turned into a sea of flames in an instant. The hot blood-colored flame turned into a wave of fire that spread in a circular arc. At this moment, The energy spread to the ground, causing Serene Flame City to tremble violently. Numerous huge cracks spread along the mountain walls. Many buildings collapsed due to the earthquake and even began to burn. It was just like the end of the world. The turbulent wave of fire formed a huge blood lotus shape in the sky above Serene Flame City. The entire Serene Flame City could clearly see it. Even the huge seal was swept away and torn apart. Countless people lifted their heads, their faces filled with shock as they looked at the blood lotus that bloomed in the sky. Even though they were far away, they could still feel that the air seemed to have suddenly become much hotter. Jin Wang and the other two figures flashed and appeared on the buildings on the ground of Serene Flame City. As they looked at the huge blood lotus that spanned across the sky and felt the spreading wave of fire, they could not help but feel their mouths turn dry. This power was really a little too terrifying. The Serene Flame Pavilion has indeed spent a lot of time preparing for the Purple Night Dark Flame. However, our opponents are 4 underworld kings and a peak underworld emperor. Jin Wang swallowed his saliva as sweat flowed down his face. Just like what the girl had said, if an underworld king expert was to use this attack, it might really cause harm to the 5 of them. Sigh, this is really troublesome. Letting out a soft sigh, the Thunder God King cast his gaze at the gradually dissipating blood lotus. Over there, the wave of fire had already begun to slowly dissipate. Numerous gazes gathered on the crumbling sky. That was the place where the blood lotus bloomed. At such a close distance, even an underworld king expert would find it hard to completely withstand the destructive power of the explosion. As time passed, the wave of fire that covered half of the sky above Serene Flame City finally gradually dissipated. As for the 5 figures that appeared in their line of sight, even though Jin Wang and the others had already expected it, they still could not help but shake their heads with a bitter smile. As the smoke and dust scattered, the spatial cracks that had been torn apart in the sky slowly healed as the fire wave retreated. Xiao Chen's eyes looked at the 5 people, but even his robes did not change at all. A thick energy barrier stood in front of the 5 of them, completely blocking the destructive attack wave. Clap, clap. The silence lasted for a moment. Finally, a clear clapping sound rang out. Immediately, everyone turned their gazes over. Jin Wang also raised his head and looked at the girl. At this moment, she was smiling sweetly, her delicate hands gracefully clapping. However, the entire city was dead silent. All right, let the game begin. That sweet smile caused the hearts of countless people to skip a beat, and they slowly sank back into their chests. Chapter 122. At the same time, in the Juyuan Pavilion, Yun Nuoxing's forehead was covered in sweat. He was looking at the woman sitting opposite him. His jade-like hand was holding a chess piece, and he slowly placed it down. Wait! Yun Nuoxing quickly stretched out his hand and shouted in panic. A few drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead. The girl's jade-like hand paused. Her beautiful eyes were still looking at him without the slightest bit of spirit. That beautiful face of hers was filled with an unquestionable expression, causing him to involuntarily smile bitterly. He sighed and shook his head. It's nothing. You can continue. Just as her voice faded, the chess piece in her jade-like hand finally landed on the chessboard, emitting a crisp sound. Checkmate. At the same time, the woman's cold voice sounded like she was passing judgment. Ah! The voice of judgment made Yun Nuoxing hold his head in pain. He raised his head and twisted his neck like a madman. His handsome face was slightly distorted. Bang! In the end, his head hit the stone table. He was completely still, as if he was dead. The woman blinked slightly. She held the teacup in her slender hand and took a sip. She continued to look at Yun Nuashing indifferently. Damn it! 26 games. All lost. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he muttered in his heart. What the hell was this? Formations were important in playing chess. As the saying goes, playing chess is like carving formations. However, in his battle with her, he only saw a wild beast tearing his formations apart. I'm not playing anymore. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing stood up in exasperation. He held his head and twisted around. His handsome face was still red, and even his eyes were misty. You're bullying me. Seeing him angry like a child who lost a game, a different emotion flashed across the woman's eyes for the first time. However, she quickly concealed it and didn't let Yun Nuashing see it. Yes, the woman nodded and stood up slowly. Her long hair that was spread on the ground slowly rose as she stood up. In the end, it hung down to her heels. It was as black as a mirror. Seeing her stand up, Yun Nuashing's heart thumped. He quickly stopped dancing and sat down. He watched nervously as the woman slowly walked over and hugged his head. Ah! A pair of jade hands hugged his head. The back of his head touched something soft, causing his heart to skip a beat. It was as if fireworks had exploded. His handsome face turned red, and he stared blankly in front of him. What's wrong? Yun Nuashing's panicked thoughts slowly circled in his heart. He lowered his gaze slightly and saw that the woman's cold and soft hair seemed to have come alive. It slowly wrapped around his arm, body, and her jade-like hands continuously stroked his face, causing his heart to be slightly intoxicated and alarmed. What was going on? If you have time in the future, play chess with me. A gentle voice echoed in Yun Nuashing's ears, causing him to be startled. That jade-like hand slowly touched his forehead. The seven-colored light illuminated that jade-like hand, making it look like a perfect piece of art. That light also slowly penetrated into Yun Nuashing's mind, causing him to tremble. His body tensed up, but he didn't feel anything strange. He only felt that his consciousness was gradually becoming blurry, and in the end, he seemed to see a flawless face pressing against him. Buzz. The seal that filled the entire heart-gathering lake finally dissipated completely at this moment. Xueqing and Murong Xuege, who were sitting cross-legged in front of the Zhu pavilion, suddenly opened their eyes. At this moment, with the disappearance of the seal, they finally saw what was in the pavilion. However, before they could take a closer look, they were stunned. What is this? Looking at the huge, pitch-black energy shield in the sky, Xueqing and Mei Mao were shocked. Their delicate hands couldn't help but cover their slightly open mouth. Murong Xuege also couldn't help but gasp. Oh my God, what happened in Yuan City during the period when we were in here? Looking at the pitch-black energy shield that covered the entire Yuan City, Murong Xuege widened her eyes in shock. Young Master Yun. The shock lasted for a while. Xueqing suddenly regained her senses and looked at Yun Nuashing. Seeing that he had fallen asleep on the stone table, she couldn't help but be stunned. She quickly called out and glanced at the shore of the heart-gathering lake. There was no one there. Although she didn't know what had happened, her intuition told her that it wasn't anything good. Nuashing, Brother Yun, wake up. Something big has happened. Let's go. Your house has exploded. Murong Xuege also clasped her hands by her mouth and shouted loudly. However, she was glared at by Xueqing. How could you shout like that? Laughing embarrassedly, Murong Xuege waved her hand and shouted together with Xueqing. Their soul power also spread towards the small pavilion. Now, they weren't sure if the 9 steps to heaven could be climbed, so they didn't dare to go up. Yun Nuashing's ears kept catching the screams. His body trembled slightly. His consciousness also slowly woke up from the screams. He opened his eyes in a daze and raised his head. Looking into the distance, he saw wisps of smoke rising. The energy between heaven and earth fluctuated continuously. His eyes flashed with confusion. Young Master Yun. His gaze paused. Hearing a familiar voice, Yun Nuoshing turned his head and saw Xueqing waving at him excitedly. He quickly regained his senses and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He stood up and walked out of the Jiyuan pavilion. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped. What the hell is this? The sky-like pitch-black energy barrier broke into his line of sight. Like the first reaction of the 2 of them, they were stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock. Whose array is this? Is it set up by a grandmaster? It seems to cover the entire Yuyan city. Slowly walking down the 9 steps to heaven, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smile. However, he felt a little strange. Yuyan City was tens of thousands of miles long and wide. For an array to be set up to such a large extent, it must be at least a god, level master, or grandmaster. This is the rhythm of an accident. Look at the sky in the distance. Boom! Murong Shui Ge just raised her hand and pointed at the platform. Suddenly, a shocking muffled thunder resounded throughout the entire Yuyan city. The huge blood lotus stood in the sky. Terrifying waves of fire rose slowly like the sun. This made the 3 of them suck in a breath of cold air. This wasn't the rhythm of an accident. Something had already happened. Let's go and take a look. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He caught sight of Jin Jinwang and the other 2 from the corner of his eyes. He turned around and shouted. His figure leaped into the air and flew over. Behind him, Xueqing and Murong Shui looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They hurriedly followed. Divine King. It took less than half an hour to travel from Ju Yuan Mountain Villa to Jin Jinwang, and the other 2 with the help of light elements. However, Yun Nuoshing didn't completely expose himself. Xueqing and Murong Shui thought that it was the combined speed of the 3 of them, although they still felt that it was too fast. When Yun Nuoshing arrived in front of Jin Jinwang and the other 2, the former shouted. Her heart suddenly thumped. Oh no, he thought that she was Yusin and directly called out. Hearing the shout, Jin Jinwang also hurriedly turned around. When he saw Yun Nuoshing and the other 2, he couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly waved his hand and grabbed the 3 of them. He frowned and couldn't help but scold them softly. The entire Yuyan city is in chaos now. What are you 3 doing here instead of taking refuge? Chaos? Taking refuge? What happened in Yuyan city? Yun Nuoshing paused and couldn't help but ask. Then he saw Jin Jinwang's astonished gaze and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, We just came out from Ju Yuan Pavilion. Hearing this, Jin Jinwang was stunned. His golden eyes looked at the 3 of them in disbelief, saying, So it was really the 3 of you who went to Ju Yuan Pavilion? Yes, Divine King Senior, let's not talk about this. What happened in Yuyan City? How could there be such a huge formation? Is Yuyan City isolated from the outside world? Yun Nuoshing casually nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Xueqing beat him to it and asked. Jin Jinwang scratched his head and sighed in distress. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There, the girls' group of 5 and the experts of the Yuyan Pavilion were no longer there. Half an hour ago, the 5 of them had scattered throughout the city. The experts of the Yuyan Pavilion and many independent cultivators had joined forces to fight against the girl, while the other gods dealt with the remaining 4. Fortunately, there were many major forces here. Some of them had brought their sex weapons, so the situation wasn't one-sided. However, looking at the situation, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long, as Jin Jinwang and the other 2 were injured at the beginning of the battle. They could only help the crowd take refuge. He told Yun Nuoshing and the other two everything in one breath. After listening, the three of them sucked in a breath of cold air as expected. Their eyes were filled with shock. Abyss Shrine, Yun Nuoshing murmured softly and frowned. He had never seen this shrine in the ancient books, so he didn't know what kind of force it was. Destroy the hypocritical group and expose the real one. Xueqing also frowned. She exchanged glances with Yun Nuoshing and the other two. The three of them shook their heads. They roughly understood the meaning, but they didn't know what it was referring to. I'm going somewhere. You two can stay here for now, Yun Nuoshing said with a smile as he patted Xueqing and Murong Xuega's shoulders. Without waiting for their reply, he quickly jumped down. His figure flashed a few times and disappeared from their sight. Is there no other way to end this game apart from these two methods? Looking at Yun Nuoshing's disappearing figure, Murong Xuega sighed. She looked at the huge battle circles in the distant sky, and then looked at Jin Jinwang. She couldn't help but ask, even if all the experts in Yuyan City worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat those 5 people. According to the first victory condition, we have to destroy the hypocritical group. We don't understand it, so we can put it aside. As for the second victory condition, we have to defeat the 5 people from the Abyss Shrine. Unless there is a force here that has brought a peak divine tool or even an eternal divine weapon, we won't stand a chance. Taking turns to fight against those experts is meaningless. Jinwang sighed in distress. Murong Xuega and Xueqing were silent. They didn't know how powerful 4 underworld kings and 1 underworld emperor were. However, they could understand one thing from the fact that all the experts in the city had been mobilized. As for the other way to end this game, Jinwang looked at the inverted energy shield in the sky and the huge forbidden magic formation that was slowly rotating on the ground. He pondered for a while and nodded firmly, saying, "Yes, but it's not very likely. Senior Divine King, at this juncture, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us what method you have." Xueqing was also a little anxious. She quickly asked. Jinwang nodded. His hand slid down from his sleeve. He pointed at the huge energy shield in the sky, and then at the forbidden magic formation below. He said in a deep voice, "Break the biggest rule of this game. Break this forbidden magic formation." Chapter 123. Deciphering this array. Xueqing was shocked. Mei Mao also nodded after thinking for a while. This was indeed a good idea. After deciphering this array, it was fine if they didn't want to participate. The people of the Abyss Shrine couldn't do anything against so many people. Moreover, they could contact their respective forces. At that time, it would be the other side's turn to be nervous. But this level of array can only be weaved by a grandmaster. It's even more difficult to decipher it. At least one's attainment in array formation can't be lower than the weaver's. However, thinking of the difficulty of deciphering the array, Murong Xuega couldn't help but sigh. Jinwang also nodded in distress. He couldn't help but murmur, if only old Shui was here. The water shrine's attainment in array formation is very high. Old Shui might even reach the level of a grandmaster. But this time, the water shrine only sent an elder to accompany Xiao Xia to gain experience. After all, after the Young Heroes competition, they didn't return to the shrine, nor did they ask for reinforcements. Old Shui and the others were also in seclusion at that time. Thunder God King sighed. "Damn it, at least we can send our divine sense outside." Fire God King couldn't help but grit his teeth. "I'll go back for a while. Xiao Ying and Yao Hua have just returned to the manor. Find that elder and see if you can find Xin. I don't know where that girl is." Jinwang thought for a while and said, "Xin? Hmm, it's time to summon this human weapon. I always feel that when I think of that girl, we can solve this problem this time. Hearing this name, Fire God King and Thunder God King nodded at the same time. It was indeed the case. They had such a feeling. Xueqing and Mei Mao looked at the three God Kings strangely. They didn't know who this Uxian was. After leaving Jin Jinwang and the others, Yun Nuoxing went straight to the center of Yuyan City. She even used the light element and used Ling Hong's sword to conceal her aura, afraid of being discovered by the people above. Yuyan City is in chaos. I wonder how Sister Yuyin and the others are doing. As this thought flashed through her mind, Yun Nuoxing clenched her teeth and increased the output of light essence by quite a bit. Like a ray of light, she rushed out, and the energy in her body rapidly disappeared. However, using the light element to hasten their journey, they arrived at the inn in a few minutes. Fortunately, the battlefield was mostly in the northern city of Hidden Flame. The place where they had settled down was slightly south of the center. Along the way, he saw quite a few people fleeing towards the south, while many powerhouses were rushing towards the north at top speed. When she found the hotel room, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and hurriedly rushed in from the balcony. Just as she was about to shout, she froze in shock. In the room, Yuyin, Ming, and Purple Soul were playing happily on the bed. They didn't feel the urgency of the battle at all. This made Yun Nuoxing's tense mind relax. "Brother!" Seeing a figure on the balcony, Ming blinked her small eyes. When she saw who it was, she cried out in joy. She hurriedly jumped off the bed and pounced towards Yun Nuoxing. Reaching out, Yun Nuoxing caught the petite figure and patted her head with a smile. He walked into the room and patted the head of little Purple Soul, who was running towards him. Only then did he look at Yuyin and smiled. "You're back. You went out to play for a day." Yuyin smiled sweetly and pulled him to sit down. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong. She suddenly came back to her senses and stood up. Glaring, she angrily said, "F***CK. Why are you guys still so calm when there's so much fighting going on outside?" "Because you're here. Because brother is here," Yuyin and the two girls said at the same time. Yun Nuoxing was stunned and felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Looking at Ming, who was still acting coquettishly in his arms, Yun Nuoxing's anxiety finally disappeared. "We also know that something has happened outside. However, Little Star hasn't returned. We won't go anywhere." Yuyin smiled and patted his head as she said gently. Yun Nuoxing lowered his eyelids and hugged the two girls. He gently nodded. After a while, he took a deep breath and looked at Ming and Purple Soul. He smiled and said, "Yes, brother is back. Brother will protect you." "Yes." Ming and Purple Soul giggled and leaned on his chest. After hugging the two girls for a while, Yun Nuoxing slowly placed them on the bed. He looked at Yuyin and said, "I'll send you to the 9 Shrine Manor first. I'll think of a way to settle the matter in Yuyan City." After saying that, without waiting for their response, a blue light flickered on her face. She instantly changed into a delicate face and changed into a fiery red robe. "Be careful. I heard that those people are very strong. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Surviving is the most important thing." Her jade-like hands gently tidied his robe and gently tied up his long hair. Only then did she nod in satisfaction. "Don't worry, sister. Don't you trust my escaping skills?" Yun Nuoxing curled his lips and smiled. "Tisk," Yuyin rolled her eyes at him. A few minutes later, Yun Nuoxing carried the three girls and jumped out of the balcony. Her 6 wings opened in the wind and light elements appeared. She carried the 3 girls and rushed towards the manor in the east. When she was still a short distance away from the manor, she put down Yuin and the other two girls. She sensed that there were familiar people in the manor and let out a sigh of relief. She then held Yu Yin's hand and walked over quickly. Damn it! There's a great battle in the sky. We can only lie down here. Inside the manor, there was a scolding sound, followed by a few sighs at the same time. Divine King said you want to try to break the seal of Yuyin's city. Divine King, I can help. Another intermittent voice came, causing the beautiful woman to bitterly smile. Just now, Jin Wang came back and pulled away the elder of the water god temple. He quickly explained the situation to her, but she didn't expect this girl to remember it. Little Xia, just focus on recuperating. If you want to blame someone, blame your big brother. Look at how he drove without braking. Look at how we are now. Mu Ling rubbed her right arm that had lost all feeling and couldn't help but bitterly smile. All right, you guys just lie down. No matter how the great battle in the sky is, it won't be your turn. The beautiful woman couldn't help but smile. She raised her head and saw the two girls quickly walking in. She couldn't help but be startled. Then she happily called out, "You Exine!" Where? Almost at the same time that they heard the voice, the 9 people lying on the bed struggled to raise their heads. They saw Yu Exine, who was wearing a fiery red dress, walking in with Yuin and 2 other girls. Their eyes were filled with joy. "Little sister, Yu Exine! Yu Exine!" The 9 people excitedly called out. As for why they were so excited when they saw her, they didn't know. "You guys are..." Yu Exine was stunned when she saw the 9 people lying on the bed, almost paralyzed. Waving her hand, the 9 people bitterly smiled, especially Yao Hua. He couldn't say that he had crashed into the wall at the speed of light. "Little sister, Yu Exine, go help the Divine King." They said that they want to forcefully end this game and break the array that covers the entire Yuyin city. The elder of the water god temple has already followed them. However, the other experts in the city have gone to pin down the enemy. To break this array, we need a lot of people's help. Little sister Yu Exine, please help. Right now, the only one who can ask for help is you. Seeing the 9 people suddenly become very excited and talk a lot, Yu Exine understood. Then, she couldn't help but smile and said, "I didn't expect that Jin Wang would also have such thoughts. This is what I wanted to do. You guys can rest at ease and recover. Also, I'll leave my sister and the others to you. I'll be back soon." "We'll leave it to you," the 9 people excitedly roared. However, because of their internal injuries, they couldn't help but howl again. The beautiful woman bitterly smiled, stood up, patted Yu Exine's head, and said softly, "Child, be careful." Yu Exine nodded and placed Ming and Little Purple Soul on the bed. Then she glanced at Yuin and said, "Then I'll go." After saying that, her body turned into a red light and rushed out of the room like lightning. She flew straight towards the North City. In the sky, she quickly changed her clothes and changed her face. Patting his black windbreaker, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and looked at the crazy circle in the north. There were constantly figures falling from the sky, and there were also people rushing up into the sky. The sound of explosions and shouts could be heard from afar. "I need to use Ling Hong's sword." Clenching her right hand, Yun Nuoshing murmured. It was because of this that she used her original identity and not Yu Exine's. In just a few minutes, he had neared the encirclement in the northern part of the city. His powerful soul power spread out like water waves. From his sleeves, a small section of the silver-blue long needle floated out. Borrowing the power of the Ling Hong sword, his soul power merged into the void. When he pulled out the Ling Hong sword, the first to react was the encirclement in the sky. "What? This is..." The power of space is out of control. The frenzied battle suddenly came to a halt. Both sides tacitly retreated abruptly, and the circle immediately quieted down. Luo Lin. The girl also stopped. Her fluttering sleeves gradually calmed down. The smile on her face suddenly disappeared, and she called out calmly, "I don't know either." This soft call made the man beside her who blocked the blood lotus shake his head. He had never seen such a strange situation. He did not know what method someone used to confine the power of space in this space. "Is that so?" The girl gently nodded her head. She slowly raised her right hand, and an energy barrier suddenly appeared in front of her. A terrifying energy light beam that contained blazing flames blasted onto the barrier with lightning speed. Many ripples appeared on the barrier, but it remained firm and did not waver even after the flames dissipated. "I say, don't you all learn from your mistakes?" Looking at the young expert from the Serene Flame Pavilion who was panting heavily in the distance, as well as the many experts behind him with weapons in their hands, a chill surged in his voice. "You should have more or less understood what a meaningless attack is, right?" With a wave of her slender sleeve, a huge black energy light beam pierced through the space like lightning and violently shot toward the young man and the others. Facing the girl's sudden attack, the young man took a deep breath. A lotus flower appeared on his chest. He stretched out his right hand, and an energy barrier quickly spread out. The experts beside him also stretched out their hands. Majestic energy gathered together and condensed on the energy barrier. A faint brilliance flowed, making it look indestructible. Boom! Crack! As soon as the energy barrier was formed, the black energy light beam suddenly blasted on the barrier with great force. Ripples quickly appeared on the surface of the barrier. Then, a crisp sound rang out. The terrifying energy directly tore the barrier apart and blasted on the young man and the experts. The energy swept over with the force of a thunderbolt. The people did not have time to dodge and were hit hard. They immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies flew back like cannonballs. They directly fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the Serene Flame City, creating a huge pit in the ground. If this passionate song can only reach such a stage, it is time for the curtain call. The girl's indifferent voice caused the hearts of the surrounding people to tremble. Soon after, they saw her slowly raise her right hand. A pitch-black energy light beam suddenly shot into the sky and merged into the energy barrier. "Dark erosion, activate!" An indifferent voice slowly sounded. Then, everyone saw that the originally silent magical formation under the ground actually lit up with a pitch-black light and slowly rotated. As the magical formation rotated, a destructive energy suddenly spread throughout the entire city. Yun Nuoshing, who was madly rushing, suddenly stopped when she saw this scene. She turned her head and looked at the pitch-black light beam that reached the sky and the formation that was quietly rotating underground. She could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Damn it, it's about to activate. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoshing cast aside the distracting thoughts in her mind. The 6 wings on her back shot out, and she madly flew towards Jin Jinwang and the others. Even her body turned into a ray of golden light. In the distance, Jin Jinwang and the others looked at the huge formation that was slowly rotating. The ground rumbled, and their faces turned abnormally ugly. The elder of the water divine, Hall, beside them, also turned pale. "Is this the end?" The thunder divine king bitterly smiled. He had not even started to struggle, and it was already over. Beside him, Xue Qing and Murong Xue Ji's faces were also solemn. Was it really over? They were really unwilling. Divine King! Just when everyone was feeling disappointed, a loud shout in the distance caused everyone to quickly raise their heads. Soon after, they saw a pitch-black figure frantically flapping her 6 wings. Surging wind elements swept out like a storm. Yun Nuoxing, why are you back? Seeing the person who had come, Jin Wang, and the others were stunned. However, before they could ask, they saw the figure suddenly land in front of them. Dozens of golden chains shot out from her sleeves and tied them up. Her 6 wings suddenly flapped and brought them away. Her speed was so fast that they could not react. I can break this formation. The sudden shout made everyone's heart tremble. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's anxious and serious expression, they knew that she was not joking. They were all stunned. Chapter 124. Yun Nuoxing's 6 black wings flapped crazily as she pulled a few people along. Her figure was like a hummingbird in the dark night. She sped through the sky like lightning, leaving behind afterimages in the air. You can break it? Seeing his anxious appearance, Jin Wang's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. He stretched out his hand and pulled Yun Nuoxing. He pulled the chain and brought everyone along with him. His speed was countless times faster than before, and he even took the time to ask a question. Yun Nuoxing nodded heavily and shouted, I need all of your help. South of Yuyan City, the center of the 4 main paths that lead to the Yuyan Pavilion. Quick! All right. Jin Wang roared, and the energy in his body suddenly boiled. Thunder God King broke free from the chain and pulled it with his hand. Terrifying lightning surrounded his body. In terms of speed, other than the light element, the lightning element was the fastest. He pulled the chain with one hand and pulled everyone along. He turned into a thick bolt of lightning and crazily charged through the sky. Wherever he passed, the sound of thunder would resound endlessly. In the distance, the girl seemed to have sensed something. She turned her gaze and saw the bolt of lightning hurriedly passing through space and flying towards the south. She couldn't help but frown. However, after a while, she relaxed. The light pillar on her right hand became even more resplendent, and a black halo suddenly exploded from it. It flew across the entire Yuyan City at the speed of light. A delicate shout suddenly rang out. Darkness corrosion, spatial devour. As the shout rang out, a 3-meter-long black pillar of light suddenly shot out from the huge dark formation underground. It pierced into the sky and connected to the huge energy barrier in the sky. As the pillar of light appeared, the formation seemed to have a chain reaction. Several hundred pillars of light shot into the sky and connected to the energy barrier in the end. Whoa! When all the pillars of light stabbed into the energy barrier, black formations that were 30 meters long appeared on all the pillars of light. There were several dozen formations on each pillar of light. As they slowly revolved, they created a terrifying ripple of space, causing the surrounding space to distort. When the space was distorted to a certain extent, faint spatial folds appeared. Following a terrifying explosion, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a huge mouth that was about to devour people. It spat out terrifying spatial energy and formed a terrifying spatial storm. What appeared in front of everyone was a storm formed by silver-blue spatial energy. It was 100 feet in size. The turbulent suction force from the silver-blue storm caused everyone in the sky to be like a small boat in the sea. Their bodies constantly swayed, and even the surrounding space was constantly trembling. Some people were even drawn into the spatial storm or spatial cracks if they weren't careful. Those who had not reached the Divine Emperor realm were drawn into the spatial storm. They didn't even have time to scream before they were killed. The turbulent spatial energy will engulf the entire Yuyan City in half an hour. At that time, the spatial cracks will devour this city. At that time, it will be the time of your death. The girl looked at the spatial cracks in front of her and said indifferently. The young man's body trembled. He turned his head and stared at her angrily. The lotus in front of him also trembled violently with the change in his state of mind. Kill. The soaring, murderous aura made everyone's heartstrings tremble. Shortly after, they roared angrily. They grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the 5 people in the most aggressive way. Streaks of energy covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards the 5 people. Stubborn, resisting stubbornly. The girl smiled faintly as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her body. Black energy surged on the surface of her body, causing everyone to hold their breaths. That terrifying, oppressive feeling made them unable to even think of resisting. All right, let's continue the game. Before the time limit is up, I will play with you guys. In the sky to the south of Yuyin City, Yun Nuoshing and the others could not help but lower their bodies when they felt the aura of a ruler descending upon the world. Even though they were far away, that pressure made them feel extremely uncomfortable. This is the closing point of the formation, the empty space of the chaotic energy. Looking at the empty street below, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath with difficulty. When he came out of the Gathering Fate Pavilion, he kept his evil spirit eye open. It was not easy for him to see through the forbidden formation and find the weak point of this empty space. However, it was very difficult to break it. I will try my best to break it with my evil spirit eye. In the meantime, I need someone to protect my eyes and help me maintain the output of energy. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said to everyone in a deep voice, "Let me do it." Hearing that, Jin Jinwang suddenly took a step forward and placed his hand on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Gold elements continuously surged out of his body and entered Yun Nuoshing's body. Gold elements were originally good at defense. Moreover, it also had another function, transfer of damage. Also, Senior Thunder God King, I need you to be prepared. When I break the formation and expose the weak point, I need you to attack with all your strength and shatter that weak point. Yun Nuoshing said to Thunder God King. All right. Thunder God King heavily nodded. He suddenly waved his hand, and a huge spear appeared in his hand. He fiercely stomped on the void, and a crack appeared. One could see how heavy it was. In the end, Yun Nuoshing said to the Elder of the Water Spirit Hall, "Elder, I need you to analyze this formation with me." How do we do it together?" Hearing that, the Water God Temple Elder awkwardly scratched his head. He had never tried to break down a formation with someone else. It was very difficult for the 2 of them to synchronize their progress. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. His left hand was placed on the elder's right eye, while his right hand covered his left eye. The evil spirit eye suddenly opened. At the same time, a strange energy flowed along his arm and entered the elder's right eye. At this moment, his left eye instantly became gorgeous. This, following the opening of the evil spirit eye, his vision slightly shook. The world that he saw was something that he had never seen before. Red fire elements, blue water elements, and below him, the buildings were all brown and light green. Below the ground, a gigantic array formation was rumbling as it rotated. "Elder, I'm going to start," Yun Nuoshing shouted. He released his right hand and closed his left eye. Then he looked at the empty space of the formation. Formations appeared around the evil spirit eye. The elder immediately focused and looked at the formation of the evil spirit eye. He could see that there were many subtle energy matrices hidden under the formation. Layer by layer, they covered the empty space like a protective layer. He grabbed at the void with his hand, and the array that appeared in front of him slowly descended. Then it expanded slightly until it was as big as the hole that was 1,000 feet in size. Only then did it completely cover the hole. During this time, Yun Nuoshing and the elder kept looking down. However, their gazes followed the descending array and directly saw the energy matrix lines inside, as well as the runes. Analysis begin. Looking at the magic formation that covered the entirety of Yuyan City, streams of information flowed through the magic formation and were imprinted in Zhao Fu's mind. Once we start to break the formation, the people from the Abyss Shrine will know there is only one chance. At that time, Senior Fire God King, I'll leave it to you, Yun Nuoshing said softly to the Fire God King. Hearing this, the Fire God King smiled bitterly. Was she asking him to stop the Nether King or the Emperor of the Underworld alone? Leave it to me. However, he couldn't say any discouraging words at this time. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoshing mobilized all of his energy and sent it into the evil spirit eye. At the same time, the other arrays also flew towards the first array and overlapped with each other. A terrifying penetrating force was born from the arrays. Looking at the empty interior of the array, the two of them felt dizzy for a moment. The huge amount of information directly crashed into their minds and almost caused them to faint. Fortunately, there were two of them together. Otherwise, Yun Nuoshing would definitely have fainted. Just as he increased the output of his Yuan Qi, Jin Jinwang felt a stinging pain coming back. He was stunned and quickly looked at Yun Nuoshing. He saw that his eyes were opened so wide that they looked like they were going to tear apart. The small formation floating in front of him was spinning crazily. All he could see was a thin piece of blue round cake. He couldn't even see what it looked like. Senior Jin Jinwang, I'm going to overload. Get ready. At this time, Yun Nuoshing shouted softly. Jin Jinwang immediately focused. Then he felt a stinging pain coming back from the metal element. It made his eyes hurt. Normally, if Yun Nuoshing did this, he would have fainted from the pain. Only people at Jin Jinwang's level could withstand it and allow him to operate at full power without any worries. While they were analyzing, the space of the entire Yuyan city started to collapse. The space could no longer withstand the pressure. Thick cracks covered the entire sky like cracks on porcelain. When it couldn't withstand the pressure, the entire city would be destroyed in an instant. Their eyes stared unblinkingly at the interior of the formation. After thousands of calculations, Yun Nuoshing and the elder nodded at the same time. They took a deep breath and directed the formation of the evil spirit eye. Dozens of thin rays of light shot out and carefully penetrated the formation. Wang. Just as the rays of light penetrated the formation, Jin Jinwang and the others saw that the originally empty space suddenly lit up with a blue light. Then they saw thousands of energy matrices entangled there, protecting the only point of convergence. The thin rays of light carefully penetrated the formation and arranged the matrices in a certain order. Layer by layer, they peeled them off. Only by using the evil spirit eye could they know which matrices could be touched and which matrices could not be touched. It was like dismantling a bomb. In the north, the heart of the girl who was in the middle of a fierce battle suddenly trembled. Her delicate body froze. And this momentary pause made the youth happy. He held the small lotus in his hand and turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the girl. Then he grabbed the small blood lotus in his hand and viciously slapped it towards the girl. Her mind trembled, but she came back to her senses in an instant. She saw the young man rushing over with a ferocious look on his face. Her willowy eyebrows wrinkled, and she suddenly stretched out her right hand. She waved her wide sleeve, and an energy light beam shot out at lightning speed towards the young man. This ferocious momentum caught even the young man off guard. Such a frightening energy was formed in an instant. At this moment, It was pointless to think too much. The only time he had was to use the blood lotus flower in his hand to block the light pillar. Crack! The energy light pillar was mixed with a vast amount of energy as it viciously collided with the blood lotus, causing the latter to violently tremble. Then, boom! Under countless horrified gazes, a huge firestorm erupted and swept across the heavens and earth. As the storm swept across, the surrounding spatial storm was finally unable to endure it. With a bang, it exploded apart. At this moment, the broken space became even more broken. As the firestorm swept across, the two people behind the girl were stunned when they saw the storm that had suddenly erupted. They were unable to dodge in time and were ruthlessly struck. Immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Their bodies were like kites with their strings cut as they flew backwards, violently colliding into the empty space. Countless gazes looked at the two people who had fallen, after which their gazes turned towards the firestorm in the sky. A joy involuntarily spread in their hearts. Bang! A low and deep sound of flesh colliding rang out within the firestorm, causing everyone to turn their gazes over. Immediately, they saw a figure suddenly flying out from within the firestorm. As he flew, his body curled up. A moment later, he abruptly spread out his four limbs. His wide sleeves brought along a gust of wind, causing his body to come to a stop. Their gazes suddenly turned and saw that the figure that flew backwards was the girl. At this moment, the clothes on her body were actually a little tattered. That explosion had actually caused her to be a little injured, detonating a high-grade divine artifact. Good, very good. The blood in her body churned, causing the girl's eyebrows to slightly furrow. There was some anger in her muttering voice. It seems that this attack had not only injured her, it had also angered her. Yao, Kun, Huang, Luo Lin, I'm not playing anymore. Someone is breaking the array. Kill them all. The girl furiously shouted. Her sharp gaze looked towards the south. Like a current of air, a black aura slowly flowed out. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone who was fighting to turn sluggish. Chi. Suddenly, a figure shot out from within the firestorm. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was curled up from the heat. His body was covered in blood, and he was holding a blue lotus in his hand. It was the youth from the Serene Flame Pavilion. When he heard her words, his expression involuntarily changed. He looked towards the south and suddenly laughed sinisterly. He loudly shouted, "Someone is breaking the array. Leave them here. Once the array that encompasses Serene Flame City is broken, this damned game will automatically end." Kill. When they heard the voice, everyone was stunned. Then, a fierce, murderous aura swept out in all directions. In an instant, the temperature of the world dropped significantly. "You're courting death." When she heard the youth shout, the girl's expression suddenly changed. Her cold eyes stared fiercely at him. Instantly, he felt the aura of death. It was as if the Grim Reaper had already waved his sickle at him. He hurriedly took a step back and looked around. When he saw the surging battle intent in everyone's eyes, he smiled coldly. "Do you really think that you're our match?" The dark and cold smile on his face had just appeared, but before it could fully unfurl, it suddenly froze. This was because he saw a wide sleeve swiftly appear in front of him in a ghost-like manner. The girl's tender and perfect ice-cold, pretty face was also swiftly magnified in his eyes. The moment the girl's figure appeared, the eyes of the youth from the Serene Flame Pavilion shrunk. He felt that the girl's attack had completely sealed off the surrounding space. He suddenly gritted his teeth, and a ruthless look flashed across his eyes. He grabbed the ice-blue lotus in his hand and directly raised his palm. He actually used his chest to press against the girl's palm. The little hand that was wrapped in the sleeve fiercely pressed against the youth's chest. The vast icy power was like a volcano that suddenly erupted. Uffed! After receiving such a fatal attack, the young man's face instantly turned deathly pale. A mouthful of blood fog was spat out, and the crisp sound of bones breaking was even emitted from his chest. His body was also shaken by that frightening force until his meridians were broken. "You want me to die. You will also be buried with me." Madness surged in the young man's eyes. He raised the ice-blue lotus in his hand and let out a shriek. Then he ruthlessly slammed it into the girl's body. The latter's beautiful eyes immediately widened. Shock surged into her eyes. Chapter 125. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion instantly erupted when the ice-blue lotus slammed into the girl's body. The destructive and violent force was forcefully pushed into the girl's body by the terrifying force contained in the young man's palm. Immediately, the girl's petite body seemed to have swallowed countless thunderbolts as it constantly erupted with rumbling sounds. Boom! A gigantic firestorm soared into the sky. At this moment, a destructive power swept out from the sky like a storm. The entire Yuyan city trembled like an earthquake. Gigantic cracks spread out in all directions with the northern part of the city as the epicenter. The gigantic formation also started to sway slightly under the trembling. The experts from both sides were so shocked that they covered their heads and fled like rats. The annihilation storm that had suddenly arrived also attracted the attention of the two battlegrounds that were still engaged in an intense battle. Shock surged into their eyes when they glanced over, after which they no longer bothered about pestering their opponents as they hurriedly pulled back, afraid that they would be implicated by the annihilation force. Boom! A huge energy storm that was tens of thousands of feet in size instantly erupted like a tornado that stirred up the heavens and the earth from afar. The storm seemed to have pierced through the void. Like a miracle, the raging energy storm and destructive ripples spread out like ripples. The buildings in the northern part of Yuyan City finally collapsed completely at this moment. Fortunately, no one stayed there, or else they would have been killed in an instant. The destructive ripples spread all the way to the center of the city. All the buildings within tens of thousands of miles were overturned, and even a layer of the ground was scraped up. "My lord!" The other four experts from the Abyss Shrine were much paler at this moment. They had never thought that someone would have such a powerful divine artifact that could even threaten their lord in the distant sky. The experts from both sides looked at the small half of Yuyan City that had been turned into ruins in an instant. For a moment, horror surged in their eyes. Then they took a deep breath. That young man was crazy. This divine artifact that was close to the pinnacle exploded just like that. That's not right. How could the Yuyan Pavilion have such a powerful lotus divine artifact? This lotus should be the unique, refining model of the sole lotus sect in the divine prefecture. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the Serene Flame Pavilion has some relationship with the sole lotus sect? To refine such a divine artifact, they need the power of 4 elements, and the fire element is the mediator. The stronger the flame, the stronger the sole lotus. Is that emperor of the underworld dead? Looking at the huge mushroom cloud rising in the sky, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were somewhat at a loss. Chi, a sharp, rushing wind sound once again resounded over the sky, while everyone was feeling bewildered in their hearts. Immediately, the firestorm that permeated the sky suddenly wiggled. Soon after, a black figure rushed out from within it, for strands of long black hair were scattered. They were extremely dazzling when mixed with the wine-red hair. Not dead. Looking at the head of wine-red hair, the experts who had just relaxed suddenly held their breaths and hurriedly tightened their grip on their weapons. However, just as they thought that the girl was going to slaughter them, they were surprised to see that she did not even look at them. Her figure trembled and flew towards the south. Not good. Someone is trying to break the formation over there. Stop her. At this moment, someone finally came to his senses and hurriedly shouted. Immediately, more than 10 figures rushed out directly. Protect the Lord. However, before they could fly far, they saw 4 figures floating in front of them. Their auras burst out, and they were like 4 impenetrable walls. 8 pairs of eyes stared at the experts, causing them to tremble. After all, these were 4 Netherworld King realm experts. If it wasn't for the young man's unexpected move, they wouldn't have been able to injure the 5 people in front of them at all. Kill! Kill! However, this hesitation only lasted for a moment. Almost every god had some divine artifacts of high or low level. Even if their levels were not high enough, with the help of the divine artifacts, they could still fight against the Emperor of the Underworld. The 4 of them did not panic, for weapons shot out from their hands and grabbed onto them, forcefully blocking the attacks of the dozens of people. In the south, where Yun Nuoshing and the rest were, the former and the elder of the water god temple's hands were moving rapidly. The former even had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Jin Jinwang was also frowning. There was a piercing pain in his eyes, making him feel very uncomfortable. Soon, looking at the rapidly retreating energy array formation, Yun Nuoshing's heart was filled with joy. Suddenly, with a thought, the array formation of the Evil Spirit Eyes Analysis Array had even more light rays surging into the black array formation, like pulling out silk from a cocoon. All the driving arrays were pulled apart. Kaboom! Just as they were anxiously trying to break the array formation, even the space above their heads showed signs of shattering. Even the buildings below had many void cracks suddenly opening up, swallowing the buildings in one gulp. In Yuyan City, countless people were evacuated by the Fire God King, and the rest to the east, where the space was still stable. Over there, the beautiful woman was trying her best to stabilize the space. Young Master Yun, the space here can't hold on much longer. Looking at the constantly crumbling space in the sky, Xueqing was also a little nervous. The power of space permeating the air made the surrounding space very unstable. A crack could appear at any time. It could even kill a divine emperor expert. They were only mortal realm and half-immortal experts. If they were to encounter it, they would definitely die. Don't rush me, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. It was useless to rush him. He was already at his fastest speed. The Evil Spirit Eyes, First Realm's full power, was already displayed. Even if he overloaded the second realm, he still could not break it. Kaboom! A sudden explosion came from the horizon, causing his mind to tremble. However, he did not have the time to care about what or who was coming. He could only focus on breaking the array formation. Boom! A black aura rushed towards them like a tide, causing everyone to frown. Jin Jinwang raised his head and looked towards the direction of the aura. His golden pupils could not help but shrink to the size of a pinhole. A petite figure was standing in the sky, less than 1,000 feet away from them. Her wine-red hair and ink-black long hair contrasted with each other, appearing exceptionally beautiful. Her clothes were somewhat tattered and charred. Her snow-white skin, which was not covered, was covered with crisscrossing wounds. When one's gaze shifted upwards, one could see that the tender and perfect, pretty face was filled with fury and iciness. There was even an eye-catching trace of fresh blood at the corner of her mouth. Oh my God! Seeing that the person in question had come to him, Jin Jinwang could not help but smile bitterly. What should he do now? Fire God King was also shocked. He quickly stood up and clenched his fist. A fiery red cauldron appeared above his palm. He looked at the girl solemnly. She seemed very young, but he knew that she was a peak underworld emperor expert, close to the emperor god level. Even if she was injured, she was not someone they could fight against in their current state. Mei Mao quickly glanced at Fire God King, Thunder God King, and the others. Finally, she stopped at Yun Nuoxing, looking at the array that was spinning crazily in front of him and the empty spot on the ground. Mei Mao was astonished and furious. Just a mere mortal-level ant. How dare you break the most sacred array of my temple? The girl gritted her teeth. Her delicate body trembled slightly because of her anger. Yun Nuoxing, who felt her gaze, trembled. Immediately, his hands formed a seal with lightning speed. A small array was formed in his hands, and he slapped it into the eyes of the water god temple elder. Elder, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll lend you my other eye. It can break the array at full speed. Murmuring to the water god temple elder, Yun Nuoxing closed his beautiful right eye. His pitch-black left eye slowly opened. Looking at the petite girl in the sky, he was stunned for a moment. But after a moment, he regained his composure and snorted softly. Who said that a mortal ant can't break a formation? Didn't you see that your so-called sacred formation is about to be broken by me in a while? If I'm an ant, then what's the point of your noble temple's formation? Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms and emphasized every word ant and break, which made Jin Jinwang and the others roll their eyes. Looking at Yun Nuoxing's confident look, Jin Jinwang couldn't stay calm and hurriedly asked, "Is it okay for you to break free like this?" "Don't worry, it's the same. It's just that the speed will be a little slower. However, we will be able to break it before the formation is fully activated. Senior Thunder God King, we will be able to make our move in about 5 minutes." Yun Nuoxing walked to the side and shook his head as he transmitted his voice to everyone. 5 minutes. Hearing the time limit, everyone couldn't stay calm. That peak-level underworld emperor expert was already here. She could kill them in 1 second. How could they pass the 5 minutes? Hee, there's indeed no rule. But I don't think you can continue to break it. The girl sneered. Her figure trembled, and she suddenly rushed toward Yun Nuoxing. The vast energy was like a black wave that completely sealed the surrounding space. Even Jin Jinwang was shocked. He couldn't move his body. Yun Nuoxing laughed faintly. Ling Hongjian trembled in his sleeves, and the sealed space collapsed with a loud bang. 6 wings shot out from his back, bringing along a majestic wind element, and fiercely trembled backwards. Following that, the vast wave slammed into the ground, directly blasting out a huge hole in the space, causing him to wipe his forehead. What kind of monster was this? Before he could heave a sigh of relief, the space in front of him suddenly trembled. A figure appeared like lightning, and the wide sleeves came toward his face. At this moment, the aura of death surged in his heart. Die, my ass! A delicate shout suddenly sounded, and at the same time, 3 other violent shouts were heard. Then, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of the girl's sleeves. 3 huge waves of energy blended together, and like a sky curtain, they smashed toward the ladder. Bang! The moment the 4 waves of energy exploded, the energy scattered. 3 big hands grabbed Yun Nuoxing's shoulders, and she retreated at lightning speed. Stay! However, before they could retreat, a sleeve suddenly pierced through the sky curtain and reached out at lightning speed. At the same time, an aura suddenly erupted and blasted toward Jin Jinwang and the other 2. "You can't keep me here," Yun Nuoxing shouted. The golden chains in front of her quickly twisted into a golden barrier and met the small hands wrapped in her sleeves. A dull sound of collision was heard, and the 4 of them groaned at the same time. Although they blocked the attack with the golden chains, the force actually penetrated the chains and blasted their bodies. Retreat! Jin Jinwang groaned. The three of them grabbed Yun Nuoxing's shoulders and hurriedly retreated at a faster speed. The three figures sped up, and only then did they bring Yun Nuoxing forward for a distance. When they looked back, they saw Yun Nuoxing's handsome face as pale as paper. Behind them, the girl was actually locked in place by dozens and hundreds of intertwined chains. For a moment, she was trapped on the spot. Enough! The girl suddenly let out an angry roar, and a chaotic aura suddenly erupted, shattering the thousands of chains. A purplish-black energy appeared on her body, and that aura instantly became surging and vigorous in just a few breaths of time. "I'll finish you all off in one go." With a delicate shout, the girl slowly raised her hands above her head. Soon after, the hundreds and thousands of light pillars formed by the power of space in Yuyan City seemed to have received an order. They suddenly changed directions and gathered together. The rich power of space gathered 100 feet above her palms. "Since I can't let the array destroy you, I'll do it myself." The frantically gathering power of space formed a huge spatial whirlpool, sucking in all the power of space in Yuyan City. That spatial whirlpool expanded to a size of 100,000 feet. In the center, a silver-blue energy ball was spinning. It was like a silver-blue sun, illuminating the entire Yuyan City. Every time it spun, the surrounding space would collapse. *CK, we've gone too far. If that thing comes crashing down, Yuyan City will be destroyed. Seeing the space around the violent spatial whirlpool constantly collapsing and repairing itself, Jin Jinwang and the other two were sweating profusely. *CK. If that thing came crashing down, even a god emperor would die, let alone the emperor of the underworld. It's just the power of space. Just as everyone was shocked, Yun Nuoxing, who was being held by Jin Jinwang, and the other two laughed sinisterly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The three of them were stunned and confused. However, after a while, their faces suddenly turned pale. "Watch me." Yun Nuoxing laughed loudly. He broke free from the three and spread his 6 wings. Wind elements gathered, and like a bolt of black lightning, he charged towards the chaotic spatial whirlpool in the sky. "Yun Nuoxing! Young Master Yun!" Nuoxing, seeing him charge towards the spatial whirlpool like an arrow, Jin Jinwang, Xueqing, and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They did not understand why this seemingly calm and crazy young man would do something so suicidal. "You're seeking your own death." Seeing this, the girl was also stunned. Then she laughed coldly. From her point of view, Yun Nuoxing would definitely die if he charged into the spatial whirlpool. Even a god emperor would die if he entered the extremely condensed power of space. This sentence, unexpectedly, Yun Nuoxing laughed out loud towards the sky. He waved his right hand in front of him, and a 2-meter-long silver-blue needle quickly condensed into form. The moment this needle appeared, Gold God King and the others also had a look of shock on their faces. "I'll return it to you as it is." Yun Nuoxing laughed loudly. He raised his Linghong sword, and his body was completely covered by a layer of silver-blue barrier. Then, he charged straight into the spatial whirlpool. He lost contact with the power of space. The girl watched in shock as he charged into the spatial whirlpool. Her pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Linghong sword, ranked second in the divine sword record. So this young man took it. Jin Jinwang and the others gasped. So he had the Linghong sword. No wonder he was so fearless. Endless devour. Loud laughter was emitted from within the spatial storm. Soon after, the crowd saw the 100,000 feet large spatial vortex suddenly tremble, after which it slowly shrank. Even its aura gradually weakened. In a few breaths' time, it had shrunk to the point where it could no longer be seen. When the space storm shrunk to a size of less than 100 feet, everyone saw Yun Nuoxing raise the Ling Hong sword that was shining with a silver light. The surrounding space vortex and the silver-blue energy ball were all crazily absorbed by it, until they disappeared. Buzz. When the last wisp of power of space surged into the Ling Hong sword, the surrounding space stabilized. Looking at the long needle in his hand that was as dazzling as the sun god's sword, Yun Nuoxing grinned. He looked down at the girl, whose mouth was wide open in fear. Then he waved his hand violently. Ling Hong sword, sky-shaking roar. Chapter 126. The resplendent silver light was like the divine light of destruction. The entire Yuyan city could see the silver light piercing through the sky and illuminating all the dumbfounded faces. Even time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Kacha! There was the sound of space collapsing, as if it could not withstand the pressure. It shattered like a thin piece of paper. There was even a 1,000-meter-wide crack in space. Destructive spatial force surged out from it, causing the space that was on the verge of collapse to become even more shattered. Chi, the silver sword light, traveled faster than the speed of light and viciously cut into the girl's body. With a chi, a thumb-wide wound appeared from her left shoulder all the way to her right waist. The wound was as smooth as a mirror, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Her delicate body was also struck by this destructive force and was knocked into the sky. She crashed into Yuyan City along with the sword light, causing the ground to collapse by several meters. Boom! Ling Hongjian's sword light brought with it unstoppable spatial force as it viciously struck the ground. Immediately, a thunderous boom resounded through the world. An incomparably wide crack appeared in Yuyan City. The buildings that were enveloped by the sword light did not even have ashes remaining. When the sword light struck the energy barrier, it also caused a crack to appear. The moonlight rushed into Yuyan City through the crack, causing everyone who saw it to rejoice. They all hurriedly flew towards the crack. However, the crack in the energy barrier did not last for long. It was quickly filled up by the replenishment of energy. Those who were slightly delighted were instantly dumbfounded. Then they stomped their feet in anger and could not help but curse. In the sky, Yun Nuoxing grabbed Ling Hongjian and panted a few times. She swallowed her saliva and lowered her head to look at Ling Hongjian. She secretly thanked her lucky stars. If the girl did not condense such a huge spatial storm and Ling Hongjian's ability to devour the power of space, he probably would not have been able to harm her. In his normal state, Ling Hongjian could only cause devastating damage to divine kings. As for the emperor of the underworld, his cultivation was too high. He was only lucky this time. Even so, Ling Hongjian's energy had not been used up. The remaining energy was enough for him to tear down Yuyan City with 2 more slashes. "Are you all right?" Jin Wang and the other 2 hurriedly came to his side. Seeing that he was panting slightly, but his breathing was still stable, they asked. Their eyes were filled with amazement and envy as they looked at the long silver needle. Then they looked at the ground, where the smoke and dust had filled the air. They frowned and muttered, "Although this sword strike is terrifying, your cultivation is too low. I don't think you can completely kill her. If necessary, I think you'll have to add another stab." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing wiped his sweat and nodded in agreement. After all, his opponent was an expert at the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld. He was only 1 step away from reaching the Divine Emperor realm. He was just a mortal-level cultivator. Although the divine weapon was good, in his hands, he could not even use 1/10,000th of its power. But it was still terrifying enough. The thunderous roar reverberated across the land for a while before it gradually faded away. Jin Wang gently waved his sleeve, covering the dust that filled the sky. Soon after, everyone saw the terrifying crack that had split the entire Yuyan city into two. Hiss! Within the Yuyan city, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. That terrifying crack was at least 300 meters wide, spanning across the entire Yuyan city, splitting it into two. Looking straight down, they could not see how deep the crack was. They only felt that it seemed to lead to the underworld. It was frightening and shocking. Beside the huge crack, a huge pit that was 3,000 meters wide slowly appeared. The bottom of the huge pit was at least 10 meters deep. Cracks spread out like spider webs, spreading to the side of the huge crack. Many rocks could be seen rolling down into the abyss. Cough! At the center of the crack, a petite figure appeared. That girl was currently using her wide right sleeve to cover the wound that covered half of her body. Fresh blood had soaked the surrounding ground. Her cherry lips were constantly panting. Her bright eyes were abnormally dim, unable to focus. When everyone looked over, they could even see that she was coughing out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that the powerful underworld emperor expert had fallen into such a state, everyone sucked in a cold breath again. This time, their voices were louder. The battle in the north had stopped the moment the silver light appeared. Numerous terrified gazes looked towards the south. Those who were closer could not help but swallow their saliva. Soon after, their terrified gazes looked towards the silver-blue small sword. Greed and fear appeared in their eyes. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly sounded. Everyone quickly turned their gazes. They saw that the Thunder God King had ruthlessly stabbed the heavy spear in his hand into the closing point of the formation. A shocking bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck his body. Then, through the spear, a destructive force was transmitted into the formation. At that moment, it was as if the Thunder God had descended. Kacha! A clear, shattering sound reverberated throughout the entire Yuyan city. Soon after, everyone hurriedly raised their heads, only to see a fragment of the energy barrier suddenly falling from the sky. The instant the fragment appeared, the entire array also collapsed with a loud rumble. Spiderweb, like cracks, rapidly spread across the black sky. With a loud bang, the array shattered, and icy blue moonlight shone down, causing everyone to feel gratified. Only after losing it would one know how much one missed such an ordinary object. During the period when the entire city was sealed, everyone's minds were extremely tense. Ha ha! A loud laughter came from nowhere. It was an unbridled laughter that ignited the gunpowder keg of the entire city. The laughter covered the entire Yuyan city. The sky in the east slightly brightened up. Hearing the unbridled laughter coming from the city, Yun Nuoxing shook his head. It was not over yet. Taking a deep breath, he calmly looked at the abnormally weak little person below and sighed. The winner takes all. If they lost, the price would be the lives of everyone in Yuyan City. At that time, they would not sympathize with them. He also knew that. However, he could not help but sigh. Slowly retracting his 6 wings, Yun Nuoxing's body trembled and landed in the huge pit. He landed in front of the little girl. His right hand held onto the Linghong sword. He twisted his wrist and pointed it at the little girl. The slight buzzing sound made the little girl's breathing quicken. Master! At this moment, when Luo Lin and the other 3 saw Yun Nuoxing pointing the dangerous weapon at the girl, they all rushed over as if they had gone mad. In a few breaths' time, they had rushed to the edge of the huge pit. Scram! Yun Nuoxing frowned. He held the Linghong sword tightly and waved it at the 4 of them. A dazzling silver light once again shone on everyone's faces. Boom! Within a radius of 10,000 miles, a flat space suddenly collapsed. At the edge of the abyss, rocks rolled down neatly and were neatly cut off. The four of them did not even have time to react. They could only see the silver light ruthlessly hitting their bodies. Poochie! Their bodies flew back as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. The four of them spat out a mouthful of blood and directly crashed into the buildings of Yuyan City. A large part of the buildings were smashed into pieces. They even rolled a few hundred times on the ground and slid a few thousand meters before coming to a stop. However, just as everyone thought that they would not be able to get up, Luo Lin and the other three madly roared in unison. They moved and rushed to the edge of the huge pit once again. Their eyes were blood red. They did not care about the huge sword wound on their bodies. For pairs of blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Yun Nuoshing and roared, "Let go of our master." Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows. The arm that was holding the Linghong sword trembled a little. However, his expression did not change. He slowly placed the Linghong sword in front of him and circled it behind him. Just as he was about to use all his strength to attack and even mouthed the word empty, he felt a light tug at the bottom of his pants. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He could not help but lower his head. He saw the little girl holding onto his pants tightly. Her unfocused eyes were staring at him. Her small mouth was moving slightly as if she was saying something. This made him stunned again. He slowly spread out his soul power. At this moment, he finally understood what she was saying. Let them go. Hearing this pleading voice, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. His body trembled, and there was a hint of struggle in his eyes. However, the little girl who was on the verge of death used more strength to tug at his pants, causing him to almost fall down. He frowned and looked at the pair of eyes that were about to close. He shook his head and raised the Linghong sword again. "I beg you, let them go." After hearing this voice, Yun Nuoshing could no longer remain calm. His heartstrings seemed to have been plucked. The hand that was holding the Linghong sword trembled again. The crowd in the sky also looked at him nervously. Now, he controlled the life and death of Luo Lin and the other three. With a single thought, he could make the four of them stay in Yuyan City forever. Jin Wang and the others clenched their fists tightly. When they saw Yun Nuoshing's arm freeze, they almost could not help but want to stomp their feet. At this moment, as long as the sword went down, the sword that surpassed the speed of light, the four severely injured experts of the Abyss Shrine would be left here. If they were let go, there would be endless trouble in the future. TSK, TSK, TSK. The entire place was silent, the eyes of the Gold Divine King, and the rest from Yuyan City were wide open at this moment. Their breathing gradually became ragged, and their faces were flushed red because of the fear in their hearts. The veins on their arms were also pulsating. However, none of them dared to make the slightest sound at this moment. Hence, they could only shout with all their might in their hearts. Everything that happened today, the tragic situation that happened today when Yuyan City was besieged, to all the people who died, these 5 people must die. All of you, go. After a long time, Yun Nuoshing slowly sighed. He looked at the 4 people with endless exhaustion. Finally, he said softly. Everyone's gaze froze. They were all heartbroken. They could not help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. Why did he let them go? He knew the reason. He knew it very well. He knew it better than anyone else. However, the hand that was holding the Linghong sword could not cut down, no matter what. Perhaps only when he was one step closer to death would his hand be able to cut down without hesitation. Sigh, he's just a child after all. Many people sighed in their hearts and shook their heads. After all, Yun Nuoshing was just a young man. He was not as ruthless as them. That's good. This choice is good. Such a young child. If his hands are stained with blood now, he will become a ruthless hero in the future. Jin Jinwang and the others were also a little disappointed. However, when they thought of this, they heaved a sigh of relief. This was not bad either. Xueqing and Morong Shuegu were also happy and slightly disappointed. However, this was his choice. This was the first Yun Nuoshing they saw. His eyes were clear and unfocused, as if he was an immature child. My lord! Other people could not see it clearly, but Luo Lin and the other three saw it very clearly. They saw their lord grabbing onto Yun Nuoshing's trousers. That soft, pleading voice also fell into their ears, causing their eyes to instantly turn red. Their legs could not help but bend as they all knelt down, their heads heavily hitting the ground. We will follow my lord to face life and death together. The four unwavering roars made everyone sigh again. What a loyal and devoted subordinate. However, sometimes loyalty seemed to be useless. Scram. Scram. Are you going to stay here to die with me? It was unknown where the girl had managed to gather such a large amount of strength. Her furious roar caused Luo Lin and the others to tremble. After roaring, the girl coughed out another mouthful of blood. Her jade-like face was all messed up, and her breathing became even more hurried. However, her eyes were still wide open as she stared at the four people in the distance. Ah! Luo Lin and the other three were finally unable to endure any longer when they saw this final still stern gaze. A loud roar that resounded through the clouds was emitted from their mouths. Soon after, under everyone's anxious gazes, their feet suddenly stomped on the ground, causing the ground to explode. Their bodies transformed into 4 rays of light that charged out of Yuyan City in a flash, disappearing without a trace. Cough! The girl violently coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her blood dyed the ground into a bright red rose. She watched as the 4 figures swiftly disappeared from her sight. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She shut her eyes, and her small hands powerlessly drooped down. Chapter 127. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly lowered his head when he felt his trousers loosening. However, he saw the girl's peaceful expression and a smile on her lips. His pupils shrank, and he could not help but sigh. Ling Hongjian withdrew his body, and the water elements slowly surged out of his body. The blood stains on the girl's body also fell to the side, under his control. The water elements turned into a cocoon and wrapped around her, lifting her up. Senior Divine King, I can't help much with the rest. I'll leave it to you guys. After sighing, Yun Nuoshing cupped his hands towards Jin Jinwang and the other 2 and transmitted his voice to them. His figure gradually floated into the sky. He looked at the outside of Yuyan City and flew out with the girl in tow. Where are you going? Seeing Yun Nuoshing fly away with the girl's corpse, Jin Jinwang was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly chased after them. Now that Ling Hongjian had appeared, many people in Yuyan City had set their eyes on him. Although he had resolved the crisis, some people would not appreciate it. After all, Yun Nuoshing and the others were only doing this to save themselves. His eyes flickered as he looked at the experts floating in the sky. Although many of them were injured, their movements were not affected. However, their gazes towards Yun Nuoshing were flickering with various emotions. No one knew what they were thinking. Senior Divine King, it's okay. They can't do anything to me. Shaking his head, Yun Nuoshing looked at the girl lying quietly in the water cocoon beside him. He sighed and said, I'll go find a good place to bury her. Speaking of which, I still don't know her name. What should be written on the tombstone? Abyss Shrine Master? No, this is a little weird. Hearing that he wanted to bury the girl, Jin Jinwang could not help but be stunned. Seeing that he was seriously considering this matter, his golden eyes were filled with astonishment. Is this an enemy? Young man, what do you mean by this? I know what I'm doing. However, no one is born good or bad. Who can say that someone is bad to the core? Bad people also have their soft and weak sides. It's just that they are in different positions. This is even more so in the world of cultivators. However, everyone is a unique creature in this world. The dead are gone, and the living are still here. Every dead soul needs a peaceful place to return to. Yun Nuoxing's indifferent and sincere words directly drilled into the gold god king's heart. Like a heavy hammer, it directly struck his heart, causing his entire body to tremble a few times. Such a pure heart, such a clear person, was he really born in the world of cultivators? In this world where the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong, it was rare for such a person to be born who could comprehend the natural Tao of heaven and earth and be close to life. Child, don't worry. The 9 shrines will protect you. We will help you settle this damned matter. He patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder forcefully. The metal god king seemed to have been infected by Yun Nuoxing's actions. That sincere gaze of Yun Nuoxing flickered with starlight, causing him to shiver. Didn't he just say a few words from his heart? If anyone goes against little brother Yun, they are going against the 9 elemental shrine. Ignoring Yun Nuoxing's reaction, Jin Jinwang directly shouted at the top of his voice. Like a sound wave, it spread throughout Yuyan City, causing everyone in Yuyan City to tremble. This title, this promise, caused the faces of many people who coveted Yun Nuoxing to turn ugly. This sentence was undoubtedly warning them that if they wanted to touch Yun Nuoxing, it was equivalent to touching the 9 elemental shrine. What kind of power was the 9 elemental shrine? Above the realm of the gods, they were all transcendent existences that no one dared to provoke. They were like an iron bucket. Provoking one of them would provoke the 9 elemental shrines. With such a powerful force behind her, at least Yun Nuoxing would not have too many worries. Those people would not attack her openly. That was for sure. Thank you, Divine King. Yun Nuoxing smiled. That bright and sunny smile was like the sun, causing Jin Jinwang's heart to soften. How could there be such a clean child? It made him feel like he was in the embrace of the sun. Help me tell Xueqing and Xuega that I will be back soon. Nodding, Yun Nuoxing smiled and did not stay any longer. With a thought, she quickly flew out of Yuyan City with the water cocoon. Jin Jinwang nodded solemnly and watched as Yun Nuoxing left Yuyan City. Only then did he take a deep breath and slowly descend. Carrying the girl's corpse, he charged into the mountain range. His 6 wings slowly unfurled, and he finally brought her up to the peak of the mountain that looked very tall. The light from the corner of Yun Nuoxing's eyes made her squint slightly. She looked towards the eastern sky. The 2 orange-red suns were struggling to climb up from the horizon. Unknowingly, one night had passed just like that. Scanning her surroundings, Yun Nuoxing charged up to the tallest mountain peak and broke through the clouds. When she saw that the peak of the mountain was flat ground, she put down Ling Hongjian in satisfaction and brought the girl to land on the small mountain peak. With a casual grab, she took out the Fangtian halberd from her body. Yun Nuoxing held it and swung it around twice. She looked at the center of the mountain peak and took a deep breath. Her eyes suddenly turned sharp, and she smashed it down. Boom! The mountain peak trembled violently, and soil flew down from the top of the mountain. Yun Nuoxing waved his sleeves and suppressed the dust. Then he saw that the divine weapon had directly chiseled a huge deep hole in the ground. Looking at the deep pit with satisfaction, Yun Nuoxing nodded. She slowly stretched out her hands and shouted. Water elements gathered on her hands. Then she slammed her palms forward and turned into two water dragons that plunged into the deep pit. The dry, brown soil slowly turned dark yellow after coming into contact with the water elements. The water elements that filled the sky surged towards the bottom of the pit. Splash! After a long while, Yun Nuoshing let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She looked at the small lake that was newly dug. She nodded and jumped down from the mountain peak. In a short while, she flapped her 6 wings and rushed to the top of the mountain. She was even carrying a tree that was a few meters tall in her hands. Hey! She planted the tree on the side of the cliff near the lake and buried its roots in the soil. After doing all this, she retreated to the side and looked at her masterpiece. She couldn't help but laugh. Bury me at the top of the mountain, under the grass, beside the clear lake. Yun Nuoshing murmured softly. Back when she was traveling, she had told Yuin that this was her ideal place to be buried. Looking at the girl beside her, who was as quiet as a princess, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but shake her head. She walked to the bottom of the tree and used her hands to slowly dig a hole that was about the size of the girl's body. Then she removed the water cocoon and held her cold body with both hands. She couldn't help but sigh. I still don't know your name. Looking at the quiet face, Yun Nuoshing shook her head. She took out the purplish-black dress that Ming liked from her pendant and gently put it on the girl. Then she helped her tidy up her soft hair. She looked at the setting sun and then at the girl and pondered for a while. We met at night, but we parted at dawn. I'll call you Yishi. I'm not very good at naming. Don't laugh at me. Yun Nuoshing muttered to herself. She couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Her handsome face blushed, and she muttered a few more words. Then she nodded and stood up to pat her, but puffed. Just as she was about to bury Yishi, she suddenly heard a burst of laughter. She couldn't help but be stunned. She turned her sharp gaze and looked around. The Linghong sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Yun Nuoshing shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" However, as far as her eyes could see, she couldn't see anything. She couldn't help but frown. Was it an illusion? Scratching her head, Yun Nuoshing sighed. She couldn't help but say that she was old. She turned her head and slowly carried Yishi up. She walked towards the small hole that she just dug and slowly squatted down. She closed her eyes and murmured, I hope that your spirit in heaven can protect the people that you cherish. I hope that you can meet the most important person in your next life. Puffed. This time, the laughter was very clear to Yun Nuoshing. He heard it very clearly. It was right here, right in his arms. Her closed eyes suddenly opened. She saw that Yishi's eyes were curved into crescents. Her wide sleeves covered her small mouth. Her small and delicate body couldn't help but tremble with laughter. Yun Nuoshing's body stiffened. She didn't die, but he could feel that her life force was dissipating and her body was cold. No, why was there a temperature now? It was very weak, but very warm. I think the name Yishi is actually quite nice. Yishi smiled and opened her eyes. Her wine-red eyes contained a smile and some confusion. She stared at his pitch-black eyes and smiled. Right, little praise of death. Aren't you? Yun Nuoshing's handsome face turned red. His hands that were holding Yishi stiffened. He didn't know whether to let her go or not. It made him feel like he was in a daze. I died. Yishi smiled sweetly. Her innocent and lively appearance was completely different from the girl who controlled the life and death of the entire city last night. Even her temperament was different. But I'm alive again. As she smiled, Yishi suddenly opened her arms and hugged Yun Nuoshing's neck. Her small body pressed hard against him. She smiled and said, "Listen, my heart is still beating." Seeing her actions, Yun Nuoxing's handsome face turned even redder. He took a deep breath and hurriedly suppressed the hot and dry feeling that made his entire body heat up. He calmed his heart and listened carefully, then sighed. It was indeed still beating, but it was very weak, very weak. It seemed that even if Yishi had relied on some methods to survive, she had also paid an extremely heavy price. At the very least, he could feel that the injuries in her body were extremely serious. Right now, her meridians were completely broken, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of energy in her body. "Yes, you're still alive." Yun Nuoxing smiled inexplicably and patted her back lightly with his palm. "Yes, I'm still alive. I cut off all my cultivation and survived with great difficulty. Little commendator, this is all thanks to you," said Yishi in a gentle way, which made Yun Nuoxing's heart tremble. His face couldn't help but twitch. Hearing his heart stop for a moment, Yishi shook her head gently. Her small face pressed against Yun Nuoxing's face, and she whispered, "I'm already dead. The one here now is not Eye of the Abyss Temple, but Yishi, you're Yishi. So, don't say anything. Let me understand your heart. I want to hear the unique heartbeat of the boy who woke me up." Hearing Yishi's soft words, Yun Nuoxing nodded. He slowly stood up with her in his arms and walked to the side of the big tree. He leaned against the big tree and sat down gently. Ling Hongjian appeared silently. He opened a barrier and covered this small mountaintop, isolating it from the outside world. He didn't want to disturb the tranquility at this moment. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing felt that the small hands around his neck had lost their strength. Only then did he let go of Yishi. Seeing that she was sleeping peacefully and her breathing was weak, he couldn't help but sigh. He took out a jade bottle from his pendant and opened the cork. He poured out a round green pill. 8 colored patterns were connected head to tail, covering the surface of the pill like a spiral pattern. Feeling the surging life force of the pill, Yun Nuoxing sighed. He threw the pill into his mouth and chewed twice. A terrifying life force suddenly flowed into his body, rushing to his limbs and bones. However, before the pill's effect dissipated, Yun Nuoxing made a hand seal with lightning speed. Suddenly, the green life force that rushed to his body stopped. Hum! His body emitted a green glow. Yun Nuoxing's hand seal paused. Suddenly, many green threads slowly surged out from his skin, turning into slender threads. With a thought, these threads slowly wrapped around Yishi. A moment later, all the threads left his body and wrapped around Yishi's small body, forming a green cocoon of light. Surging life force slowly brewed in the cocoon of light. Yishi, sleep. After this sleep, you will have a brand new life. You will be Yishi. Yun Nuoxing's hand caressed the green cocoon of light as he murmured softly. He then sat down cross-legged. All the sounds in this place faded. Only the cocoon of light flickered, like a beating heart. Within the cocoon of light, a new life full of life was slowly being born. Chapter 128. The jade green cocoon of light wrapped around the tree. The flickering light, accompanied by a heart-like beating sound, quietly echoed in the sealed barrier. A rich life force spread to every inch of land on the mountaintop with every beat. Yun Nuoxing, who was cultivating, opened his eyes from time to time and looked at the light cocoon that was less than 10 feet tall. Some complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. His brows would occasionally furrow, occasionally relax, and occasionally raise, as if he was thinking of something happy. However, in the end, he would sigh as a signal to close his eyes. This repeated for a long time until the sun set in the west and the scarlet moonlight shrouded the sky. Only then did Yun Nuoxing wake up. His chaotic emotions made it impossible for him to calm down. She's the enemy. She almost killed everyone. But she is already dead. The one here now is Yi Shi, not the person from yesterday. Every time he wanted to say this to himself, his emotions would become more and more chaotic. His mind was like a ball of paste that kept churning, becoming more and more chaotic. Yun Nuoxing only felt very tired. If he brought Yi Shi back, he didn't know how to explain it. He didn't even know what to do. I only believe that everything I've done, the cause and effect of everything, will be borne by me. I will never have any regrets. The soft murmur made Yun Nuoxing take a deep breath. Then, his flickering eyes became firm. Yes, this was his true nature. He was fearless, unrestrained, and had no background or clan relatives. Only Yu'in, Ming, Little Purple Soul, and perhaps she would follow him on this journey. The only people he could hold on to and keep were these few people. The world was his home. He had no worries and no worries. He cared a lot about what others thought, but he was also learning to ignore them. Crack. After Yun Nuoxing made up his mind, the jade-green cocoon of light in front of him made a soft, cracking sound. He looked up and saw that a piece of the cocoon's surface had cracked and flew out like a chick breaking out of its shell. Is she going to wake up? After a crack appeared in the cocoon of light, other small cracks also appeared in other parts of the cocoon and spread to the entire cocoon of light. Following a soft cracking sound, the jade-green cocoon of light shattered into green dust and slowly disappeared into the air. The petite figure curled up inside also slowly appeared. Yi Shi. His pitch-black eyes stared unblinkingly at the little figure as she opened her eyes. Her wine-red eyes seemed to be a little dazed, and after a while, she gradually woke up. Seeing Yun Nuoxing staring straight at her, the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up into a sweet smile. Her petite body hurriedly pounced down and crashed into his embrace. Hugging the petite figure tightly, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath of Yi Shi's fragrance and put her down. Holding her face with both hands, he looked straight into her wine-red gem-like eyes and said seriously, "Yi Shi, no matter what, I will protect you. I will not leave you alone." Looking at his solemn and serious expression, Yi Shi blinked her eyes. Although she looked very young, she had actually lived for many years. With just a glance, she could see all of Yun Nuoxing's emotions. How could she not know what he was thinking during this period of time? She then smiled and nodded her head vigorously, saying, "I will follow Big Brother Nuo." Big Brother again. Hearing this nickname, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but bitterly laugh. However, he didn't say it out loud. There was one in the Red Star Academy, and there were two in Yuan City. He didn't know what kind of earth-shattering thing would happen if these 3 or even 4 little girls were to meet. Placing his palm on Yi Shi's pulse, Yun Nuoxing sent a wisp of soul energy and would element into her body, carefully sensing the condition of her body. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The meridians that were originally completely broken were now completely connected. Furthermore, they seemed to be even more resilient than before. The life force that was originally almost exhausted in her body was now surging abnormally at that time. Even if Yi Shi had cut off all of her cultivation, she was still in a seriously injured state. If not treated in time, it would have been difficult for her to escape death. It was only with the help of Yun Nuoxing's pills that she was pulled back from the underworld. Her injuries are no longer a problem, but her cultivation. I can't do anything about it. Slowly withdrawing his soul energy, Yun Nuoxing glanced at Yi Shi. Placing his palm on her head, he gently rubbed it and sighed. Among the pills that Xianyin gave him, there were even immortal grade and peerless grade pills. Most of the effects of the pills were deeply imprinted in his mind. There were pills that could treat injuries and a drop in cultivation, but Yishi had cut off her cultivation. This process was irreversible, and even a divine grade pill wouldn't be able to restore her cultivation. Fortunately, cutting off one's cultivation wouldn't reduce the capacity of one's life force, which also meant that one's lifespan wouldn't be reduced. Looking at his sorrowful expression, Yishi shook her head slightly. She also knew about this. When Yun Nuoxing took out the pill that could sublimate 8 elements to heal her, she was really surprised. It's okay. As for cultivation, it'll be fine after refining it again. Yishi's indifferent expression made Yun Nuoxing smile bitterly. As a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld, his cultivation had dropped to the level of a small cultivator of the mortal grade. This kind of change was like turning the world upside down. No one would be able to bear it, but he couldn't see it. She was a little disappointed. He couldn't see through her deep, wine-red eyes, as if she really didn't care. Seeing his conflicted expression, Yishi smiled and ran behind the big tree. Yun Nuoxing raised his head, hearing the rustling sound from the other side. His handsome face couldn't help but turn red. He quickly turned around. When Yishi came out again, she was still wearing the purple-black dress that Yun Nuoxing gave her. However, a lot of the sleeves were torn off. A section of her snow-white arm was exposed to the air. The wide sleeves even covered her small hands. Hearing the footsteps, Yun Nuoxing turned around. Seeing her familiar outfit, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Holding the tattered black dress that she handed over, he walked to the small hole and threw it in. Then he buried it with soil and stones, making a cenotaph. Just take it as a farewell to the past. Brother, praise God. She stood in front of her cenotaph. She put her hands together and patted them lightly. Then she turned around and smiled at Yun Nuoxing. Shaking his head and sighing, Yun Nuoxing hugged her slender waist. His 6 wings slowly spread open, stirring up a gust of wind. He flashed towards Yuyan City in the distance. With the help of the light elements, it only took a few minutes to return to Yuyan City. However, when he entered Yuyan City and saw the huge crack in the abyss, he couldn't help but sigh. Ling Hong's sword could only be released 3 times at its peak. Each strike was stronger than the previous one. Furthermore, it was multiplied. The second divine sword of the divine sword record, Ling Hong. It's really powerful. If it wasn't incomplete with its original attack, it could have killed me in body and soul. Yishi's eyes were filled with confusion as she gazed at the huge crack that cut across Yuyan City. Her muttering to herself caused Yun Nuoxing's body to tremble as he involuntarily tightened his grip on her. Don't you hate me? As soon as he said this, Yun Nuoxing regretted it. Yishi had just bid farewell to her past self. Now that she mentioned this, her mind couldn't wrap itself around it. I don't know, if I hate you, maybe a little, but I can't really explain it. Yishi shook her head. A complicated look flashed through her eyes. Lowering his head to look at her, Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Now that things had come to this, he could only walk down this path to the end. In the eastern part of Yuyan City, in the manor of the 9 Gods Hall, several god kings were sitting in the courtyard. They raised their wine cups and occasionally took a sip. A beautiful woman was holding her chin with her slender hand. Her eyes were indifferently looking at the red crescent moon in the sky. The 9 elites and Yu Yin's group were playing around in the courtyard. The laughter of the 2 children Ming and Ming filled the small courtyard. The tranquility of the night was somewhat lively. Yun Nuoxing, is that right? That child. Let them go. He even went to bury the corpses of his enemies. Hearing Jin Jinwang's narration of what happened last night, the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with astonishment. Especially after hearing what Yun Nuoshing said before leaving, she couldn't help but smile. This guy is really close to the Tao of living. With this kind of character, he definitely won't fail when he tries to become a god in the future. That's right. With such a pure temperament, he would be a top-notch jade. After a bit of polishing, he would become a good jade. He has a lot of options. There won't be any limitations. The Thunder God King also nodded in agreement. That's not right. Where's Uxian? Yao Hua's group of 9 on the side didn't hear a single word about Uxian. They were all stunned. After looking at each other for a while, they couldn't help but ask together. Hearing this question, Yu Yin's jade-like hands stiffened. Ming and Little Purple Soul were also speechless. However, they soon recovered their laughter and started to joke with Mu Ling and the others. However, the 3 of them were sweating. Only the 3 of them knew the truth. I don't know. She probably went to intercept those 4 people. Hearing this, Jin Wang shook his head. He didn't see Uxian and didn't know where that girl was. Oh. The 9 people nodded. Uxian, who had many divine tools, could indeed intercept those people. She didn't think about anything else. Therefore, after a moment of silence, they started to talk about other things. Everyone knew that Yun Nuoshing's name was probably known by the entire Yuyan city. It wasn't only because of the invasion of the Abyss Shrine, but also because of the divine sword that could split space, Ling Hong, senior godly king. Just as the courtyard regained its cheerfulness, a figure slowly descended from the sky and stood in the middle of the courtyard. Everyone paused and looked over. The moment they saw who it was, Jin Wang and the others spat out a mouthful of water. Yu Yin hurriedly covered Ming and Little Purple Soul's mouths, afraid that they would habitually shout for help. However, Mei Mao was also somewhat astonished. The person who came was naturally Yun Nuoshing. Beside her was a little girl with short burgundy hair. She had been hugging the former's stomach. When she landed, she looked at Jin Wang and the others with a strange expression. If they hadn't protected Yun Nuoshing, they would have been slapped to death by her. Moreover, they wouldn't have been able to break the formation. At that time, Yuyan City would still have been destroyed. How are you still alive? The moment they saw Yi Shi, Jin Wang, and the others jumped up. All the hair on their bodies stood on end like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Especially when they saw that she seemed to be very close to Yun Nuoshing. They were stunned for a moment. At that time, they did feel that Yi Shi was already dead. Her life fluctuations had completely stopped, but now, your cultivation, after the initial shock, the Gold God King and the others calmed down. They carefully sensed and sucked in a breath of cold air. However, they had some guesses. It seemed that in order to survive, Yi Shi had not hesitated to sever her cultivation. Moreover, she had severed it completely. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was at the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld. She was just one step away from becoming a godly emperor at the top of the pyramid in the realm of the gods. She was gone just like that. Those millions of years, everything she had worked for was gone in an instant. Godly king, who is she? Yao Hua couldn't help but ask when he saw the constantly changing expressions of Jin Wang and the others. They had all seen Yun Nuoshing before. Now that a strange girl had appeared, he was very surprised. Little girl, what's your name? What's your relationship with Yun Nuoshing? The wood spirit walked in front of Yi Shi and bent down. Her lively eyes were smiling as she looked at her. Yun Nuoshing was shocked and felt a little nervous. To be honest, he didn't know Yi Shi at all. He didn't know her personality. His understanding of her was like a blank piece of paper. She seemed to be speaking to him intimately, and her actions were also very intimate. However, that was because their relationship was a little complicated. No matter what, Yi was once a high and mighty emperor of the underworld. Now, what surprised him was that Yi actually smiled sweetly at the wood spirit and said, "My name is Yi. Brother Nuo gave me this name." Once these words were spoken, everyone in the courtyard froze in place. Yun Nuoxing's heart seemed to have been squeezed. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. His head stiffly turned towards Yuan, but as expected, he saw that she was looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Her beautiful eyes contained an indescribable feeling, and Ming Ming and little Purple Soul's bright gem-like eyes widened, as if they did not dare to believe it. Then, how should we end this? Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly in his heart. Yi looked at him with a sweet smile. Chapter 129. At night in Yuyan City, the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa was hidden in the darkness. The fine lights were like fireflies, covering more than half of Yuyan City. The great battle yesterday had exhausted almost all of the people in the city. The ordinary citizens had fled, while the gods were engaged in endless battles. The entire city seemed to have become much more dispirited. In the manner of the 9 divine halls in the east, the gentle lights swayed in the breeze. The faint light enveloped the hall, projecting the many people who seemed to be having fun by the window. In the small courtyard outside the hall, only the purple dress beside the stone table added a trace of liveliness to the lonely courtyard. Yi quietly sat on the stone bench. Her beautiful face, which was slightly young, had a trace of loneliness at this moment. Her crystalline eyes would occasionally look at the slender figure behind her. A complicated light flickered in her eyes. He just left me to the side and ignored me. Lying on the stone table, her little head resting on her arm, the loneliness in Yishi's heart became even stronger. He said that he would not leave her behind. Her eyes swept towards the closed door of the hall. Yishi clenched her little hands tightly and could not help but sigh. A moment later, her slender eyebrows creased as she indifferently said, "What are you doing standing behind someone else? If you have something to say, just say it." I did not expect your senses to still be so sharp even after your cultivation has dropped to such a level. Just as Yishi finished speaking, a helpless, bitter sigh slowly sounded behind her. Then, a tall figure slowly appeared behind her. His appearance was golden. It was Jin Wang. "What? Do you want to seek justice for the people of Yuyan City or something?" Yishi cast a sideways glance at Jin Wang before lying down again. Her little face was extremely calm as she indifferently said, "If you want to kill me, just do it. There's no need to talk about righteousness." Hearing Yishi's voice, which sounded like she had given up on herself, Jin Wang was taken aback. Then, as if he had understood something, he bitterly smiled and said, "I did not say anything, nor do I want to do anything. I just want to talk to you." "Talk? What do we have to talk about?" Yishi raised her eyebrows and looked at Jin Wang with her deep eyes. Her tone was aggressive, and she couldn't help but have the temperament of a superior. Even though she had become an ordinary person, the temperament of the former emperor of the underworld had not changed. Under Yishi's gaze, even Jin Wang felt somewhat unnatural. Shaking his head, he poured himself a cup of wine and took a sip. A moment later, he sighed and said, "It has already been tens of thousands of years since we last met. Tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. After living for so long, I have become somewhat muddle-headed. You still remember me. It's rare that I didn't leave a brilliant mark in your life, right? Could it be that you used to like me? I'm sorry, but I have someone I care about now. I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible." Yishi's eyelids drooped slightly as she shook her head and spoke in a self-deprecating manner. If Yun Nuoxing heard these words, her jaw would drop. The two of them were actually old acquaintances. Last night, they were still fighting fiercely. If they didn't mention it, no one would have guessed it. Jinwang rolled his eyes and looked at the indifferent face that had never changed. He slowly took a breath and said, "Don't be so narcissistic. I'm not a pedophile, nor a lolicon. When we parted, you were still the queen of hell. No, the demon king. How did you join the Abyss Temple? What happened in these tens of thousands of years?" Jinwang sighed and shook his head. He took a sip of wine and continued without waiting for Yishi to speak. "When I heard that voice last night, I thought of you. More or less, I was a little confused. I didn't do anything for righteousness or anything. I just wanted to stop you. When we last met, you weren't a person who regarded life as grass and everything as straw dogs. People change. You said it yourself. Tens of thousands of years ago, after so many years, it's possible to completely change a person's nature and character." Yishi also poured herself a glass of wine and took a sip. She couldn't help but sigh and said, 50,000 years ago, I was summoned by the Abyss Temple." Hearing her speak, Jinwang's expression became serious. He gently put down the glass and quickly pricked up his ears to listen. Perhaps this was the reason why she changed. "When I was still training in hell, I met you that year. At that time, you weren't the divine king of the Golden Temple. You were just a little divine king who went out to train. With the strength of Shunming, you challenged me, who was already a divine god. In the end, you lost miserably. Now that I think about it, I really miss that time." Hearing Yishi expose his dark history, Jinwang's old face turned red, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's wrong with him challenging her? He was young and arrogant. Seeing his unconvinced look, Yishi couldn't help but laugh and said, "Even now, no, yesterday you still couldn't beat me. At that time, what did you call me? Black-bellied Lolita. I really want to beat you up. After your training in hell, I won the title of Demon King and ruled over a part of hell. Just like that, I lived a carefree life for a long time. About 70,000 years, that is 100,000 years ago. On that day, I heard that you had won the title of Divine King. I wanted to go to Divine Land to see your king-conferring ceremony." Yishi took a sip of wine and slammed the glass on the table with a bang. After a while, she said, "That day, the people of the Abyss Temple ransacked the part of hell that I ruled." Jinwang's expression changed. Hell was ransacked? Why didn't he receive any news of such a big event? It should have been an earth-shattering event. You know this news, but it's not quite the same as what you know. At that time, there should be a saying that part of hell became an empty city, because the Abyss Temple did things very secretly. Just like yesterday, if the magic formation was completely activated, the next day there would only be a destroyed Yuan city, and there wouldn't be any news of us coming. Yishi said faintly. Jinwang nodded. The magic formation of the Abyss Temple was almost unbreakable. If it weren't for Yun Nuwashing, Yuan City would have ceased to exist. You can guess what happened after that. 50,000 years after my death, when I reappeared, I was in the Abyss Temple. My remnant soul was scattered and drifted in the sky. I couldn't be reunited and reincarnated. The Abyss Temple used a secret method to reunite my soul and resurrect me. Yishi took another sip of wine. Her face was a bit rosy, and she looked very attractive. Why didn't you call me? When I left, I gave you a jade slip. You could have used it to inform me. I could have gathered the experts of the Golden Temple and even the 9 temples to reinforce you in hell. It would have only taken a few minutes. Jinwang frowned and couldn't help but sigh. Yesterday, you used all kinds of methods. Did you manage to send out the news? Yishi smiled and shook her head. If she could have called him over at that time, there wouldn't have been any of this later. Jinwang was stunned and then nodded awkwardly. Yesterday, they really didn't manage to send out the news. And yesterday, after 50,000 years, the Abyss Temple made a strong comeback. They had been silent for too long, and it was time to announce their existence to the world. My 4 subordinates, who were loyal to me, were the first to take action. As a result, we died before we could achieve anything. That brat! Speaking of this, Yishi shook her head. In her eyes, there was a trace of strangeness, a trace of hatred, and a trace of joy. She said, "Now I should call him Brother Nua. Ling Hongjian is indeed worthy of being the second divine sword. The power of space that I condensed was swallowed by it. Is this considered shooting myself in the foot? Did I hit the nail on the head?" The courtyard was silent for a while. Jin Jinwang sighed heavily. Yishi also put down the wine cup. She raised her head and looked at the blood-red crescent moon. Her deep eyes were a bit lonely. "What are you going to do?" After a long sigh, Jin Jinwang raised his head and drank a cup of wine. Looking at the girl beside him who had her eyes closed, he couldn't help but ask, "My cultivation has been destroyed. I can't go anywhere. Even if I returned to the Abyss Temple, I would just be a cripple." Now, Yishi's eyes trembled slightly. She lowered her head and looked at the pair of golden eyes. After a long time, when Jin Jinwang's face turned red, she looked away, drank a cup of wine, and murmured, "Now I want to stay by Brother Nua's side." At that time, even if I cut off my cultivation, it was still not enough to survive. The corrosive power of Ling Hongjian was too strong, so I gave up and didn't struggle. It was he who saved me. If Brother Nua hadn't made me laugh this morning, I probably would have continued to fake my death until Brother Nua buried me. Jin Jinwang was slightly taken aback. No matter who looked at it, Yishi's experience was indeed worthy of sympathy. She died 100,000 years ago, but was forcibly resurrected 50,000 years later. Today, 50,000 years later, she was once again facing death. Perhaps this was just an insignificant pain for her. "I'm very curious about how Yun Nuoshing saved you," Jin Jinwang asked again. Yishi's Mei Mao paused, narrowed her eyes slightly, and stared at him sharply. "I won't harm him. You don't have to worry about that." Seeing her vigilant look, Jin Jinwang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hearing this, Yishi's eyes were still narrowed. She stared at Jin Jinwang for a long time, but she shook her head and said, "Would element?" She didn't say it out loud. She had lived in this world for countless years. Although she was young, she was as smart as anything. Now, Yun Nuoshing's status was a little different to her. Naturally, she wouldn't say anything unnecessary. "I see." Jin Jinwang nodded. He seemed to believe her, which made her look a little strange. "No matter what happens in the future, I want to stay by his side now. Not as a demon king of hell, not as a member of the Abyss Shrine. Now, I am Yishi, Brother Nua's Yishi. Other than that, I am nothing else." Yishi suddenly said, resolutely. Jin Jinwang's eyes narrowed. Yes, after all, she had died twice. 2 generations of identities had turned to dust with death. Since she had made this choice, then so be it. Brother Nua is the praise of death. The dead are gone, and the living are still here. Brother Nua may not know it himself, but death is very sacred in his heart. Only those who have died once, or even several times, can say such a thing. Other than myself, Brother Nua is the first person I have seen who has said such a thing, Yishi said with a very mysterious smile. After all, that guy's heart is very pure. Jin Jinwang thought silently. "I wish you happiness." Jin Jinwang raised his glass to her and smiled. These words, which had a deeper meaning, made Yishi blush. She couldn't help but lower her head. Then she glared at him fiercely and said softly, "What nonsense are you talking about? How old am I? Even if he—" "I can't." Her little mouth opened and closed, but she found that there were two sentences that she couldn't say. This made her blush even more. Jin Wang saw this and laughed evilly. He said, "What I mean is that little guy is not bad. He will be someone important in the future. If you follow him, maybe your cultivation will be restored to its original level. Look at what you are thinking." This evil laugh made Yi Shi's blush spread to her ears. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled, but she couldn't do anything. Moreover, age is not a problem. The Emperor of the Underworld has a long lifespan. In the future, he will also be a powerful person whose name can shake a region. If he doesn't care, why do you care? The soft whisper made Yi Shi slightly stunned. Her eyes showed some confusion. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms landed on her body. Yi Shi felt her body become light as she was carried up. Her heart couldn't help but jump. When she looked carefully, she saw that it was Yun Nuoshing. Jin Wang had tugged at her heartstrings, which made her feel even more flustered. "Yi Shi, it's cold outside. You are wearing so little. Aren't you cold?" Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and covered Yi Shi with a large windbreaker. She looked at Yi Shi's blushing face and smelled something. She couldn't help but twitch a few times. Then she frowned and said in a low voice, "You drank." Yi Shi's little face was red as she hurriedly buried her face in his shoulder and nodded gently. Yun Nuoshing frowned even more. Then she looked at Jin Wang and couldn't help but say, "Senior Divine King, Yi Shi is still young. Why don't you watch her when she drinks?" Jin Wang laughed bitterly. "Young. She is tens of thousands of times older than you. Dear, you are not allowed to drink in the future. If you want to drink, drink when you are older." Yun Nuoshing gently patted Yi Shi's head and said gently. When Yi Shi heard this, she nodded her little head obediently. Yun Nuoshing smiled in satisfaction. Jin Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl had actually become obedient in front of him. After informing Jin Wang, Yun Nuoshing carried Yi Shi into the hall. In the courtyard, only the sound of the night wind could be heard. Jin Wang poured a cup of wine and toasted to the moon. Then he slowly drank it. If those people back then knew that Shinran, who was once one of the 8 great beauties of the god realm, now had some unclear feelings for a little boy who was hundreds of thousands of years younger than her, I wonder if they would kill their way here. This world is really very interesting. Chapter 130. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone down from the sky and pierced through the darkness that enveloped the land, Yuyan City gradually regained its vitality. The ray of light quietly shone into the room and landed on the face of the young lady in red, who was seated cross-legged. Her 6 broad wings flapped from time to time, bringing about a burst of thunderous roars. The vigorous wind elements caused her body to float a foot into the air. Her red robes fluttered in the wind, and her ink-black hair also danced wildly with her robes. Behind the girl, there were 2 small figures who were sleeping soundly. The thunderous sound of the wind did not wake them up at all. On the other side of the room, there was a little girl who was about 10 years old, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Her short, wine-red hair was particularly eye-catching. Her long, unrestrained black hair fluttered in front of her, making her seem more lively and lively. At this moment, there was a black aura circling around the girl's body. It was like mist, but also like a whirlwind. It constantly circled around her body and was very strange. When that ray of light shone on the girl's face, the wind element that filled the room suddenly paused. Then, in a few breaths, it disappeared. Her floating body slowly landed on the bed. The 6 wings on her back also disappeared with a hum. At the same time, the black aura circling around the girl's body gradually disappeared. The two of them opened their eyes at almost the same time. Big Brother Nuwa, when you cultivate, it's so noisy. When she opened her eyes, the girl glared at the girl on the bed. She had been listening to the sound of the wind and thunder for the entire night. If it weren't for the fact that she had a much better temper than normal people, she would have been woken up from her cultivation. Little she, calling me, that will easily kill me. The girl on the bed bitterly smiled. Opening her 6 wings would help her sense the elemental energy, making her cultivation much more efficient. However, the sound of the wind was indeed a problem. That's why I asked you to choose an empty room last night, but you insisted on coming over with Ming and the others. The girl was naturally Uxian. Last night, Yun Nuashing left Yishi in the manor and went out for a stroll. When he returned, he changed into Uxian's identity and was tortured by Yuin and the 2 girls. He even pretended not to know Yishi and messed around with them. This made their expressions strange. They wanted to take off the mask on his face and directly expose his identity. Changing his identity like this was too troublesome. Currently, I am the last to enter the family. I have to have a good relationship with Ming and the others. Isn't that right, Big Sister 5 Elements? Yishi smiled and looked at Uxian. Yesterday, when Yun Nuashing changed his identity and came back, she didn't pay attention to him. It was only when she sent him a sound transmission that he understood. Uxian rolled his eyes. There was nothing he could do about this girl calling out random names. However, speaking of elements, he looked at Yishi in confusion for a while before saying, "Little she, that shouldn't be the power of elements, right?" She was talking about the strange black energy. It was like water and air, and it also had the power of death. It seemed to have exceeded the scope of the elemental energy. Of course, it's not the elemental energy. It's a new energy derived from the elemental energy's own willpower. Yishi also knew what she was talking about. She nodded and said, "After entering the initial God level, you can already use your willpower to transform your body, soul, spirit, elemental energy, and even the container that stores the elemental energy." Elemental energy? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He had never heard of this before. The energy in the initial God level is the elemental energy. The energy below the mortal level is the elemental energy. The immortal level is the immortal energy. The devil level is the demonic energy. Every level is changing energy. When the energy in the body reaches the limit, it will be compressed and expanded many times, resulting in a qualitative change. Yishi stretched lazily and said softly, "Every revolution is a compression to the limit and an expansion of the container. This is the so-called cultivation. The initial God level is made up of the Divine Son, Divine Venerable, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Divine Underworld, Divine God, Underworld King, Underworld Emperor, and Divine Emperor. Under each level, there are 9 turns. I was once an Underworld Emperor, and was only 1 step away from the Divine Emperor. However, speaking of this, Yishi looked at Uxian with a bit of bitterness. The latter covered half of her face and turned her head away, pretending that she did not see anything. Even the most generous person would go crazy if they saw their countless years of cultivation return to their original state. It was a miracle that Yishi did not fight with her. Of course, if she heard the conversation between Yishi and Jin Jinwang last night, she might be able to understand a little. After a moment, Uxian tilted her head and asked again, "Then what is your element now?" "Death." It should be called Death Chi. The elements that I originally controlled were wind, water, and fire. After fusing and transforming them, they became like this. As for why it's Death Chi, I just said that it's changed according to my own will. Whatever you want it to be, it's what you want it to be. Of course, there is a certain degree of difficulty in transforming your will. It depends on what you want it to be. Yi, she said softly. She slightly stretched out her left hand. A green whirlwind, blue water, and red flames intertwined on her palm. On her right hand, a black death chi was floating. It looked like a whirlwind, like a flame, and like a liquid. It seems that even after the will transformation, she can still use the original elements. However, Big Sister UXIN, you don't need to know this in detail. It's not good for Big Sister to know this too early. You should work hard to break through to the half-immortal and immortal realm first. Yishi gave her a flirtatious look, making UXIN bitterly smile. Aren't you also in the mortal realm now? UXIN muttered, making Yishi roll her eyes. She was worried that she couldn't cultivate. In any case, she was once an underworld emperor expert who broke through to the god emperor realm. As long as she had enough time, she would be able to cultivate back to the underworld emperor realm. She might even be able to advance further. Kneeling on the bed, facing each other, Yishi stretched out her small white hand and placed it on UXIN's chest. The latter's body emitted some chi. Faint scarlet runes appeared on the surface of her body. Even her long black hair was dyed with a scarlet color. It was very strange. After a long time, Yishi withdrew her delicate hand. Her small face had a trace of seriousness. She raised her head and looked at UXIN. After muttering for a while, she muttered, "It's actually the soul-burning formula. You know this Xian technique?" UXIN was a little surprised to hear her speak of the profound art that she was cultivating. This profound art had always existed in her memories. She only used it to cultivate because she felt that it was quite good. Spiritual force and spiritual force could be interchanged. However, when using it, it would consume spiritual force. And what UXIN valued the most was that the soul-burning formula could integrate other Xian techniques and then rewrite them. The flame demon burning the heavens technique that she obtained in the Red Star Academy was also included in the soul-burning formula. Yishi nodded and said in a deep voice, "In the past, there was a king of hell expert who cultivated the soul-burning formula. Facing the encirclement of more than 10 underworld emperors, he killed them all. With the help of the soul-burning formula, he devoured their cultivation, life source, and soul. The forces behind those underworld emperors were enraged. They sent out emperor god experts to encircle him, but in the end, that person escaped. After an unknown amount of time, the few major powers that were involved were all destroyed in a single night. All of the experts had their essences devoured. That method was done by that person back then. I won't talk about the other people one by one. In general, this Xian technique is quite evil. Those who cultivate this Xian technique, as long as they don't die and are able to endure the 12 tribulations of the burning soul formula, they will be able to become an expert." After finishing her words, Yishi raised her head and saw UXIN's mouth slightly open. Her eyes were in a daze. She was a little speechless. Was it necessary to listen to a story? So, this so-called soul-burning formula is very attractive to initial god experts. UXIN came back to her senses and said, "Of course. To be able to integrate other Xian techniques and rewrite one's own Xian technique. This is the only one under the heavens. Even I am envious of it. If this news were to spread, Big Sister Fun, you will be captured by many people and forced to hand over the burning soul method." Yishi smilingly said a terrifying matter that made UXIN's hair stand on end. "Here, I'll give it to you." UXIN curled her lips and let out a cold shiver. She then extended her hand and tapped on Yishi's head. Shortly after, the latter felt a large amount of information flow through her finger, causing her to be slightly stunned. She slowly closed her eyes and received this large amount of information. After the information was transmitted, Uxin put down her hand. Yishi felt it for a long time before opening her eyes. In her wine-red eyes, there was surprise and joy. She looked at Uxin and said weakly, "You're giving it to me just like that?" Little she is envious. "How can I not give it to you?" Uxin smiled and rubbed her head. Hearing this, Yishi's eyes were filled with excitement. The soul-burning formula's name was probably known by many gods. Other than being able to integrate Xian techniques, the other attraction was its grade. It would increase as the practitioner's cultivation increased. In other words, if one cultivated the soul-burning formula, it would be enough to cultivate this Xian technique. There was no need to change the Xian technique as one's cultivation increased. Just based on these points, the Xian technique itself was a priceless treasure. Even if there were gods who were willing to kneel down and beg for it, they would not be able to get it. After all, it was already extinct, and this is also for you. You also cultivate the fire element. Well, I don't know if this will be useful to you now. Uxin smiled and touched Yishi's forehead again. Instantly, an even bigger amount of information rushed into Yishi's mind like a wild beast. However, Yishi's sea of consciousness and spirit were already incomparably strong. She would not be affected by it. She was not like Yun Nuoshing, who had fainted for a long time when she first learned it. Phew, after passing on the Xian technique, Uxin heaved a sigh of relief. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. It was not easy to pass on the technique. Her mind felt like it was being stirred up by a wooden stick. Flame Demon Burning Heavens technique. After receiving the news, Yishi's face was no longer calm, but was completely shocked. The Fire Elemental Profound art was the highest level of profound arts, a profound art that surpassed the divine rank. Everyone in the Red Star Academy, even if they were at the same level as them, they would definitely covet it. However, no one had ever had any other thoughts about it. Yishi's body also had the fire element. Since the Flame Demon Burning Heavens technique was known as the strongest fire element Xian technique, it must have its strong points. However, she did not know if the fire element that had been transformed by her could still cultivate this Xian technique. "Sister, Yin, where did you get this? Have you entered the Red Star Academy? Did you complete the 9th level trials there, passed the divinity test, got the attention of the Great Elder, became the champion of the king-level competition that is held once every 4 years? Or is your home the Red Star Academy?" Yishi suddenly pounced and pushed Uxin onto the bed. Riding on her body, she looked down and asked a bunch of questions. Uxin could not help but smile bitterly. To be able to make an underworld emperor lose her composure, she could be considered to be very successful. What's there to be excited about? Isn't it just a Xian technique? Because my cultivation is not high enough, there are many things that are sealed and cannot be used. Uxin shook her head and sat up. Yishi was still riding on her thighs. She opened her eyes wide and stubbornly stared at her, as if she wanted an answer. "It's just a profound art." Yishi looked at her in different expression and could not help but smile bitterly as she shook her head. "Elder Sister 5 Elements, this is not just a profound art. This is the strongest fire elemental profound art in the entire realm of the gods. There is no other like it. It is the belief and pursuit of all fire elemental cultivators. However, the Red Star Academy's system is very strict. To inherit this flame demon burning the heavens incantation is too difficult. Based on my experience, in this era, only 5 people have successfully carried the flame demon burning the heavens incantation out of their minds. Moreover, there are many strong cultivators in the Red Star Academy. There was once an emperor god who went to cause trouble, but before he could even enter the academy, his body and soul were destroyed and turned into ashes. Furthermore, he did not even know who did it. So many people only think about this Xian technique. If they want to obtain it, they have to obediently stay in the Red Star Academy. Yi Shi spoke with a deluge of heavenly flowers, causing Yu Xian to be dumbfounded. She scratched her head and said, "Is it that powerful?" In her impression, the people in the Red Star Academy were a group of people with strange innate talents and different personalities. They were like wolves and tigers. Yi Shi did not know whether to laugh or cry as she nodded and muttered. "So I am very curious as to how Sister obtained this Xian technique." There was still a sentence that she did not say and passed it to me so easily. "An acquaintance gave it to me." However, Yu Xian did not elaborate. However, this sentence made Yi Shi understand a lot. It seemed that the people in the upper echelons of the Red Star Academy were familiar with the former. However, Yi Shi would never have thought that acquaintance was the principal of the academy. Chapter 131. Why do I feel like I owe more and more after sitting on Yu Xian's lap for a long time? Yi Shi couldn't help but sigh. She looked at Yu Xian with a complicated expression. She climbed down from Yu Xian's lap and quietly sat on the side. She had a strange expression on her face. First, it was the 8-element high-level Dan. Then, it was the 2 priceless Xian techniques. Even though Yi Shi was an emperor of the underworld, she still felt that it was too precious. It was so precious that she couldn't afford it. Just the Dan alone was worth all of her wealth. "I'm bound to him for the rest of my life." Yi Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if she sold herself, she wouldn't be worth that price. Seeing Yi Shi's expression flicker slightly, Yu Xian also guessed what she was thinking. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. She gently moved behind Yi Shi on the bed and gently hugged Yi Shi with both hands. She felt Yi Shi's small body slightly stiffen, and only after a while did she relax. She then muttered, "You don't need to pay me back. Since you've already called me big sister, how can I be stingy with what Xiao Shi wants?" Yi Shi's face turned red. She nodded and was about to say something when she heard Yu Xian's evil laughter. "But I have a condition." "What?" Yi Shi swallowed her saliva with difficulty. She murmured uneasily. Her heart was beating like a drum. Seeing her uneasy appearance, Yu Xian couldn't help but smile evilly. She licked her lips and slightly lowered her head. She blew hot air into Yi Shi's ear. Yi Shi's body stiffened. Then she said, "I want you," boom. It seemed like a soul lotus exploded in her head. Yi Shi's eyes turned red. Her heart was beating fast. She clenched her fists in her wide sleeves. Could it really be like what Jin Wang said? But seeing her trembling with anger, Yu Xian smiled and continued, "Live well." Her red face suddenly became white. Yi Shi raised her head in astonishment and saw that Yu Xian had lowered her head and was looking at her with a serious expression. That expression of hers was actually a bit serious and solemn, which made her startled again. This guy actually dared to tease me. Her indecent elder sister was good at whetting people's appetites and teasing people's heartstrings. The final answer made her heave a sigh of relief, but also a little disappointed. Yes, Yi Shi seriously looked at Yu Xian and forcefully nodded. For this third life, and a completely new life, even if it was for her own sake, since she had chosen to wake up that day, she would treat herself well. Seeing Yi Shi agree, Yu Xian was completely relieved. Falling from the underworld emperor realm to the mortal realm, no cultivator would be able to withstand such a blow. She didn't see anything unusual about Yi Shi, but she still couldn't relax. It wasn't that she was distressed over her pills, but she didn't want her life to be lost so easily. Right, I'm a little curious. Patting Yi Shi's head, Yu Xian sat beside her, looked at her, and said, Destroy the fake group and expose the real group. Who are you talking about? Hearing her question, Yishi tilted her head and smiled sweetly, but mysteriously said, Elder sister will know. In the not-too-distant future, the day the purple night dark flame erupts, Elder sister will know. Uxian was startled, speechlessly shook her head. Then, as if she thought of something, she said, Abyss Shrine also wants the purple night dark flame. If the Abyss Shrine also wanted the purple night dark flame, to her it was very bad news. She had already experienced the strength of this shrine once. Just 5 people almost destroyed Yuyan City. If an army came, no one would be able to snatch the purple night dark flame from them. No. Yishi shook her head. Yishi lightly shook her head, looked at Uxian, and said, Our operation is the first operation of the Abyss Shrine. There are other operations in other places to announce to the God world. Our return, our comeback. Coincidentally, we know that the divine flame of Yuyan City is about to erupt, so we came here to take a look. If we can take it while we're at it, that would be the best thing. If we can't, it's not a big deal. Uxian bitterly smiled, so it was just a matter of convenience. It seemed that the divine flame, ranked 90, was indeed not enough to enter the eyes of the Emperor of the Underworld. That's right. Speaking of the purple night dark flame, Uxian remembered something that he had tossed to the back of his mind. That forbidden array was activated by Little She, right? Are there any other powerful arrays that can borrow the power of a divine artifact, borrow the power of divine weapons? Yishi's 2 small hands rubbed a few times, thought for a while, then nodded, and said, Yes, but the Linghong sword is too powerful. I'm afraid that the formation won't be able to withstand the power of the Linghong sword. What about something 1 level lower, such as a high-level divine weapon? Uxian continued. There is a 7th level divine level formation. Yishi slightly paused, then smiled and said, Brother, isn't it better if you go directly to the divine weapon shrine to ask for one? With the research of those strange fellows on divine weapons, the formation of the divine weapon shrine will be much higher level than ordinary formations that condense divine weapons. It can unleash the power of divine weapons to the extreme. Hearing her saying the word ask especially long, Uxian bitterly smiled, shook her head, and said, That's my last resort. Unless I have no other choice, I don't want to provoke others. Seeing her seriously pondering, Yishi was a bit startled. Could it be that she was thinking about the violet night dark flame? There were more than 1 or 2 forces paying attention to Yuyan City. Since the news had spread to the Abyss Shrine, then many ancient forces must have heard about it. She was just a mortal. What did she have to compete for it? It's because I'm only a mortal. If I want to compete, I need to use other methods. Don't forget, I broke the great formation that the Abyss Shrine was so proud of. Looking at the shocked little face, Uxian couldn't help but smile, and softly stroked Yishi's head. Hearing this, Yishi looked at that pair of clear eyes that were similarly stubborn. Her brows furrowed slightly. A moment later, she finally sighed and shook her head with a bitter smile. She muttered, My worrisome elder sister, take out the divine weapon, and let Little She have a look. I'll see what formation is more suitable. If it doesn't work, I'll take you to the divine weapon shrine. Yishi said helplessly. After a short contact, she also knew that Uxian was stubborn. Once she decided on something, even 10 underworld emperors couldn't change her mind. Moreover, she had the light element. Maybe she could really win? Uxian nodded. Her palm lightly touched the pendant. With a flash of light, a large pile of things fell into a pile and fell onto the bed. As for Yishi, she opened her little mouth wide in shock. Within her eyes, there was a hint of disbelief. Almost all of them are here. Then she took out the uninvited guys from her body and threw them on the bed. Uxian clapped her hands and smiled. Gulp. Yishi stretched out her head and swallowed hard. Her small, fair hand gently stroked the pile of divine artifacts, trembling slightly. These were all high-grade divine artifacts. If someone at the same level as her casually took out any one of these divine artifacts to deal with her, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Brother, where did you get these 7th or 8th level divine weapons? Yishi really couldn't see through Yuxian at this time. At first, it was the Ling Hong sword, then the high-level pills and 2 priceless techniques, and the pile of divine weapons. At this time, she was somewhat numb. Yuxian was only a mortal. She shouldn't have come into contact with things of this level, right? An acquaintance of the Red Star Academy. Thinking of this relationship, Yishi calmed down a little, but she was still a little confused. Just these things added together would not be less than the wealth of a god of hell. An acquaintance would not be able to take out so many things. Could it be a relative? There are many reasons. Seeing her shocked, Yuxian could not help but smile bitterly and shook her head. She pondered for a while and looked at Yishi's shocked face. Frowning, she sighed. Little she is not an outsider. Hearing this, Yishi was startled. Immediately, she saw Yuxian take out the Ling Hong sword and released a barrier, enveloping the two of them. Only then did she tell everything about her. God, after listening for a while, Yishi was shocked. She reached out her little hand to stop Yuxian from continuing. She quickly said, Sister, don't say any more. If the things about you spread out, it will cause a big earthquake in the realm of the gods. What's wrong? Yuxian scratched her head, not understanding. It was true that such a person was too far away for her, too far away. But it was not enough to cause a stir in the realm of the gods. Yishi smiled bitterly and shook her head. If it was someone who was not easy to talk to, they might just rob her. What else could she do? Sister, in the realm of the gods have disappeared for countless years. In the second half of this era, almost no one has seen such a strong person. That Sister Xian Yin might be a strong person in the first half of this era. And sister, you might be like me, cutting off your cultivation and even your soul, causing you to lose your memories. As for why, perhaps only Sister Xianyin, who used to know you, knows. Yishi held Yuxian's face with both hands and said softly, So, you have a god's treasures, inheritance, and even her god's park weapon. Don't say these things casually in the future, even if it's someone closest to you, sister. It was the first time Yuxian saw Yishi being so careful. She could not help but be stunned for a while. She looked to the side, at the 2 girls, Ming, who were still sleeping soundly, and nodded, Yes, I won't say it casually in the future. Seeing this, Yishi nodded, but the next sentence caused her entire face to darken, because at that time, Sister Yuyin and Ming were watching from the side. You don't have to say it. Seeing her smile as if it did not matter, Yishi felt a sense of defeat. Her heartless sister, shaking her head with a bitter smile, Yishi could only give up on discussing this with Yuxian. She felt that if she said anything more, she would be defeated. She knocked on a divine artifact with her hand, then looked at the many divine artifacts, and could not help but shake her head. Brother, let's go rob the sacred artifact shrine. Yishi's words surprised her, but the former continued. My 7th grade divine artifact formation can connect 4 or 5 7th grade divine artifacts, is already not bad. If more are added, the entire formation will not be able to handle it and collapse. Only the sacred artifact shrine's great formation can perfectly accommodate so many divine artifacts at the same time. Yuxian nodded. She first thought of robbing the sacred artifact shrine when she was in Constellation City. She saw them make a huge formation that could hold hundreds of demonic artifacts. But it won't be easy to rob the sacred artifact shrine. Yu Xian scratched her head in distress. Don't worry, there's still that old guy for sealed gods and underworld, plus your Ling Hong sword. Oh, I can't use it in front of them, but the four of them are enough. The Divine King's title isn't just for show, unless there's a king of underworld from the sacred weapon shrine. Of course, I don't think they'll pay much attention to the purple night dark flame. The time of a strong cultivator is very precious. Taking something that's not very useful to them is a waste of time. Yi, she said indifferently. Yu Xian smiled bitterly. The thing she was still trying to chase after was trash in the eyes of others. Chapter 132. In the room of the manor, the blue light flickered. At the same time, there was a strange wave that carried a terrifying destructive power. It was as if it could tear the manor apart. Every time the destructive power gathered to a certain extent, it would quickly disperse. No, it's too slow. It's better for you to start with small magic circles. When you can create a magic circle with just a thought, you'll pass. In the room, there was another bright light that lasted for a long time. Finally, a clear voice was heard. After this voice was heard, the room instantly dimmed. Boom! The sudden explosion caused everyone in the manor to jump up like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Then they saw billowing black smoke coming out from the roof. The destructive power slowly dispersed. No, it's for you to gather a one-time explosion. It's not spreading or lasting. If you don't gather enough explosive power, it won't be of much use. Gather the energy until it's only the width of a finger and explode in one go. Boom! With a violent explosion, the entire estate shook as if there was an earthquake. The cups of wine on the stone table in the courtyard all fell to the side. The God Kings looked at the churning black smoke and looked at each other. They only felt rather helpless. Boom! Another loud explosion was heard. Debris and a 10-feet-wide energy beam shot into the sky. The energy overflowed. Yao Hua and the others couldn't help but wipe their sweat. So tough. Jin Wang silently poured a cup of wine. So tough. The Fire God King took a sip and shook his head. The house collapsed again. The Thunder God King smiled faintly. It's still exploding. The beautiful woman smiled bitterly. She patted Ming's head. Sister, are you okay? Ming and Little Purple Soul whispered. However, their eyes didn't look at the smoking room at all. They didn't look worried at all. Sister Yu Xian, she's been trained. Would spirit side? How rare. Yao Hua and the others put their palms together and chanted a Buddhist mantra. They shook their heads and sighed. Why don't we go shopping? Yu Yin carried Ming and Little Purple Soul. She looked at the shaking room and turned to Jin Wang, Yao Hua, and the others. Good idea. Everyone nodded and walked out of the courtyard. And at this time, in the room that was constantly emitting smoke, Yu Xian's pretty face was covered in sweat, which converged into streams and slid down. And in front of her, a 3-meter-wide blue array was rapidly condensing. From a dot appearing in the air to condensing, it only took 5 seconds. That pair of crescent-shaped eyes had an extremely gorgeous color flowing within them. It was a pair of very exquisite eyes. No, 5 seconds. If the enemy sneaks up on you, they can get close to you in an instant. It only takes a thought. On the side, there was a little girl who looked about 10 years old. She had her arms crossed and was looking at Yu Xian with a sharp gaze. Every time an array appeared, she would sigh and say that it wasn't enough. If those array masters heard this, they would definitely have black lines on their faces. 5 seconds for an array was too slow? Then shouldn't they buy a block of tofu and smash themselves to death? Compress all the output energy toward the center. Keep compressing until you feel like you can't hold it in anymore. Uxin smiled bitterly. This girl used to be in existence at the level of an array grandmaster. Now that she was lecturing her, it was as if she had turned into a different person. She was just a moment ago twisting and turning, but now she had turned into a stern teacher, knowing that she cultivated the evil spirit, I, which had the ability to weave, analyze, and break magic circles. Yishi's interest was piqued. She pulled Uxian to a secret room to cultivate. Every leader of the Abyss Temple is a magic circle grandmaster. There are tens of thousands of small teams inside, enough to sweep through half of the origin region. Thinking of her words, Uxian couldn't help but sigh. A temple could sweep through half of the origin region. If there were no other forces of the same level, wouldn't they be able to dominate the origin region? 2 hours later, the manor was in a mess because of the continuous rumbling. Uxian finally couldn't stand the high-intensity training. Her mental strength and soul force were exhausted, and she collapsed on the soft bed. I'm going to die. My head feels like it's going to be torn apart. Seeing her so tired that she couldn't even keep her evil spirit eye open and collapsed on the bed, Yishi's heart ached. She climbed onto the bed and gently massaged Uxian's temples. Big Brother Nuwa, don't blame little she for being too ruthless. If Big Brother wants the purple night dark flame, just relying on the light element isn't enough. However, it's also impossible to raise your cultivation by much in a short period of time. Big Brother Nuwa, the only way to raise your strength in a short period of time is through magic circles. As long as you can comprehend magic circles well, even with a mortal body, it's not impossible for you to defeat a beginner god powerhouse. However, in terms of energy, you'll need something else to assist you. You only have one chance. The soft little hand gently massaged Uxian's head. It was a little cold, and Uxian felt a lot more comfortable. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it very much. However, if it's about magic circles, I'll have to go to Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. I don't know why they haven't come yet. Could it be that they don't have any thoughts about the purple night dark flame? Uxian's chin rested on her arms, and she couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry. Sacred Weapon Divine Palace is a large refining sect. They also have thoughts about the divine flame. It's just that they haven't come yet. The purple night dark flame won't erupt that quickly. If it comes, that old boy will tell Big Brother Nuwa. Yishi smiled. Old boy? Uxian was stunned. She slightly raised her head, looked at Yishi, and said, Little she, do you know Jean Wong? Yishi nodded. Seeing the curiosity in Uxian's eyes, she couldn't help but sigh, and slowly said, Originally, she wouldn't have said these things to Uxian, but seeing her like this, it wouldn't be good to hide it. Is it an old flame? As she spoke, Uxian blurted out. Yishi's pretty face stiffened, and she rolled her eyes. Her little hand couldn't help but pat Uxian's waist, and she said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Back then, I don't know how many young men knelt before me. The line from Shenzhou to Taiyuan City, even if there was someone I liked, it wouldn't be that silly boy's turn. Then, no, Yishi rolled her eyes and said, Stop gossiping. Rest for 10 minutes and continue training. If you can't open the magic circle in 2 seconds today, don't even think about sleeping. Uxian screamed. 2 seconds. What are you shouting for? If you can't compress the energy to the point of qualitative change, in 10 days, you'll be punished with a month of seclusion. This time, before Uxian could call out, her mouth was sealed by a small hand, causing her to roll her eyes. Also, we'll go out and practice at night. Uxian completely rolled her eyes. Wasn't practicing at night disturbing the people? Don't worry. Seeing Uxian roll her eyes, Yishi knew what she was thinking. She immediately smiled mysteriously, and her little hand grabbed Yu Xian's collar, and she dragged her into the secret room. As the two walked into the secret room, the entire manor began to shake rhythmically. At night, when people came back and saw the damaged house, they couldn't help but sweat. The Gold God Kings group didn't say anything as they quietly cleaned up when they got in and saw Yu Xian sleeping because she had used up her soul and mental energy. They all murmured, "Immeasurable heavenly sovereign." After lying down for 2 hours under Yu Yin's distressed gaze, Yu Xian hurriedly ate a mouthful of food. Yu Xian had just caught her breath when she saw Yi Shi's little hand dancing like lightning. In just a moment, a small space door opened in the space, just big enough for one person to pass through. "Darling, go early and come back early." Yuin very sadly looked at Yu Xian being dragged into the space door by a small figure. She sighed, and the latter rolled her eyes. Jin Wang and the others couldn't help but shake their heads. Then they glared at Yao Hua and the others who were having fun, and their eyes lit up, suddenly feeling a chill. Yao Hua and the others trembled and turned their heads stiffly. They saw the 3 God Kings looking at them with evil intentions, and the corners of their mouths curved into evil smiles. This made them understand something, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "God Kings, I think we still need to rest for a while." Yao Hua trembled as he said this. Laming, Mu Ling, and the others all shrank behind him and nodded in agreement, saying that they still needed to rest. "Rest your head. Don't you see that Yu Xian is cultivating day and night? When both sides are done with their seclusion, if the 9 of you can't kill her, then go back and wait for hell's training." Ah, 9 mournful wails resounded through the sky. Yuin was rather interested as she brought along the 2 little girls and watched as they went to receive their training with bitter faces. For a moment, only the beautiful woman and a few elders were left in the courtyard drinking tea on the boundless grassland. A bright moon scattered its cold moonlight. There was no one around, and 2 black figures stood on a small hill under a big tree. They were one with the shadow, and if one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice them. This place is, looking at the boundless grassland world and the bright moon in the sky, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but be stunned. Where was he sent to? "This is the world I created, a world that belongs to me." Yi Shi stood not far from him, with her hands behind her back. She said softly, "A netherworld king expert can create a world that relies on spiritual energy, and a netherworld emperor can add complete elements to this new world, creating another world. As for the details, you will know when you reach the netherworld emperor. Luckily, I accidentally touched it and found that this world didn't get destroyed with the drop in cultivation." "No one." Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. "That depends on whether you want people to live here or not. Creating life, I can't do that." Yi Shi smiled mischievously. Then, her charming face turned serious, and her calm voice carried some sternness. "Then, let's start training. You are only allowed to use arrays. I will attack, and you will run. I will not use my full strength, and you can use your evil spirit eyes to break my arrays. Of course, you can also defend and counterattack. If you are hit by me once, you will have to carve 100 more arrays tomorrow." Ugh! Yun Nuoshing almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. "Then, run as fast as you can." Yi Shi focused slightly. The moment she finished speaking, the space behind her suddenly lit up with countless rays of light. Dozens of arrays instantly appeared, and Yun Nuoshing sucked in a breath of cold air. She didn't use her full strength. Wang! Without waiting for him to react, dozens of energy light pillars, with an earth-shattering momentum, came crashing down. In that instant, Yun Nuoshing's handsome face froze.